Hey guys, this is Star What If. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see second part what if Harry returned to the past to stop the darkest future. Here is short summary. After a devastating defeat at Hogwarts, Harry Potter falls to Voldemort's final curse, only to awaken in the past. Armed with knowledge of a grim future, Harry must reshape history to prevent the rise of darkness and secure a better tomorrow. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Harry released Severus reluctantly, knowing that despite how good the embrace felt, he needed to vent his anger and he needed to vent it now. "Dobby," he said, "take us to the gates." The elf didn't question the order, carrying out his master's wish without comment. Once they were all at the Hogwarts gates, Harry locked eyes with Severus and used legilimency to transmit a destination to him. "Take Harry," he said, then turned to Ron. "I'll take Hermione and be right back to get you." He didn't wait for acknowledgement before slinging his arm around Hermione's waist and apparating them away, reappearing with Ron a minute later just as Severus arrived with Harry. "This way." "Where are we?" his younger counterpart finally asked as they entered a dark cave. "A place where no one will hear us," Harry replied, his voice as emotionless as it had been up till then. He couldn't see them, but he knew that the three students were exchanging worried looks behind his back. Reaching a dead end, he wasted no time in nicking his hand, smearing the blood on the rocks and walking on as soon as the entrance had opened to reveal a large cavern with what appeared to be an underground lake. Once his companions had stepped into the cavern, he smeared his bloody hand against the rock again, causing the entrance to close once more. Taking a deep breath, he released the shields that had contained his emotions and screamed, King Dumbledore, ignoring the way his companions reacted. Only Severus seemed to have expected his outburst as Harry let loose a huge wave of magic, blasting the surface of the lake. "That bastard!" Harry roared, smashing a small boat to bits and snarling ferally when he saw hands reach up from under the surface of the water. A huge ball of fire sped from his wand with a wordless roar, burning the hands in its path. "What's going on?" Ron asked in a tiny voice, eyes wide in fear. "He is venting," Severus replied blandly, and none of the students knew him well enough to read the emotions in his gaze as he watched the time traveler. "I believe he brought us here so that we could do the same." "Sounds good," Harry said in a hard voice, seeing his future self loose another huge fireball. Stepping away to join the older Harry, he yelled, "Bombasta!" The huge splash the spell made while throwing dead bodies into the air was rather satisfying. In fury, Hermione squeaked, "Use fire," she told Ron as she pulled out her wand, directing a controlled blast of fire at a body pulling itself up out of the water. Severus followed it up with a far more powerful stream of fire, and found that Harry may have a point. If he couldn't harm the person he wanted to, destroying other things was rather satisfying. It wasn't long before Hermione started casting air-freshening spells instead of destructive ones, since all the fire they were casting was creating enough smoke to smother an army. It felt good to vent, she had to admit, but survival was more important. So while the others blasted and burned, Hermione took up her usual role and did what she could to keep them all from dying. After a while Ron joined her, recognizing that he had no more fire spells in him, and she ordered him to sit down since he looked exhausted. A few spells later and Harry joined them, sitting down next to Ron. "Man, that's exhausting," he said, but a huge grin split his face. "Yeah, but awesome," Ron grinned back, and Hermione couldn't help but smile. "Boys," she said in as exasperated a tone as she could manage. "And men," she added with no little amusement as she looked back at the two figures surrounded by flames. They made an awe-inspiring sight, she had to concede, standing side by side with their robes whipping with the power of their casting. Then, for no apparent reason, they both stopped casting at the same time, lowering their wands and standing amidst the wreckage they had wrought. When Hermione finally registered that all the inferi had been dealt with, the two men turned to each other, coming together in a fierce key that made her squeak and blush. She watched with a slack jaw as they stood there, surrounded by roiling smoke and ashes, locked in an embrace that seemed to go on forever. "My goodness," she mumbled, and jumped when a voice spoke beside her. I know, right, Harry said lowly, and she had never heard that tone of voice from him before. A look at his face revealed that he was captivated by the sight of his older self keying their potions professor, and she blushed even harder. I didn't know you were gay, she said quietly, a note of questioning in her tone, and he turned to face her. It reassured her that he was blushing, too. I'm not. Harry says I'm bisexual, he said awkwardly. I thought I only liked girls, but that, Harry gestured impotently at the two men whose key was rapidly becoming more hands-on. Hermione grinned wryly. I see what you mean. Well, I don't, Ron muttered behind them, and they turned around to see him looking at the two men with an expression of morbid curiosity. I mean, it's Snape, he said, shuddering. He's not so bad anymore, but still. Hermione looked over at the men again, blushing once more when she saw that they were practically a step away from shagging. Averting her eyes, she said, I guess I can see what you mean, too, but, she paused, then cleared her throat awkwardly as a beep reached her ears. Think we should give them a bit of privacy? She asked weakly. No, Harry said at the same time as Ron emphatically said, yes. The two boys exchanged a look and Harry sighed. Oh, fine, he conceded. How do we get out of here? I reckon the same way as we got in, Ron shrugged, looking to Hermione for confirmation. I think it would be best if you did it, Harry. We don't know if it has to be the blood of someone in particular, and since you and Harry are the same person. Am I the only one who gets confused with calling them both Harry? Ron asked petulantly, and both of his friends shook their heads. I've considered calling him by some other name just to keep them apart in my head, Hermione admitted, but I haven't been able to come up with a good name. Harry nodded as he hit himself with a small cutting curse. Same here, Harry is confusing. James is my father, I couldn't call him Potter or Black, and using a whole other name just wouldn't be him, you know. Then he chuckled. I did consider combining Harry and James and calling him Hames. His friends both chuckled, and Ron said, that's not a bad one, mate. Hames it is, he grinned as they stepped through the entrance, closing it behind them again and giving the men within some privacy. Inside the chamber Severus was somewhat worried. Harry had seemed to enjoy bottoming the previous times, but it was at times like this that Severus was far too aware of the fact that Harry was, by nature, a top. The way the man was holding him, keying him, touching him, his every movement spoke of possession, and Severus knew that he wouldn't be ready for that for a long time still, if ever. However, something in his movement must have tipped Harry off on his thoughts, because the younger man pulled his head away from where he had been marking Severus's neck and looked him deep in the eyes with a look that was as earnest as it was lustful. Don't worry, he murmured, his breath coming heavily. I'm yours. With that he keyed him, both reassuring and turning Severus on as he guided him down to the floor. Severus was further reassured when Harry had the presence of mind to place a cushioning charm on the floor before pressing his lover to the floor, peeling away the last of Severus's clothing. I need you, he panted, wrapping one hand around Severus's length causing the older man to beep and buck into the firm grip. Severus looked on with half-lidded eyes as Harry stripped out of the remainder of his clothing and summoned lube, stifling a beep when the man reached back and began preparing himself. Merlin, he groaned as Harry shuddered in pleasure, obviously having found and hit his prostate. Just wait till it's you and me, Harry said, his husky voice turning Severus on even further. Then his lover seemed to lose patience and reached out to grip Severus's cock, the slick fingers sliding easily over his length and making him beep. Mine, Severus heard Harry hiss before the man bit his earlobe, right before licking the spot to soothe the sting. The mouth moved away and Severus dragged his eyes open, when had he closed them, to see Harry sitting up and positioning himself over Severus's cock. Then green eyes locked on his in a burning gaze as Harry lowered himself, impaling himself on Severus in one smooth motion, and Merlin it was even more amazing to see Harry straddling him with his cock buried deep inside that youthful body. Then Harry moved up, sliding along Severus's length before dropping himself down completely, eliciting a sharp groan from Severus as he raised his hands to clutch at Harry's hips. Yes, Severus hissed, bending his legs to brace his feet against the floor and meeting Harry's heated gaze as the man braced his hands on either side of Severus's head and began to move, holding Severus's eyes as his breath came in harsh bursts. Merlin, Severus choked as he snapped his hips up against Harry's downward movement, closing his eyes helplessly in the rush of feeling. Don't close your eyes, Harry ordered breathlessly as he sat up, letting his hands rest on Severus's chest. Look at me. Unable to resist that voice, Severus opened his eyes to the sight of his younger lover riding him, sweat glistening on the smooth chest and need burning in the green eyes. Watch me, Severus, Harry said huskily, and Severus couldn't keep a beep from spilling out when Harry tightened his inner muscles around him. What does it feel like, having me above you? The man leaned down over him, not stopping his movement. What does it feel like, knowing I'm yours? Warm breath tickled his ear, and something in Severus snapped. With a growl he grabbed Harry and rolled them over so that he was on top, snapping his hips to drive into his partner and enjoying the gasp it got from the smaller man. Perfect, was all the answer he gave before driving into the man in earnest, giving him what they both needed, their coupling all heat and sweat and an affirmation that now they were fully in control of their own actions. For that was what had spurred all this on, a desperate need for something intangible, for some sort of proof that they were free of Dumbledore's machinations. And they found it on the floor of a dim cavern that smelled of smoke and burnt flesh. Yes, more, yes. Harry panted as he writhed under Severus, inhaling sharply when Severus bit his shoulder. Were Severus capable of rational thought he might have found it funny that say **** turned him incoherent while Harry was rather vocal, but all he knew in that moment was that Harry felt amazing under him. Yes, he heard Harry hiss as he clutched the smaller man closer, hitting his prostate as he drove as deeply into the warm body as he could. Yes, Severus, I'm so close, the man groaned, and Severus could only groan in response, closing his eyes as he neared his own climax. Then Harry was coming with a strangled cry and Severus followed him in his release, spilling himself completely before relaxing bonelessly, just barely managing to fall to one side to avoid crushing his smaller partner. For a few minutes the only sound that filled the wide chamber was that of their harsh breathing, until Harry laughed somewhat breathlessly. God, it's hot in here, he said, weakly raising a hand to wipe at the sweat on his face. Next time let's not haves **** after using so much fire, okay? Severus didn't even bother deigning that with an answer, finding himself nodding off despite the oppressive heat. The last thing he heard Harry say was something about students being unable to apparate. Outside the cave 3 students were wondering whether to wait for their 2 companions or see if Dobby could take them back to the castle, 2 of them trying very hard not to imagine what was going on inside the cavern they had left and one wishing he had stayed to watch. Sorry, Harry grinned unrepentantly when they found 3 students still waiting on them outside the cave. Severus fell asleep. Severus shot him a quelling look, then decided there was no point in trying to deny it. There's no arguing with a Potter, he muttered. Oh, dibs on being the woman in this relationship, Harry cried, looking excited. The 3 students just looked on in bemusement. Severus turned to him with an incredulous look. Excuse me. You should date a woman sometime, Severus, you'll soon find that in a relationship, the woman is always right. Even if she's wrong. Harry nodded seriously, and Severus couldn't tell whether his tone was fond or exasperated. So, I volunteer to be the woman in our relationship. Severus shot a quick look at the children and saw that they would be of no help. Granger looked satisfied, Weasley horrified, and Potter resigned. That's absurd, he snapped. Both of us are men, and I refuse to discuss this any further. It is high time we return to Hogwarts. With a flare of his robes he turned and strode off in the direction of the apparition point, leaving behind his dejected partner. Well, it was worth a try, Harry sighed to Hermione, who gave him a commiserating look despite the satisfied smile she still wore. All right. Is everyone clear on their tasks? The atmosphere in Order headquarters was tense, each member of the Order focused as they confirmed that they were ready for their missions. Everyone has their charm on them in easy reach. Harry swept his eyes over the gathering, nodding once he had checked that each member had their charm around their necks. Take no risks. I have faith in our house elf friends, but it is up to you to subdue your target completely. Take every precaution. I refuse to lose even one of you again. Something in his set expression convinced them that this leader was one who would do absolutely anything to ensure their survival, and the members were quietly grateful that it wasn't Albus handling this. Harry swept one more look over the gathering before kneeling and calling out 5 names. Master Harry is being ready. Dobby squeaked, his face both eager and serious. I am, Harry confirmed. And I thank you all for your assistance. Should one of you ever require anything, please come to me and I will do what I can to help. The other house elves looked shocked at the promise, but Dobby simply beamed. We is going to go put humans to sleep, then. And they all popped away, each to their assigned Death Eater residence. Right, Harry said, standing up. This is it, then. Tonight we strike back at the terrorists who have brought so much ill to this society. Tonight we end the second war before it can properly begin. Tonight we take the first step towards peace. A cheer went up in the room, a determined glint in each eye to do their part for that peace as they flowed out to locations from which they could apparate close to their targets' houses. Harry shook each member's hand as they left. No more words were said, but each member felt stronger for their leader's faith in them. Except for Alistair, I suppose, Harry thought with an inner smile. That man will never change. Then they were all gone, and Harry was left waiting with the remaining members of the Order. Turning to face them with a smile, Harry suggested, Poppy, why don't you work with the remaining members for a while? There's no point in standing around doing nothing, after all. He winked, and felt the atmosphere immediately lighten because of his tone. I'll be just over there. He gestured at an armchair in the corner and received a smile from the matron. Heading over, he fingered his charm, hoping against hope that he wouldn't be needed at all that night. Severus led his group quietly to the edge of the wards, giving Bill a simple nod to indicate he start working on them. While most other Death Eaters had merely the basic wards that could be trespassed without much trouble, the Carrows had some very nasty wards, including a few poisonous ones that would kill them if they weren't dealt with properly. Severus had no idea how good the eldest Weasley's skills were, but Harry's faith in the man was enough to set his mind at ease. Well, that and the fact that Gringotts only employed the very best. This will take at least half an hour, Bill whispered to his former professor. They have some very tricky wards on this place. Severus merely nodded and gestured for him to proceed before moving away slightly to inform Tonks and erect a small protective ward around their location. That done, they settled down to wait on their ward breaker. Seeing the Weasley twins being serious was an unusual occurrence for most Hogwarts students. But not a shred of their usual flighty behavior was present as they followed Mad-Eye Moody to the Knot Mansion. I expect you both to be professional, Mad-Eye had told them intently earlier that evening, his blue eye looking off at an odd angle. No fooling around. If you don't act seriously, I'm leaving you behind. Understood. Yes, sir, one of the twins had replied, his face more earnest than Alistair had ever seen it before. You can rely on us, the other twin added, and his expression, too, convinced Alistair that Potter Black hadn't made a poor choice when he assigned the 2 Weasleys to his command. As they headed for the mansion, Alistair idly spun his blue eye around to see the 2 boys walking behind him, only to see one of them gasp and reach out at the same time as his twin, 2 hands grabbing him and pulling him back roughly, and several wickedly sharp spikes pierced the earth where he had stood just a moment before. And in that moment Alistair realized that Potter Black had known exactly what he was doing when he had paired up the veteran Auror with the 2 tricksters. Remus and Sirius apparated directly onto the small grounds surrounding Jugson's country house and immediately began running for the back door, knowing that there was a ward that would alert the master of the House of Intruders and unsure whether the house elf's sleeping charm would be strong enough to overcome that notification. As he ran, he felt the wind streaming through his hair, and Remus grinned in a way that no one but a werewolf could. The hunt was on. It seems I have underestimated house elves all these years, Minerva sighed as she looked down on the sleeping man. He didn't even wake up when we bound him to a chair. Very true, Doge said, a slightly shocked expression on his face. Without them this would have been far more difficult, wouldn't you agree? My friend, I more than agree. I may have to do something nice for the house elves that aided us. It had been extremely easy to get in and subdue Roll. The man had been fast asleep in his bed, and it had been quick work to levitate him to a chair and bind him firmly. Doge nodded in agreement. Well, shall we? Yes, Minerva agreed, pulling out a vial of Veritaserum, the list of questions, parchment and a dictaquill. Let's. Kingsley looked up the steps at Yaxley's townhouse, already knowing what wards were on it. He was a high-ranking Auror. After all, he had both read up on his targets and scoped out the locations as soon as he knew who he would be targeting. Everything he had read about Yaxley pointed towards what Harry had said. He would struggle, but in the end swear the oath, thinking that he could bribe his way out of a trial. Makes my job easier, the tall Auror thought as he made quick work of the wards on the front door and slipped inside. Time to find me a Death Eater. Harry tried to relax after an hour had passed without incident, but the tight knot of nerves in his stomach just wouldn't loosen. By now everyone must be holding their interrogations, Harry thought as he played with the charm around his neck. The trouble would be when the time came for the Death Eaters to swear the oath. For to swear a magically binding oath one needed a wand. He was sure that Kingsley could handle Yaxley even if the man decided to try something, and Roll was such a cowardly character that he was unlikely to even consider raising his wand to his two older opponents, but even so, the possibility was there. And so Harry sat tensely, fingering his charm and thinking of all the people he had sent out. "Are you loyal to the Dark Lord?" The expected response came, and Severus nodded absently as he read off the next question on the list. It had taken him a while, but Bill had gotten them through all the wards without tripping any, and when they reached the inside of Caro Mansion they found the Caro siblings sleeping on the floor of the entrance hall. They had most likely been on their way to their bed chambers when the house elf's spell caught them. After hitting them with additional stunning charms, Severus led the way to the parlor and watched closely as his companions bound their targets. Pulling the necessary objects out from inside his robe, Severus enervated Amicus and began questioning him first. Thus far everything was going as expected, though he knew it would take them twice as long as other groups to finish as they had 2 people to question. Though there may be 3 people at Knot Mansion, he thought absently, as Knot's mistress is most likely also present. Well, that was Moody's problem. Do you enjoy causing people harm? And so it went, Severus going through the questions he already knew all the answers to while Tonks kept a sharp eye on their captives and Bill guarded the room in case of any unexpected visitors. They were halfway through questioning Amicus when Severus hissed sharply, his hand going up to his neck. "What is it?" Tonks asked immediately, and Severus glared at her as he fished out the charm from beneath his robes. "You did not wear your charm against your skin?" he asked sharply, and her eyes widened as she scrambled to pull out her charm. It was a distress call from one of the other groups. Severus was just about to order Tonks to go assist the other group when a luminescent Patronus burst into the room. "Severus, I need Bill now." Harry's voice came from the silver form, and the 3 members reacted immediately to the urgency in their leader's voice. "William, go," Severus snapped out, not waiting to see the ward breaker rush away as he turned to Tonks. "Should we have any difficulty with the Caros, you will fall behind me and give me cover." "Understood." "Yes, sir." Tonks jumped to, her gaze sharp. Severus turned back to Amicus and continued the questioning, trying to squash the feelings of unease that had surged within him. He had a task to complete. Harry's fingers still rested on the charm when it heated up and vibrated against his skin, signaling an emergency call. Casting one glance at the charm, Harry surged to his feet and immediately apparated directly out of Grimmauld Place, only to be bounced off of anti-apparition wards. "Shit," he snarled as one look at the wards told him that he wouldn't be able to get through them without help. Brandishing his wand, he sent his Patronus speeding off to Severus, his heart racing as he began tearing into the wards. It was only a few seconds later that Bill joined him, but it felt like an eternity when he knew that every second counts. Bill needed no instructions when he arrived, but tore into the wards protecting the residents with a speed that far outstripped Harry's. "Go," he panted when he felt the last ward crumble, and Harry took off faster than Bill had ever seen anyone run, his robe flapping behind him like a bat out of hell. Taking a deep breath, Bill jogged after him. Those wards had taken more out of him than he had expected, and something bad must have happened for such strong emergency wards to spring up. "Roll," Harry roared as he burst into the room to see Doge lying unconscious on the floor and a bonebreaker curse headed for Minerva's neck. Moving faster than he had in a long time, Harry flung himself in the path of the curse and barely registered the loud crack as his left arm broke violently. With a wordless roar, Harry jumped at the Death Eater, fury burning in his eyes and unrestrained violence contorting his face as he cast a series of destructive spells in quick succession. 3 smashing curses impacted directly around the Death Eater, boxing him in, and Harry used a cutting spell to sever the man's ear from his head in deliberate parody of Lucius Malfoy's death. "Give me one reason not to kill you," Harry hissed as he disarmed the man, gripping him by the neck and squeezing. It had been a while since he had last seen anyone so frightened by him, he thought absently as he snarled at the pale man. "Traitor," the man choked out, and Harry bared his teeth in a parody of a grin. "You finished questioning him?" he called out to Minerva, a dangerous edge still to his voice. He heard the woman shift nervously behind him before her normally steady voice answered, "Yes." He tried not to let the shaken edge affect him. He was going to swear the oath. Again, confirmation, and Harry could almost hear the woman going into shock. "Then tell me, roll," he said lowly to the Death Eater, "do you want to be alive for your trial?" The terrified face of his opponent told him that that was indeed the case, and Harry flung the man away in disgust. "Swear the oath, or I swear I will finish you." The man scrambled for the piece of parchment, never looking away from Harry. The man looked down at the parchment and swore the oath haltingly, dividing his attention between the oath and the dangerous person whose threat he knew wasn't empty. "And not to reveal in any way to anyone the happenings of this night, on my magic, I, Thorfinn Roll, do so swear." "So mote it be." His head snapped back up to focus on the raven-haired wizard, knowing that the oath he had just sworn would prevent him from harming the man unless in self-defense. The young man's sneer didn't reassure him at all, knowing that even in self-defense he would be unable to beat this opponent. "Sleep," Harry snarled, stupefying the man and summoning the parchment from the collapsed man's hands. A quick spell reattached the man's ear, but that was only for appearance's sake. The man would most likely be deaf in that ear, but Harry couldn't have people asking questions. "Let's go," he said, turning and not meeting his companions' gazes. He didn't want to see their expressions. "Bill, go rejoin Severus and Tonks. Lock up the house and confine Roll to it before you leave," he ordered as he levitated Doge. "Minerva, I will apparate us back to headquarters." Grabbing both Doge's and Minerva's hands, Harry apparated back into the room he had left so abruptly, dropping Minerva's hand as soon as they materialized. "Poppy, 2 patients for you." Releasing the 2 members into Poppy's care, Harry went back to his armchair, staring straight ahead with unseeing eyes. "Harry, I need to heal your arm," a soft voice called him back, and Harry's eyes focused on Poppy's concerned face. "I can do it," he said, reaching for his wand as he remembered about the Bonebreaker curse he had taken to the arm. Somehow it didn't surprise him that he had managed to hold Roll by the neck with his broken arm and grab Doge with the same hand. Adrenaline could be a very useful thing. A warm hand stopped him. "No need for you to when I'm already here and more experienced than you," the Medowitch said firmly, and Harry acquiesced, remaining silent as she healed his arm and cast a low-level cleaning spell at him. "Thank you." He tried to smile, and she patted him reassuringly on the hand. "No, thank you, I would have been very sad to lose my favorite colleague," she said lightly, and Harry's smile faltered as he remembered the aftermath of future Minerva's death, seeing before his eyes the devastated expression of the Medowitch. Then a hand lightly slapped his face, and Harry was jolted back to the present, looking away from Poppy's understanding gaze. "Not in this timeline," she said firmly as she stood, brushing invisible lint off her skirt. Reaching out, she turned Harry's face to hers. "You did well." With that she left, and Harry bit the inside of his cheek against the relieved tears that threatened to fall. No matter how Minerva treated him now, she was alive and that was all that mattered. Closing his eyes, Harry leaned back and clutched his charm, ready for any other emergency. The rest of the night went without any distress calls going out, and before long the members were all gathered in Grimmauld Place once more, all facing their leader. Harry had stood by the fireplace since Kingsley returned, and traded a quiet word and handshake with each member as they returned. He had expected Remus and Sirius to return after Kingsley, but Severus got back first, thankfully knowing to keep a professional distance. Then Alistair returned with his group, and Harry began to worry. Remus's group had only one person to deal with while Alistair had said that there had been not one, but 2 mistresses in Knot Mansion. What was taking so long? Had they been taken out without even the chance to send out the emergency call? Then two figures stumbled out of the flow, and Harry couldn't help but relax slightly in relief. What happened? He asked sharply, and both men turned to him with rather similar expressions of annoyance. Sirius nearly got us both killed because he didn't follow my orders, Remus snapped, locking his jaw against further words. Harry turned to Sirius, his eyes narrowed. Sirius. It wasn't such a big deal. The man protested. We got out in one piece, didn't we? The man shut his mouth as soon as he took in Harry's expression, a cold shiver running down his back. Harry narrowed his eyes further when the man stepped back from him. If you can't follow orders, you are a liability that we cannot afford. Remus, you will pair up with Severus for the next mission. Sirius will stay here. Turning away, Harry strode away, only to be stopped by a heavy hand on his shoulder. Reflexes kicked in, and Harry had his wand against Sirius' throat before he could register who it was. Don't startle me, Harry said lowly as he released the pale man, beginning to turn again when Sirius spoke. Killer. The man spat, and Harry froze. Yes, he said, and his cold tone chilled the entire room. Turning back to his godfather, he felt nothing as the man backed away from him even though he hadn't moved. Yes, I'm a killer. His icy green eyes bore into the wide ones of the older man as he spoke lowly. Toss me into Azkaban after this war is over, if you take such exception to me. I will do anything to ensure peace. Anything. A heavy silence descended upon the room, and everyone believed those words. Thank you, a familiar voice said quietly, and Harry blinked, his cold aura fading like ice in the sun. Turning, he stared at the tall form of Minerva McGonagall. You saved my life, she said, her gaze level, as well as that of Alpheus. Whatever you need from us is yours. Then the woman shocked the entire room by bowing low, holding the bow as everyone stared at her with wide eyes. Don't, Minerva, Harry exclaimed, stepping forward to urge her to raise her head. All I want from you is your friendship, nothing more, nothing less. Please don't make such declarations. Harry, the woman said, straightening to look him in the eye, we owe you our lives. You already have my friendship, and my support, I offer you my aid should you need it. Her gaze pierced him as she said, you will never go to Azkaban as long as I live, my friend. The words hit him like a bludgeon to the stomach, for her to call him her friend even after what he had done. Harry, she said softly, seeing the young man's lost expression and realizing once more how troubled this person was. I am reassured to know that you are not only willing to, but capable of, protecting those weaker than you. My heart rests easier knowing that you are in this world. Harry's knees gave out, and suddenly he found himself on the floor, hands braced before him and his head bent as he tried to hold in the tears. Not here, a silky voice said as Severus's cold hand rested on his shoulder, the weight grounding him. Control it. Harry shivered once as he brought up his occlumency to full strength, then stilled. Exhaling slowly, he rose and met Minerva's eyes, thankful for Severus's supportive hand on his shoulder. Thank you, he said, emotion flavoring his voice despite the shields holding it back. I won't forget your words. She merely inclined her head in response, and after another moment Harry turned, meeting Severus's eyes briefly before moving to the front of the room. I'm sure everyone's tired, so let's keep this quick. Turning to face the room, he avoided looking at Sirius when he surveyed the gathered members. Well done tonight. I expect tomorrow's missions to go even more smoothly now that you have done it once, and everyone remember to be on the lookout for BP traps. A quick look at Alistair's group and Harry saw that the Weasley twins were grinning at the old Auror. Hidden wards, a glance at Kingsley, who had triggered a nasty ward, and above all, take every precaution when returning the wand to the target when they agree to swear the oath. Minerva nodded with a wry look at that mistake. Changes. Remus, Severus is in charge of your next target, and you will. How can you replace me with that git? Sirius growled, glaring at Harry and Severus in turn. Merlin knows what he'll do while alone with Remus. I wouldn't trust that Death Eater as far as I can throw him. Harry gave Sirius an unreadable look before facing Remus again. As I was saying, you will follow his orders. Listen to me when I talk. The look Harry turned to Sirius was expressionless, his occlumency firmly in place. Why should I listen to a child's temper tantrum? You, Sirius choked. How dare you call me a child? But you are acting as one. No. You are a risk to your fellow members' lives, a risk that I am not prepared to take. If you can't be quiet, leave the room. We others have a war to fight. After another level look, Harry turned back to Remus, completely ignoring his spluttering godfather. Avery is a tricky one. Listen to Severus and you'll define. The two of you work well together. At Remus's nod, Harry looked back to the gathering. A reminder of tomorrow's teams and targets. Alistair, you and Bill have Dolohov as your target. Bill, sleep in tomorrow, and thank you for your hard work tonight. Nymph, you're in charge of the twins. Well done tonight, all three of you, and your target is Crab. Kingsley, make sure to get a flushing potion from Severus before you deal with Travers. Meeting Minerva's eyes, he said, your target is Goyle. Since Doge is out of action, you will be waiting here at headquarters with me until the first team returns, and then you will go with that team to deal with Goyle. Severus, you and I will deal with the Lestranges only after all other missions have been completed, and depending on your condition I will ask you to help us get in, he said to Bill, who nodded in acknowledgement. Any questions? Will the Lestranges survive you? Sirius sneered, and several members gasped. Even through his occlumency, Harry felt a cold hand grip his heart. Why, Sirius, he said mildly, one could almost think you want me dead. Spinning on his heel, Harry said, I'll see you all tomorrow at the same time. Rest up. Then he was gone in the crack of disapparition. Frozen silence gripped the room, until Severus stepped forward, his eyes blazing in fury, and punched Sirius black in the face, sending him reeling to the ground with the force of his blow. If you speak that way to Harry again, I will personally ensure you never speak another word, he spat. He has lived without you once before, he can do it again. Who are you to speak to me that way, Snivelus? Sirius growled, picking himself up off the ground and getting in Severus's face. His lover, Severus hissed in Black's face, ignoring the shocked sound several members made at that revelation. His lover, Sirius scoffed, that man is incapable of loving anyone. As soon as the last word left his mouth, Sirius found himself on the ground again, the blow that felled him this time having come from Remus. Stay away from Harry, the werewolf growled, eyes flashing yellow. And grow up. This isn't Hogwarts anymore, and not even I will tolerate your behavior anymore. Man up, or stay out of our way until the war is over. I'm sure the younger Harry would be unhappy to lose his godfather. With that, Remus turned and walked away, ignoring the hurt voice that whispered, Remus. I could not have said it better myself, Severus sneered as he, too, walked away. Till tomorrow, he said in the general direction of the remaining Order members. With that he walked out the door, headed to Hogwarts where he would hopefully find Harry. Severus stroked the soft hair of his lover where his head rested on Severus's chest. It was around midday, and Harry had cried himself to sleep only to sleep fitfully despite his exhaustion. Nightmares kept waking him, and eventually Severus had given him a dose of dreamless sleep, knowing that otherwise neither of them would get any sleep. It was amazing in and of itself that this was the first time Harry had a nightmare since returning to the past, but it didn't surprise Severus that it would happen now, after the events of the night. Harry had managed to tell him about the night's happenings, speaking of his fear that Minerva and William would fear him for his actions, his relief at Minerva's acceptance, his heartbreak at Black's words. Life is never boring with you around, Severus thought mildly as he ran his fingers through raven locks. Somehow he felt that even after peace was won and the wizarding world set to rights, life would not be boring as long as this man was around. Oh, but Severus looked forward to going somewhere quiet and having a few days of rest. Then the man beside him stirred, and Severus's hand stilled. Good morning, he said softly, and Harry groaned quietly in response, tightening his hold on the taller man. Severus smiled slightly as he returned the gesture. It wasn't as though he had anything to do that day, after all. Ah, he said then, I forgot to mention that the Order knows about us now. Harry stilled. Huh, he asked, and Severus smirked. So eloquent. Tipping Harry's head up, Severus used legilimency to show Harry the scene that had played out after his departure. So, they know, he said in a matter-of-fact tone, settling back into their hold and giving Harry space to deal with his emotions. He didn't even entertain the thought of Harry rejecting him for telling everyone of their relationship. Harry had made it more than clear that he didn't care who knew, after all. "Thank you," Harry said softly, and Severus moved his hand to stroke his lover's hair once more. "Anytime," he replied quietly. "Sorry," Harry sighed testily as he smoothed a hand over his face. It must have been his fifth apology already. Everything was quiet here. "Yeah," his younger counterpart said, arms crossed. "You could have let us know when the missions were over," he grumbled again, and Harry finally snapped. "Well, excuse me for being busy. Excuse me for having to deal with the fallout of Minerva and Doge nearly dying. Excuse me for having my own godfather wish I was dead." Chest heaving, Harry stepped back, turned and ran. "Figure you went too far, mate," Ron said, and Harry snapped, "I know, all right. I know." Hermione looked more pensive than surprised, though. Sirius wishes Harry was dead. The two boys immediately froze. "He wants me dead?" Harry asked and Hermione sighed. "Not you, Harry, Hames." Harry shook his head incredulously. "Hames is me." "Not really," Hermione said, giving him an even look. "He used to be, but you won't grow up to be like him. In fact, he's doing everything he can to prevent just that from happening. Sirius wants him dead, apparently. I doubt that feeling extends to you." "Even so," Harry looked rather shaken. "Why does he want him dead?" Hermione nibbled on her lip in thought. "He probably can't deal with a Harry who's more mature than him. Maybe he thinks, this can't be my Harry, and wishes that Hames had never appeared and messed up his life. I doubt he actually wants him dead, just gone." "We could ask Sirius," Ron shrugged. "Come, let's go write him a letter." They started walking, but Hermione said, "You two go. I'd like to find out what happened. Harry, could I borrow the map?" Harry handed over the parchment without any comment, but she nodded to his unspoken request that she tell them of what she learned later. "See you two later." Ducking into an abandoned classroom, Hermione activated the map, searching for the time traveler and finding him in Professor Snape's private quarters, his dot almost right on top of the potions master's. Hermione blushed but headed out, determined to speak with the older Harry. When she reached the entrance to the professor's quarters, she addressed the statue as she would a portrait. "I would like to speak with Harry. If he's busy," she tried not to blush, "I can come back later. Could you please let him know that?" She heard a faint hissing sound and assumed the snake was letting Harry know about the visitor, and hopefully her message as well. Isn't it impractical to have a snake guardian when one doesn't speak Parseltongue? She wondered. After all, as far as she knew, Professor Snape wasn't a Parselmouth. Then the statue slid to the side, and Hermione heard Harry's voice calling for her to enter, so she did. "Hey," she smiled at him, finding him sitting in Professor Snape's lap on the couch, his arms around the older man and his eyes red from crying. "Sorry about earlier, though I dare say you know what Harry's like." That drew a faint laugh from the man. "Oh yes, I know what Harry's like," he said, a wry smile pulling at his lips. "What brings you here, Hermione? I know you too well to think you came here just to apologize." Hermione blushed slightly at being caught, but nonetheless leaned down and gave Harry a key on the cheek. "Hello, Professor," she greeted the other man, feeling a bit flustered at having just come so close to the man's face since he and Harry were sitting so close together. "I apologize for intruding." "It is of no matter," the man said, but she thought he seemed satisfied that she had thought to apologize. "I came because of what you said, of course," Hermione finally replied to Harry's question, sitting down primly in one of the professor's armchairs. "Is Professor McGonagall all right?" She was glad to see Harry relax slightly at the question. No doubt he had expected her to immediately question him about Sirius. "She'll be fine," Harry reassured her. "I got there just in time to shield her from the Bonebreaker curse that would have killed her." Hermione gave him a sharp look. "By throwing yourself in front of her," she guessed, and to her surprise Professor Snape chuckled. "She knows you too well," he remarked dryly to his lover, and Harry pouted at him. "Well, she is my best friend, after all," Harry retorted, and Hermione felt warm at being called his best friend. Then she realized that she had been right in her guess, and covered her face in despair. 6 years on, and you still haven't learned not to throw yourself in front of people to save them. Hey, she would have died otherwise. Harry protested, and Hermione raised her head to fix him with an intent look. A Protega wouldn't have done it, she asked dryly, and Harry flushed and muttered something about it not being as secure or something. Hermione gave Professor Snape a commiserating look and said, "Good luck keeping him alive, this one's your responsibility now." "I have my hands full dealing with just the one. I suppose the challenge will keep me from ever being bored," the man retorted dryly, and Hermione laughed. "Oh, yes, life is never boring with Harry around. I'm still here, you know," Harry whined, and Hermione grinned at him. Poor Harry," she crooned. "Do you feel ignored?" The young man fell back on the most fitting response he could think of. He stuck out his tongue at her. "Merlin, I took a child for a lover," Professor Snape deadpanned, and Hermione laughed again. "Well, at least he's over the age of consent," she grinned. "At least that," the potions master agreed, giving his lover a look that made Hermione blush. "Forget I said that," she said, and this time Harry laughed at her. Poor Hermione," he mimicked her tone from before. "Do you feel awkward now?" As he asked that, he curled up even closer to his partner, nosing the man's neck. "No," the girl said resolutely, ignoring the fact that she was blushing hard enough for someone on the other side of the room to notice. "Stop that," she snapped as Harry started trailing his hand down her teacher's body as he keyed his neck. Then Professor Snape made a small noise and Hermione squeaked, burying her face in her hands. Okay, I give in. I feel awkward. Stop it." It didn't help her blush when Professor Snape chuckled along with Harry, but at least Harry had stopped when Hermione looked back up. "You're terrible," she informed the room, refusing to meet Harry's eyes. "Yep," he chirped. "Thanks for adding that noise, Severus, that was hot." Hermione looked back and saw Harry grinning somewhat dangerously and her teacher smirking back. Sighing, she said, "All right, now that you've embarrassed me sufficiently, can we get back to the topic I came to discuss?" The mood immediately fell, the grin wiped from Harry's face, and Hermione shook her head. "I just want to know what happened," she said softly as she stood and kneeled on the carpet in front of Harry. "You're still my best friend, Harry, of course I want to know what the matter is," she said earnestly, holding his gaze. "Please, won't you tell me?" The silence stretched for a long minute, his eyes conveying to her just how little he wanted to discuss it while hers showed him that she was just asking because she cared about him. Finally she added quietly, "If you don't want to talk about it, can I discuss it with Professor Snape?" She was sure that Harry's lover would know all about what had happened, after all. Harry closed his eyes, seeming to weigh the options and eventually deciding on one. "Please do," he said, giving her a faint smile as he opened his eyes. "I'll just go back to my quarters for a bit." He stooped to give her a key on the cheek before pulling her to her feet, sliding off the potions master's lap. "Sorry," he said softly to the man, giving him a brief key before walking away, leaving Hermione alone with her professor. Hermione spared only a moment to feel awkward in the presence of her potions professor before getting to business. "What happened?" she asked worriedly as she sat down on the couch beside her professor. Professor Snape fixed her with a searching look, and she did her best to meet his gaze evenly. "Will you be telling your friends?" he countered, and she immediately nodded. Of course, Harry deserves to know why Sirius apparently wants a future version of himself dead. Interestingly, Professor Snape flinched. "Yes, I can see what you mean. What precisely did Harry say to you?" Hermione sighed. "Harry was sulking, saying that we should have been told when the missions ended, when Hames, we've been calling him that to differentiate between them, exclaimed, 'Excuse me for being busy. Excuse me for dealing with Minerva's near death. Excuse me for my own godfather wishing I was dead,' or something along those lines, at any rate. Then he ran away." "I see," Professor Snape sighed in turn. Black has been finding it hard to accept Harry. He cannot understand a godson who is a killer. He raised a hand to quell her protests, his words, "Not mine. Harry is a killer, but only by necessity. Unfortunately, while Lupin understands this, Black does not. In Lupin, Harry has found support and love, but Black. Quote. The potion's master grimaced. Last night Black and Lupin went on a mission together, and Black apparently nearly got them both killed because he was unable to take orders from Lupin, whom Harry had placed in charge. Hermione beeped in a breath, and her professor met her eyes with a grave look. When they returned to headquarters, Harry decided, and rightly so, that Black was a liability, and took him off the team. I was to take his place and work with Lupin, except that I was to be the one in charge. Black took exception to this, asking how Harry could replace him with me, and that he wouldn't trust me as far as he can throw me. Not that he could throw me anywhere, the man muttered darkly to himself. Harry did the right thing and ignored the man, and when Black took offense to that as well, Harry said that he saw no point in paying heed to a child's temper tantrum. Hermione's lips twitched at the description. She had always felt that Sirius was little more than a big child. Once Harry said that Black could either shut up or leave the room, saying that we others have a war to fight. Black quieted down for a while, at least until Harry had finished going over the missions for this night. After Harry finished by saying that he and I would be dealing with the Lestranges and asked whether there were any questions, Black asked, "Will the Lestranges survive you?" Hermione gasped, her hands coming up to her mouth. Harry kept himself under control, merely saying, "Why Sirius, one could think that you want me dead," before apparating out. Then Professor Snape bared his teeth in an approximation of a grin. I punched Black for speaking to Harry in such a way, telling him that the next time it happened I would ensure that he was incapable of repeating the mistake. To his surprise, the girl beside him nodded firmly as if saying that she would have done the same. He asked me who I was to speak that way to him, and when I informed him of our relationship he scoffed, saying that Harry was incapable of love. Severus looked on in satisfaction when the girl surged to her feet with a growl, appearing ready to beat up Black single-handed. Lupin punched him that time. Good, Hermione said emphatically. I wish I had been there to do the same. Please tell me he's hurting, she rounded on her professor with a hard look in her eyes. Oh, I would say he is, Severus said with no little satisfaction, settling back against the couch. Despite our appearances, neither Lupin nor I are weaklings. Lupin's parting shot was superior to mine, though, he said almost regretfully, as he told Black to either grow up or stay out of our way until the war is over, as the younger Harry would surely be unhappy to lose his godfather. Hermione looked at him with raised eyebrows. I'm surprised that Professor Lupin could make such a threat. Weren't he and Sirius best friends? Yes, Severus said succinctly, but Lupin regards Harry, what did you call him, Haynes, as he would a son. Harry returns that in full, treating the werewolf like a father. Oh, don't bristle so, I didn't call him a werewolf out of spite. Hermione blushed slightly under his reproachful look. Sorry, Professor, old habits die hard. That they do, the man agreed ruefully. However, I have nothing against Lupin. He is, as I mentioned, like a father to my lover. It would be remiss of me to be at odds with someone so important to Harry. The girl's face softened at the admission, and she settled back down on the couch. You two are serious, then. Poor word choice, Severus muttered, glowering as he remembered the terrible pun that the Marauders had overused during their school days. Huh, oh, for goodness sake, Hermione exclaimed, giving him an exasperated look. Answer the question, would you? Is that any way to speak to your instructor? Severus shot her a quelling look, but to his surprise the girl only pursed her lips. When I'm speaking with my best friend's lover, yes. They held a brief staring competition before Severus backed down, surprising himself at his willingness to get along with Granger. She was a loyal friend, and no longer as insufferable as she had once been. We are, he conceded quietly, unprepared for the bright smile that illuminated her face at his words. Oh, wonderful, she enthused. You two are so good for each other, and I'm glad Harry has someone now that he can't be together with his previous partner anymore. Severus inclined his head. I admit, I too am gratified that he has found someone now that Greengrass is unavailable to him. As soon as the words were out of his mouth he cursed himself, for Granger's eyebrows rocketed upwards. Daphne Greengrass. That's interesting. Thinking, Hermione said, I suppose I can see it. She's very intelligent, somewhat cold, but with a hidden mischievousness. And Slytherin, of course. Then she grinned at him and said, you two are actually rather similar, no? Severus scowled. Enough, he said, rising and making a shooing motion with his hands. Out with you. To his surprise the girl laughed, the sound ringing out like a bell in his quarters. The second person to laugh at the things he said. Yes, sir, she said genially as she rose, smiling up at him. Thank you for taking the time to talk to me, Professor. When we are in private you may call me by my given name, he said after a pause, deciding that it hadn't been a hardship to speak with the girl. At her surprised look he said haughtily, you are, after all, my lover's best friend. Hermione beamed at him, knowing that the relationship was serious indeed if Professor Snape was giving her permission to call him by name. Thank you, C. Severus. Please, call me Hermione. On a whim she curtsied, and grinned wider when her professor bowed in return. Hermione, he acknowledged. Then a smirk appeared on his face. Do not inform your friends of the change. I look forward to their expressions when we call each other by name in front of them. A playful glint entered Hermione's eyes, and she grinned mischievously. Sounds good to me, S. Severus. Good luck tonight. Luck is unneeded when one is sufficiently capable, the man replied evenly. Even so, she insisted, knowing better than to argue the point. Your companions may need the luck. Severus stifled a sigh. Indeed, you may not be wrong. I shall see you in class on Monday, Hermione. Until Monday, then, she returned with a smile, turning to leave. If I don't see Harry before tonight, please wish him good luck from me. That boy needs all the luck he can get, considering all the dangerous situations he gets himself into. With that she was out the door. Well, that was not terrible, Severus said to himself once the entrance had closed behind her. Perhaps it would not be such a hardship to get along with Harry's friends as he had feared. Hermione wishes you good luck, Severus said quietly, not taking his eyes off the other Order members waiting in Order headquarters. Harry snapped his eyes to his lover with a shocked expression. Hermione. She gave me permission to use her first name when in private, Severus supplied without turning to his partner, neglecting to mention that he had been the first to offer such permission. Wow, Harry said, a grin spreading over his face. He hadn't asked about the conversation the two had had, not wanting to know the details, but now he regretted not having asked. It seemed the two of them had gotten along a lot better than he had expected. Then a thought occurred to him. You gave her permission to use yours first, didn't you? Severus blinked in surprise and finally turned to look at Harry. She wouldn't have offered it first, knowing that as her professor it would give you more power over her. Harry answered Severus's questioning look, and Severus snorted lightly in reply. Why is everyone suddenly far more Slytherin than I had thought them capable of being? He asked rhetorically. Ask Dumbledore, Harry replied darkly, turning his gaze back to the room at large. The only members currently out were Minerva and Kingsley, who had teamed up to take care of the Goyles once the Auror had finished with Travers. Everyone had been even more careful this time around, and none of the teams had experienced any difficulties. In fact, both Remus and Severus had returned seeming rather pleased at how they had worked together, which had made Sirius leave the room in a rage. Teaming up the three tricksters, Tonks and the Weasleys, would have been a choice questioned by many, but they worked well together due to their natures being similar. Despite that, Harry preferred the teams of the previous evening, believing that having opposite characters on the same team was a better method than grouping similar types together. Just then the flow flared to life and two perfectly composed figures stepped out simultaneously. Kingsley immediately spotted Harry and saluted his commander. Went off without a hitch, he said in a smooth bass voice. Both Goyles swore the oath and are under house arrest. Excellent, Harry said, locking his hands behind his back. That's the last team finished, he said to the room at large, aware of all eyes on him. Only one target remains. Bill, if you would accompany us it would be much appreciated. Kingsley, Alistair, and Poppy, please wait at headquarters in case of an emergency. Mrs. Weasley, you're welcome to stay as well, if you feel you'll worry about Bill until we finish, he smiled at her. Everyone else, Thank you for your hard work tonight. I'll call another meeting tomorrow so that we may discuss the next step, but for now go home and rest. Tomorrow is Monday, after all, so many of you will not be able to sleep in. Minerva, please ensure that Fred and George reach their beds safely, he winked at the woman. She was the one responsible for bringing the Weasley twins to the meetings and returning them to Hogwarts, as they had insisted on being members upon reaching their 17th birthday. Dumbledore had seen no reason to deny the request, assuring their mother that they would not be participating in any missions. Harry had changed that, of course, but they were too useful to leave sitting around at headquarters. I'll see you all tomorrow. Trading the occasional handshake or nod of the head, Harry was only able to call together his team when the other members had left. All right. Lestrange Manor. Bill, I want you along to get us through the manor's wards, and I'm almost certain that after that you'll be out for the count. Once we're in, you're to return here and report to the present members, he gestured at Alistair and Kingsley in particular, and then get yourself to bed. I'm sure your mother will be happy to help you with that, Harry grinned. Ignoring Bill's grimace, he turned to the two Aurors. Alistair, Kingsley, you're our backup in case we call for assistance. I do not expect to need your assistance, but I will send out the emergency signal at the first notice that something may be off. Bill, you'll please take off the charm before going to bed. It will simply disturb your rest if something does happen, and you will be in no shape to help us. Harry held his gaze until the redhead reluctantly nodded, then turned on to Poppy. Again, I don't think your services will be needed, but I would prefer to have you on hand just on the off chance that something does happen. Sorry for keeping you from your bed, he smiled crookedly, but she merely waved him off. That's it, then, Harry said, nodding to each person in turn. Let's get going. Grabbing both Severus and Bill, he apparated them to their destination, as only he and Sirius could apparate directly out of Grimmauld Place. He held his two companions steady as they materialized before Lestrange Manor, knowing that the side-along apparition would have them off balance. Whenever you're ready, Bill. Harry and Severus walked silently through Lestrange Manor, the younger man slightly in front of the potion's master. As Dobby had been the elf to put the Lestranges to sleep, Harry was absolutely sure that they wouldn't wake no matter what he did, but even so the two intruders walked in a combat-ready formation. Severus made a very soft noise behind him, and Harry promptly stopped, realizing that they had reached the first occupied bedroom. Turning, he gestured silently for Severus to precede him, and the man opened the door after checking the door for possible defenses. Harry entered the room behind him only after the other man had thoroughly checked the room, immediately hitting the witch lying in the huge bed with a stunning spell. A hand on Harry's arm ensured that the stunning spell was the only one he cast, and Harry realized that his entire body was shaking with hate. Spinning on his heel, Harry walked out and headed to the next bedroom, making short work of the jinx on the door and stunning the occupant, Rodolphus Lestrange, before moving on to the next occupied room. Rabaston, too, was merely stunned despite Harry's burning wish to do worse. Let's question them, he said curtly to Severus. Shall we start with Rodolphus? At Severus's agreement, Harry bound the other brother firmly to his bed, ensuring that he couldn't escape even if he should somehow cast off the stunning spell. 1 hour later, Rodolphus Lestrange was dead and Harry faced Severus once more, his face revealing his disgust for the man they had just killed. Bellatrix or Rabaston next? Severus looked at him with an expressionless face as he considered the question. Whichever you prefer, he eventually replied, and Harry nodded tightly. Rabaston, then. As they headed for the younger Lestrange's room, Harry asked, You ensured that Bellatrix can't escape? She is under the effects of the draft of living death, Severus replied evenly, and Harry actually chuckled in surprise. That'll do it, he grinned, knowing that she wouldn't wake from the false death until the antidote was spelled into her. Then they entered Rabaston's rooms and Harry's grin faded. Interrogation first, revenge later, he reminded himself as he eyed the tied-up form. Oh, the things he wanted to do to the Death Eater. Let's get this over with, Harry said, his voice ice-cold. Severus could feel Harry's magic roiling as he questioned Rabaston Lestrange, and it made him nervous. Not that he showed it, of course. Neither of them did, in fact. Both Severus's and Harry's faces were perfectly blank, their emotions hidden as they questioned another monster masquerading as a man. But while Severus was capable of completely muting his emotions, Harry was only capable of hiding them, which meant that his emotions were running wild just below the surface. And that made Severus very nervous indeed. "Will you renounce the Dark Lord, or would you prefer death?" Severus asked the final question. "I will die before betraying my lord," the Death Eater snarled, his personality shining through despite the mind-numbing properties of Veritaserum. "Very well," Severus said, his heart rate speeding up now that the questioning was over. He had no idea what Harry planned on doing now, but he had a very bad feeling about it. "Tell me, Rabaston," Harry said pleasantly, and Severus nearly winced at the dark and dangerous undertones to his soft voice. "Have you ever been tortured before?" A cold feeling froze Severus as he realized what Harry was planning. He has never tortured anyone before, Severus thought with painful clarity. He has questioned, but never tortured. He has never purposely inflicted pain on another person in that way. "Harry," he said, keeping his eyes calm on Rabaston and his voice level through sheer force of will. "Please leave us." He could feel Harry's incredulous gaze on him, but he didn't look at his lover as he said, "This is a matter between the two of us." To his relief, he felt Harry's magic settle somewhat, and Harry sounded much calmer as he said, "Of course. Do you want me to get started on Bellatrix?" "No," Severus said evenly, "this will not take long. I'll wait outside for you, then," Harry said, and left with a measuring look at his lover. Severus suspected that Harry knew that he had no intention of making Rabaston pay for the things he had done, but it seemed that Harry felt it was Severus's revenge and not his, and that as such the older man was entitled to getting satisfaction however he wanted. Once the door shut behind Harry, Severus spent a full minute simply looking at his former schoolmate, fellow Death Eater, and rapist. Then, without speaking a word, he reached into his robes and pulled out a small vial. Hitting the other man with a compulsion spell, he set the vial to the man's lips and watched as the man drank down the colored liquid. Stepping back and corking the vial, Severus watched silently as the poison took effect, killing the Death Eater in the same way as it had his brother. With a last shaky convulsion, Rabaston Lestrange was still. Letting out a breath that Severus hadn't known he was holding, he spoke 5 words, "I am better than you." With that he turned and walked to the door, opening it to find Harry waiting for him. And suddenly he knew that if not for this man, he would never have dealt with his past in such a way. Reaching out to grab the back of Harry's head, he pulled the man into a hard key asterisk, showing him without words just how much he meant to him. Pulling away slightly, he licked Harry's bottom lip. "Don't lower yourself to their level," he whispered against soft lips. "They are murderers, rapists, monsters. You told me that you didn't beat Lucius in revenge for Bones because you didn't think you could have lived with yourself afterwards. Do not stoop to their level and turn to torture for revenge. You are better than that." That said, he leaned back down into the key asterisk, this time showing just how earnestly he meant those words. Harry stood frozen for a moment, but then relaxed into the key asterisk, stepping closer to the taller man. "Why do you always know better?" the younger man murmured, and Severus's heart tightened at the mix of emotions in his lover's voice. "Because I learned that while an eye for an eye sounds fair, all it truly does is put you on the same level as the other person," he replied lowly. "And that revenge is never as satisfying as one had thought it would be." Harry smiled wryly, dropping his head to rest his forehead against Severus's shoulder. "Thank you. It is of no matter," Severus said, tightening his hold around Harry for a moment before relaxing and stepping away. "Come, let us go interrogate Bellatrix. I have another vial of poison that you can use." Harry still had that strange smile on his face as he turned and led the way to the first room they had entered. Severus just hoped that the man wouldn't come to regret the lost opportunity, knowing full well that the man had spent many years wanting to hurt the woman for killing his godfather, then wanting to torture the woman to death after she had done just that to Severus. And while Severus could understand those feelings, he knew that Harry wouldn't be able to live with himself if he let himself become the same monster that she had been. When Harry and Severus returned to Grimmauld Place, they found Remus waiting for them along with Alistair, Kingsley and Poppy. It all worked out without a hitch. Harry smiled tiredly. It was already long past 6 a.m., and all-nighters did not lie well with Harry. Then he turned to Remus with a pout. Severus didn't let me torture them, he whined, and behind him Severus rolled his eyes. Behave, the man said, lightly hitting the back of Harry's head and ignoring the betrayed look his lover turned on him. It's the lack of sleep talking, he informed the other adults, who chuckled or shook their heads depending on their personalities. Then I'm glad Severus was with you, Remus said to Harry with a soft smile. The younger man grinned sheepishly. So am I, he confessed. They did deserve it, though. Moody grunted in agreement, and the other men's silence spoke volumes. Enough. Poppy clapped her hands. I, for one, am exhausted, and the school day begins in just over an hour. We can discuss this at length another time. That said, she strode to the flow and cast a look back before entering the fireplace. Are you coming or not? The good madam is right, Severus said, following her briskly. There is another meeting this evening, we shall see you then. Harry followed with a wan grin and a wave, disappearing into the flames as the two before him. Remus sighed. Thank goodness Harry has Severus, he said quietly. He knew how heavily the weight of killing people weighed on Harry. He didn't want to know how hard it would have been on Harry to have the weight of torture added to it. They do appear to be better suited than I had at first thought, Kingsley acknowledged, and Alistair grimaced but didn't protest. But that is a discussion for another time, the man smiled. Let us follow their example. I, for one, am on duty tomorrow. Good luck with that, Remus returned with a smile, and Kingsley snorted lightly. Thank you. With a wave the man left. Remus sighed tiredly and turned to the last man. Can I offer you a room to rest in for a small while? I don't know about you, but I am dead on my feet. Moody considered the offer for a few moments, his blue eye spinning around wildly, before jerking his head in a nod. I appreciate it, Lupin. It has been a long night. Remus smiled crookedly as he led the way out. That it has been. It was with a slight sense of vindication that Harry called for Dobby. Please go let Harry, Ron and Hermione know that we have returned from the last mission, he said with a dark grin. It wasn't his fault if Dobby had to wake them up to deliver the message, right? Yes, Master Harry, the elf chirped, seeming to understand why Harry was asking him to do so, and Harry once again wondered just how much house elves overheard. Once the house elf was gone, Harry and Severus got changed, having decided to sleep for a while. Severus would have to get up again in an hour, but it wasn't like Harry had anything else to do that day. They were just slipping between the covers when Dobby reappeared. Grandgie says thank you for letting her know, and Mr. Harry Potter Sir and Weasley say for Master Harry to go screw himself, the house elf reported cheerfully, bouncing lightly on the spot. Thank you, Dobby, Harry laughed. I'm going to sleep now, please wake me if there's anything important. Yes, Master Harry, Dobby acknowledged, popping away more quietly than usual. Dobby's the best, Harry smiled as he rolled over and laid his head on Severus's chest. Good night, Severus, he yawned widely, and heard his lover's smile in his voice when he echoed the phrase. What's got him in such a rotten mood? Ron muttered darkly as he cut pickled slugs for that lesson's potion. Hermione shot her friend an exasperated look. The man was most likely up all night, and you wonder why he's short-tempered. He should have just cancelled the class, then, Harry retorted testily, and she bit back an annoyed reply, concentrating instead on her cauldron. Some days she wondered why she put up with the two. No talking in my class, Potter, Weasley, the man in question barked, and both boys glared at their ingredients. Hermione was talking, too, Ron muttered under his breath, and Hermione blinked. It was true, usually the man would have reprimanded all three of them, even if only one of them had spoken. A small smile pulled at her lips as she remembered their conversation from the previous day. Severus, she thought, tasting the name in her mind. She still couldn't believe that the professor had given her permission to use his given name, but it was a concession that strangely warmed her, just as the thought that Hames considered her his best friend did. What about Ron? She wondered as she stirred the potion slowly. Isn't he Harry's best friend? Or maybe Hames meant currently. She was sure that Ron had still been his close friend in the future, but now that he was in the past she wondered whether he and Ron would even be friends. Despite Hames and Harry being the same person, she knew that the redhead couldn't understand the time traveler, and didn't even seem to want to get to know him. Maybe that's what he meant, she thought. Just then Professor Snape swooped in to inspect their cauldron. Acceptable, he grudgingly appraised the potion. Potter, you didn't crush the poppy finely enough. Weasley, your cuts are not even. Fix it. With a last unreadable look at Hermione, he turned away to inspect another cauldron. Granger, stay behind. At the professor's words, Hermione looked up from her bag, slipping the last item into it. Yes, sir, she responded, gesturing for her friends to leave without her. What is it, sir? Hermione asked once the door had closed behind Ron, slinging her bag over her shoulder and walking to the front of the classroom. I merely wished to inform you of last night's missions. The man sank into the chair behind his desk, appearing more tired than before. Hermione was surprised that he would relax even that much in her presence. I assume that Dobby's message wasn't enough information for you, he smirked and her lips twitched in response. I wouldn't mind getting a bit more information, Hermione agreed, but I was glad to hear that everyone was safe and sound. Professor Snape inclined his head, his expression relaxing somewhat. The missions all ran smoothly, and the entire inner circle has been dealt with. He hesitated, then added lowly, you may wish to inform Longbottom that the Lestranges will never again cast the Cruciatus curse. Hermione nodded gravely. Neville had never mentioned it, but she had known about his parents even before coming to Hogwarts. She had read The Rise and Fall of the Dark Arts and other such books, after all, and remembered mentioning so to Harry when she had first met him on the train. I hope I'm not being impertinent, she said softly, but I would ask, who dealt with them? The man looked at her earnestly for a minute before saying, Longbottom may not be reassured to hear it, but Harry and I dealt with them. I give you my word that they no longer walk this world, although they did not die as painfully as their victims may have wished. Hermione understood the meaning behind his words and nodded minutely. I'll make sure he knows, she promised. Out of curiosity, the man smirked. How long did you stay up watching the map before Potter and Weasley gave up? Hermione blushed slightly. Actually, this time we were smart and took turns, she confessed, so I was awake when Dobby came to tell me that the missions were over. I see, the man drawled. Was there anything of note last night? Hermione shook her head. No, it was supremely boring. I hope your night was less mind-numbing than ours. Oh, that it was, Professor Snape replied drolly. Although I have to admit that interrogating my fellow Death Eaters when I already knew the answers to almost all the questions was rather uninspiring. I'm sure, Hermione said, her facial expression something between a grimace and a smile. You have my deepest respect for continuing to spy for the light despite the horrible characters you were surrounded by. Professor Snape raised an eyebrow and drawled, do you mean the Death Eaters or the Order? Hermione choked, then burst out laughing. Good point. She laughed. Though I would hope that the Death Eaters were more unpleasant than Mundungus or Moody. I suppose, Professor Snape sighed, and Hermione laughed again. I am afraid that if you do not leave now you will be late for your next lesson, Hermione, the man said, and she beamed at the use of her first name. Oops, she said frivolously, and the man actually chuckled. I'll see you later, then, Severus, she said the name smoothly, having practiced in front of the mirror. Is there any chance that we could be included in the Order meetings now that Snake Face is almost dealt with? She had adopted the term Hames called Voldemort, it was so fitting, somehow. Severus hesitated. I am unsure, but I cannot dismiss the possibility. I will bring up the issue for discussion at tonight's meeting. Knowing that was as good as she would get, Hermione smiled and took a step back. Thank you, Severus. The man merely inclined his head in acknowledgement and Hermione left for her next class in a rather good mood. My life feels like one never-ending Order meeting, Harry grumbled inwardly as they flowed to Grimmauld Place for the 4th time in as many days. And this time Dumbledore's along again. Joy. Now that the inner circle was dealt with they would be discussing a strategy for the final confrontation, including a backup plan should the confrontation not work out as they hoped it would. Despite knowing that a Gryffindor charge would give them all the most confidence, Harry knew that they needed to be Slytherin and have guarantees that they wouldn't end up losing the war in one fell swoop. Perhaps they would broach the topics of Hogwarts and Ministry, but Harry would rather leave those for afterwards, hopefully including all the Hogwarts teachers and at least Amelia Bones in the discussion. When Harry stepped into headquarters, the first thing he noticed was that although he was still bound to a chair, today seemed to be one of Dumbledore's good days. Forcing himself to stay relaxed, Harry cheerfully called the meeting to order and briefly greeted Dumbledore. "All I need is him interfering." Meanwhile, Hermione approached a boy sitting alone in the Gryffindor common room. He was the only fifth year who still had some baby fat on his face, but while it made him look like a bit of a weakling, it also showed his friendly character. "Hey Neville," she greeted him with a smile. "Can we talk for a moment? I have some news that you might want to hear." "Sure," the boy agreed amicably, if curiously. Rising from his chair, he left his homework where it was and followed her out of the common room. Once they had ducked into an abandoned classroom, Hermione spoke again. "I don't think there's any good way to say this, so I'll just come right out and say it, okay?" Neville looked unsure but nodded, and Hermione took a deep breath. "The Lestranges are dead." Neville had stiffened as soon as she said that particular name, but then the meaning of her sentence sunk in and he stared at her with wide eyes. "How do you know?" he demanded, and she smiled crookedly. "Have you heard of the Order of the Phoenix?" The boy nodded. Gran mentioned it a few times, saying that Dad was a member and was targeted because of it. "What about it?" he asked warily. Hermione's heart went out to him, but she tried not to let it show. "Well, for the past 2 nights they've been targeting Snake Face's inner circle, and last night the Lestranges were one of the targets. Professor Snape informed me after class today that I might want to be the one to inform you. He felt that it would be better coming from me than from him." Neville looked wary at taking Professor Snape's word for it, and asked her, "Are you sure that he's speaking the truth?" Hermione immediately nodded. "He's not the only Order member I've heard from today," she assured him, neglecting to mention that the only other message she had received had been from a house elf, and just a simple message saying that the missions were over for the night. Neville looked rather lost, and Hermione desperately wanted to give him a hug, but felt that it might not be welcome at the moment. "I promise that they're gone," she said softly. "Professor Snape said that they perhaps did not suffer as they deserved, but that they will never again cast the Cruciatus curse." "How do you know about that?" Neville asked wildly, taking a step back. Hermione blinked. "I read The Rise and Fall of the Dark Arts before starting at Hogwarts," she replied, and snorted when he just stared at her. "Honestly, am I the only one who reads about recent history at all?" "Your parents are mentioned as the heroes they are, Neville," Hermione said rather exasperatedly. "I felt you'd want to know. I assume that someone from the Order will contact your Gran to let her know, but you might still want to write her a letter." Seeing that he had nothing to say to that, she nodded once. "That's all I had to say." "Wait." Neville's cry had her pausing in the doorway, turning to look back at the boy who suddenly looked younger than ever. "Thank you." Not knowing what to say to that, Hermione simply smiled at him before walking out and back to the common room. "No." Harry looked at Dumbledore incredulously. "You are speaking of the man who terrorized this country for years, killed countless people and wants to become a supreme overlord who rules with fear. There is no way we are going to simply stun him." "But my boy." "I am not your boy," Harry hissed, rising to his feet to look down on the old man. "And if you think that I'm going to give that monster a chance to survive the upcoming encounter, then you are more delusional than I thought. How many second chances have you already given Tom Riddle? The boy you once knew no longer exists. He has long lost all his humanity. His name is Lord Voldemort. Tom Riddle is long dead." Dumbledore merely sighed in the face of Harry's anger. "Harry, if you can't let go of your anger, you are already well on your way to the dark side." "My anger," Harry whispered so quietly that the other Order members had to lean in to hear. "My anger at the killer of my parents. The man who was the reason that the entire country cowers in fear at the mere mention of his name. The monster who unleashed a war in order to rule a broken country. Do you honestly believe that anyone in this room," Harry swept his arm in a big arc, "is willing to let go of their anger for Voldemort? Did you not create this very Order in order to stand against Dark Lords? For you to now speak of sparing the very Dark Lord you yourself fought against for so many years, I honestly wonder whether the curse is affecting your brain. Either that, or it is senility speaking." Silence fell over the room, but it wasn't long before Dumbledore sighed once more, looking disappointed. I see that you refuse to listen to reason. The old man shook his head slowly. Very well, do what you will, but know that I think you wrong. Then I suggest you leave and let us fight this war as it should be fought, Harry said coldly, his eyes locked on the stooped figure. Clearly you are no longer a fit leader for this order. And you believe yourself a fitting leader for an order named after the lightest of magical creatures? Dumbledore asked in the same tone he would use if speaking of the weather. Yes, Harry answered without any doubts. As a phoenix rises from the ashes, so will I work to restore Britain to a healthy state. May this order be my witness. So mote it be, a half-dozen voices chorused, only the younger members unaware of the significance of his statement. I see, Dumbledore said, appearing to sink inwards onto himself. Poppy, if you would return me to Hogwarts. It appears that my presence is no longer wanted here. To the old man's dismay, not a single member spoke out asking him to stay, but he was sure that before long they would be clamoring for him to return, realizing that he was the only one who knew how to deal with Tom and the Ministry. Perhaps now we can get some decent planning done. Harry massaged his temples as Dumbledore vanished in green flames. Is anyone else here of the opinion that we should spare Snake Face? A look around the room showed that no one was of the same opinion as Dumbledore, though Tonks did raise her hand hesitantly. Yes, Nymph. She twitched at the name but let it slide. Shouldn't we make sure to leave some proof of his death, though? The Ministry and the common people especially will want to know for sure that he was back and that he's not going to come back. Very true, Harry nodded. I am hoping to put his body in stasis once a spell has killed him, just to ensure that it doesn't dissolve into ashes or anything. However, I don't want the Ministry to get their hands on the body, or, to be precise, the Department of Mysteries. Forensics should absolutely have a look at him, if only to check that it really is Snake Face and that he truly is dead and will stay that way. Once photos have been taken and such, however, his body should be cremated and the ashes vanished, to ensure that nobody can resurrect him or get their hands on his blood. Several of the members shuddered. That would be bad, Tonks agreed, her hair suddenly white. Harry merely nodded and sat down in his chair, vanishing Dumbledore's seat. Now then, let's return to planning the confrontation. I'm going to pair you up in groups of 2 this time, and pairs should look out for their partners. Obviously, Severus and I will be the first ones there and as such will be the first pair. Harry ignored the various looks he got from the people who now knew that the 2 of them were partners outside of battle as well and continued on evenly. Fred, George, I'm not sure whether to pair you up or split you up. Tell me, does one of you have a preference for defense, or are you both offensive types? At their looks he nodded. Both offensive, right, well, they do say, the best defense is a good offense. We'll meet up at least once in the next day or so to work together a bit. You may be of age, but if I don't think you're ready for the fight then I'm not letting you tag along, understood? He fixed them with an intent look until they gave in and nodded. Mrs. Weasley looked a bit less ruffled at the possibility that her sons might not be allowed to fight. Sirius, you'll be with Remus again. In this case there shouldn't be any need for anyone to follow orders, but as you're the offensive and Remus the more level-headed one, you will listen to his orders should he give any, understood? The man set his jaw and attempted to stare Harry down, but eventually gave in and nodded tightly, thankfully keeping his thoughts to himself. Bill, you'll work with Alistair. Nymph and Kingsley, you're another pair. Minerva, I hope to have Phileas join us for the battle, so you'll team up with him. Note that you don't have to work together, just make sure that you always know where your partner is and whether he or she needs help, he clarified. Why didn't we bring in Professor Flitwick for the missions? One of the Weasley twins asked curiously. I'm sure he would have kicked ass. The other twin chimed in, ignoring their mother's reproaching comment. Because Phileas, as a quarter goblin, follows the Goblin Code of Honor, Harry replied. The goblins are known for being backstabbing bastards, but that's only when it comes to money. When it comes to fighting, they have very strong ethics. His honor would not have allowed him to infiltrate a man's house and capture him while he was sleeping, but a one-on-one duel or pitched battle. Absolutely. The twins looked like they were going to ambush the professor the next day and shower him in questions, making Harry smile. Just let Minerva have a word with him before you go asking him all sorts of questions, would you? They assumed innocent expressions that nobody believed, but Harry just smirked before moving on. Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, you'll be joining the fight. At their nods he said, you'll pair up, then. Is Charlie going to come? Percy. At their bereaved expressions he smacked his forehead in a calculated gesture. Oh, right, he hadn't made up with you yet at this point. It's still, what, a month to go? He assumed a pensive expression. Maybe a bit more than that, but that sounds about right. The hope on their faces was almost painful, but Harry gave them a warm smile nonetheless. He knew that Percy was under spells from Dumbledore, who had wanted another lackey in the ministry, though that hadn't worked out as well for him as he had perhaps hoped. Once Dumbledore was dead, however, Percy was sure to return to his family as he had in the previous timeline. Right, I'll count Percy out for this one, then. Charlie. No, perhaps that's for the best. I think after so long casting stunners at dragons, those stunners may be too strong for a human to survive. The terrible joke got a weak laugh from the boy's tearful mother, and Harry continued on. Poppy is still at Hogwarts right now, but on the day she will hopefully be here, since we can't make portkeys to take the injured to Hogwarts. I'll make portkeys for each of us tomorrow. Mr. Doge, I hope that by the time we go in you'll be in top form once more, and I would pair you up with Miss Vance. Hagrid, I have Harry and his friends keeping an eye on Hogwarts, but I would feel safer if you were there to warn the Order should anything happen. Is that all right? O' course, Harry, the half-giant replied amicably, and Harry gave him a warm smile. Thanks, I know that with you there no harm will come to the students. Hagrid swelled with pride, as Harry had hoped he would. He did trust Hagrid with the students' lives, and he wanted his biggest friend to know it. Speaking of Potter and his friends, I spoke with Miss Granger today and promised that I would raise the topic of their inclusion in the Order. Severus kept his eyes on Harry, knowing that it would be the way Harry phrased his answer that was important. Harry nodded. Yes, I was thinking that once Snake Face is dealt with they could at least sit in on a meeting or two. After all, the next step will be to determine the work we'll do with Hogwarts and the Ministry, and there are several people from outside the Order that I think should be included in those meetings, particularly Amelia Bones and Augusta Longbottom, perhaps even their charges Neville and Susan. If we're going to decide how this country should be run we'll want to have as many different opinions as possible, especially including the different age groups. What Augusta wants from the Ministry is most likely something completely different from what, say, Hermione might want. We will discuss this after Snake Face has been dealt with, however, Harry added, seeing that most of the members had already been convinced but knowing that it was a topic for another time. Severus nodded and leaned back once more. Now then, Harry said, addressing the room as a whole again. Pairs have been made, but we don't know the exact location or people involved. I assume that it will be the same throne room we have been summoned to before, which means that we will have sufficient room to move around, but I don't know how many other people will be there. This depends on whether or not Snake Face discovers his dead followers before the meeting. Should he be ignorant of the missing Death Eaters, then it will most likely be a summons for the inner circle, which is now only the two of us. Harry gestured at Severus with a smirk. Should that be the case, you'll all show up only once we've already dealt with the opposition, or, should we not have killed Voldemort by then, you'll be bounced off anti-apparition wards and Bill will get to work on getting you inside. Bill nodded, understanding that he was the only ward specialist present. His official title may be Curse Breaker, but that included wards, and he was very good at breaking those. Once you have all apparated, you need to be prepared for any situation, so please find a few hours to work with your partner before the confrontation. Should Snake Face remain ignorant of his missing followers, we should be summoned on Friday evening again. Should he notice we could be summoned at any hour of any day, so keep your charms against your skin at all times. Also, should things go against us, get out of there. He who fights and runs away lives to fight another day, isn't that the saying? If it looks like we're losing, leave, but only after doing everything possible to take out Voldemort and his snake, Nagini. Should either of them survive we'll be in trouble. Should I fall, leadership of the Order will fall to Severus as the one who knows Voldemort best, with Kingsley as his second in command. Should both of them fall as well, then Alistair is in charge, since you'll definitely need his experience. Seeing that they all understood and were determined to do everything they could, he smiled. Now would also be the ideal time for some tracking charms to be placed on me, and perhaps one on Severus if he doesn't mind. He and Severus both stood smoothly, and the three men Harry had specified previously, Alistair, Kingsley and Remus, swiftly hit him with tracking charms. Nymph and Bill exchanged a look, shrugged, and hit Severus with a tracking spell each, deciding that as former members of his team they were the most entitled to such an action. The inclination of the head he gave them reassured them that they had not erred. You all remember the course of action we decided on. Should we be summoned, we'll immediately send off Petroni to let these gentlemen know. Harry gestured at Moody and Remus, who will then call together the order. We will also use our charms, so if you're paying attention to those and feel the signal, make your excuses and gather here immediately. Kingsley will lead you in once Alistair says 5 minutes have elapsed since our Patronus notified him. Kingsley, don't let anyone in the OR department know anything in advance, not even Amelia. I don't know exactly who the bug is, but there's someone there who's allied with Snake Face. Once the fight is over you'll go to the ministry and persuade Amelia to follow you to Voldemort's hideout. By then we'll have all gotten out and gathered back here. Harry cast an eye over the gathered members, then nodded once. Any questions? This time nothing followed his question, and everyone carefully avoided looking at Sirius. That's it for now, then. Harry clapped his hands together. Please get together in your pairs and talk for a while, enjoy a cup of tea. We've worked hard these past 2 nights, and tonight we'll get a proper night's sleep. A round of chuckles went up at his fervent tone. They didn't know that Severus had dragged him out of bed for lunch, informing him that he would be unable to sleep that night if he spent the entire day in bed. Just because the man was right didn't mean that Harry had to like it. As the other members teamed up, or went back to Hogwarts in Minerva and the twins' case, Harry rose and sat down sideways on Severus's lap with his back to the room. I'm tired again, he announced as he pillowed his head against Severus's shoulder, feeling the man's arms come up around him. This is entirely inappropriate, Severus said lowly, and Harry smiled. Maybe it is, but I don't care. You're mine, I'm yours, let them say what they want. We need to discuss your dark mark. Severus turned slowly, his shirt in his hand. What is there to discuss? He asked evenly, and Harry shrugged. Not much, actually. I just wanted to let you know that Poppy and Hermione took some time in the future to analyze the tattoo, and didn't think that a bearer of the mark would suffer any adverse effects should Snake Face die. If they were right, then all that should happen at Voldemort's death is that the tattoo should begin fading, much as it did before, and eventually disappear completely. Harry shrugged again, and that's all I had to say on the topic. Let's go to bed. Severus shook his head at the sight of Harry launching himself onto the bed, but couldn't deny the sense of relief he felt at Harry's words. He had feared that the Dark Lord's death would kill him as well, but if Poppy and Hermione thought that it wouldn't, then he was inclined to believe them. Harry was riding a bicycle through his old school, younger versions of Ron and Hermione just behind him. Together they rode through the deserted halls, vaulting down the stairs and laughing in delight. This way, Harry called out to his friends, turning a corner and heading for his old classroom. I want to show you my classroom. They reached the room and climbed off their bicycles, running to the door and pushing it open with matching grins, only to stop at the sight before them. A woman with curly hair was tied to one of the chairs, unconscious and bleeding from many wounds. Both her hands were cut off and lying off to the side. In front of her stood a dark-haired man who turned slowly to face them. His face was covered in blood, a malevolent smile curving his lips and his green eyes flashing in dark satisfaction. She deserved it, the man purred. And Harry woke screaming. It was just a nightmare, Harry, a soft voice told him softly, warm arms holding him close. Just a nightmare. You're safe at Hogwarts, safe with me, the man continued softly, as if speaking to an injured animal. And Harry clutched at the other man. Don't let me become that, he gasped, tears prickling at his eyes. Never that. Harry shuddered and squeezed his eyes shut, seeing the image of his darker self behind his lids. I won't, Severus reassured him, seeming to know what it was Harry needed. I promise. With a shaky breath, Harry turned and buried his face between the pillow and Severus's neck. Never, he whispered and fell back into a restless sleep, images of himself haunting his dreams. The next few nights passed similarly. During the day, Harry occupied himself making emergency portkeys, training with the Weasley twins, thinking endlessly about the future of the wizarding world. During the night, he woke crying or screaming from nightmares of his past, dark visions of what he himself had and could become, events of what should come to pass should he fail again. Severus gave him dreamless sleep as often as he dared. The potion was highly addictive, and even taking it every night could make Harry fully dependent on it. Harry was never more thankful for Severus's presence than when he woke shaking only to be comforted and held until he fell asleep once more. Without Severus there, Harry would have been as good as a zombie by the second day. "Are you all right?" Hermione asked him quietly when she once passed him in the hall coming from the room of requirement. "No," he confessed with a wry smile. "But I will be, someday." The girl simply laid a warm hand on his arm, silently offering her support, and his wry smile turned to a true one. "What would I be without you?" he wondered as they parted ways, thankful that even this younger version of his Hermione had accepted him fully and without reservation. Remus, Severus, Hermione, knowing that he had the full support of three of the people most important to him, gave him the strength to go on even past Voldemort's defeat. With their support he had the strength to work tirelessly towards a better future for Britain. Without them, Harry chose not to think about it. How was today's session? Severus's smooth voice pulled Harry out of his thoughts and he grinned up at his partner. There were few students in the halls, but two girls noticed the stranger's grin and started whispering about the man getting along with the surly professor. "Good. They're a lot of fun to play with," Harry laughed. "You should join us sometime. I think you'd enjoy it." Severus hummed, the sound neither agreement nor disagreement. "Are they good enough for Friday?" Snakeface still hadn't summoned them, and as it was already Thursday evening, Harry suspected that Voldemort hadn't noticed the loss of his followers. "They're as ready as I can get them in so little time." Lowering his voice to avoid being overheard, he continued, "In the future they often paired up with Angelina and Alicia, from the Quidditch team, and worked as a quartet. Fred and George still fight well together as just the two of them, but they're not good enough yet for their purely offensive strategy to be properly effective. I'm a bit afraid that someone will get a lucky shot in and we'll lose one of them." George, Harry thought with the dulled pain of long exposure. Fred had never been the same after his death, and had only managed for a few weeks before deliberately going on a suicide mission. "I'm tempted to keep them away from the fight just for that reason, but we might need them there." Severus nodded, understanding Harry's dilemma. "You said that they work well in a quartet. What if you pair them up with one of the other teams? They may work well with William and Moody, and I am sure that William would unconsciously keep an eye on his younger brothers anyway." They walked on in silence for a bit while Harry considered Severus's idea. "That might work," he admitted then. "You have their class tomorrow, don't you? Could you let them know about the change then?" Severus inclined his head, ignoring the passing student's shock at seeing his companion smile at the potion's master. Harry, however, took note of the boy's reaction and laughed. "Why, Severus, one would think that the students have never seen anyone smile at you before." Severus snorted in reply. "Indeed. Most curious." Harry laughed again and they walked on, ignoring the student who had stopped to stare at their backs in disbelief. Professor Snape hadn't just made a joke, had he? The others should be here soon." Severus remained quiet, merely inclining his head in agreement. Harry sighed and sat down off to the side, leaning against the wall in a spot where he could keep the entire room in sight, particularly the door and the two dead bodies lying at the front of the room. "Not that I'm not glad that it was this easy, but it just seems too easy, you know." "I do agree," Severus replied, unable to take his eyes off his dead master. "I did not even feel any pain at his passing." Harry straightened worriedly. "Is there a way to check whether it's really him?" "It is," came the prompt answer. "I would know the feel of his magic anywhere, and you cannot fake the summons." "No, this is the Dark Lord." "What about Quirrell?" Harry frowned. "You didn't know he was being possessed by Snakeface, no?" Severus finally turned away from the body that was still warm under the stasis charm. That is because it was not true possession. Quirrell was still fully in control, and as such was using his own magic. Harry shrugged in understanding. Quote, "Has it still not been 5 minutes since we appeared here?" Harry checked his watch and replied, "1 more minute. We were done faster than I had expected." 2 cutting curses and both Voldemort and Nagini had crumpled to the floor, their heads landing a foot away, stasis charms on everything to keep it from decomposing, and they were done. Voldemort hadn't even had time to realize that his 2 first followers to appear would be the only ones. Suddenly a series of cracks rent the air and Harry heaved himself to his feet. "Stand down," he said evenly, and the Order members lowered their wands slightly. "Blimey," Tonks breathed. "As that?" "Yes," Harry said, confidently walking to the front of the hall. "As you can all see, Snakeface and Nagini have been dealt with, and no other Death Eaters were summoned for this meeting, so there are at present no people to fight. Alistair, can you see any other people in this building?" Moody's eye was spinning madly, but his good eye switched only between Harry and Voldemort's headless body. "My eye doesn't see that far, but there is no one directly outside this room." "You want us to check the rest of the building?" Harry nodded. "Absolutely. Everyone, stay in your teams and go scout out the building. Severus and I will hold this position on the off chance that Snakeface did summon more people and they're just taking a while to get here. Dobby, if there are any house elves in this building, please ask them to come talk to me." The humans and elves scattered, leaving Harry and Severus alone with the corpses once more. Harry absently cast a protega around their defeated opponents, in case anyone comes and tries anything, he explained at Severus's odd look. Just then Dobby reappeared. "Master Harry, there is being no house elves here." "That's great, Dobby, thanks. Are there any wizards or witches in the building?" He was wondering if he had just sent his people out for no good reason when Dobby replied in the affirmative. "Okay then, that's all for now, thanks. Master Harry is welcome," Dobby said before popping away, and Harry couldn't help but smile as he always did when talking to Dobby. "Guess we just wait here, then," Harry said to Severus, going to sit against the wall again. "Hey, Severus, do you think we should tell Amelia that we killed Snakeface, or should we just say that the Order of the Phoenix did it?" Severus walked over and leaned against the wall beside him. "You killed the Dark Lord, not I, but even so I am unsure. Are you planning on letting the wizarding world know of your presence in this time frame, or were you hoping to stay hidden?" "I was thinking of becoming Minister of Magic, actually," Harry replied evenly, and Severus's eyebrows rose. "A thankless job." "Yeah, but someone needs to do it, and who else will?" "Amelia would be great, but I know how much she loves being head of the Aurors. I wouldn't take that from her. I don't want to keep the post for long, just long enough to get Britain running properly again. I'm hoping it won't take more than 5 years. Severus stifled a groan as he saw his wish for a very extended world trip going down the drain. "Then it would be advantageous to make it clear from the start that you defeated the Dark Lord, are the leader of the Order, and are the head of both the Potter and Black families," he said evenly, and Harry nodded. "I thought it might be. Oh, but I really don't want to be minister," he whined, and Severus saw an opening. "Then do not," he said, hiding carefully how little he wanted Harry to assume that post. "Have Madame Bones run for the post while giving her your full support, let Kingsley be promoted to head of the Aurors, and work through them. You will have a great deal of power from your Wizengamot seats alone, especially since the light and neutral families will be behind you and many of the powerful dark families have been dealt with," he said with a delicacy that implied his participation in the past missions. "There is no concrete need for you to run for minister, unless you want to give the sheep another reason to cling to you." His arguments seemed to be close to convincing the younger man to give up his idea, and Severus decided to deliver the killing blow. Crouching down, he leaned in close and whispered in Harry's ear, "Besides, were you to assume the post of minister, I would be forced to travel the world alone." He smirked at the man's exclamation. "You would go without me?" Harry pouted, and Severus pulled back to see his face. "No," he confessed, his smirk changing to a smile. "But there is no guarantee that you would only be minister for 5 years, and it is a thankless job with little chances for even short vacations, let alone the immersion into various cultures that we wish to experience. Also, It is hardly as though we need the funds. Did you know that we can present ourselves at Gringotts and claim the vaults of the Death Eaters by right of conquest? A dark smile spread across his face at Harry's surprised look. The Lestrange vaults would fall to you anyway, but I can also claim the vaults of the Carrows and Avery, to be split with the other members of my teams. Lupin, being a werewolf, can claim neither the Jugson nor the Avery vaults, but I can claim the one and black the other, dividing the contents fairly afterwards. William will be quite a bit richer after receiving even part of the Carrow and Dollaha vaults. Severus smirked, and could even argue that a percentage of the Lestrange vaults should go to him as well, as he was the one to get us past the wards. Harry just looked stunned, and a thought came to Severus then. In fact, there is the possibility that you could claim the vaults and possessions of all Death Eaters by right of conquest, as you defeated their marked master. My God, Harry breathed, a grin slowly appearing on his face. Bankrupt all of Snake Face's supporters, and by playing by their own rules. Severus, you're brilliant. Giving the man before him a hard key asterisk, Harry stood and strode to the middle of the room. Dobby, fetch Kingsley for me, please. It took but a few seconds, then Kingsley appeared before him. Thanks, Dobby. Kingsley, I think you should go get Amelia now, Harry said, unable to keep the grin from his face. I have to discuss some things with her, and the sooner, the better. It's already past 10, after all. I'll bring her right away. Kingsley bowed, to Harry's surprise, before apparating away. Is everyone going to start bowing to me now? He asked Severus petulantly, and the man nodded. Most likely. You are now no longer simply the boy who lived, but also the vanquisher of Voldemort. The potions master sneered as he said the new title, and Harry couldn't help but grin. That actually doesn't have a bad ring to it, he said cheerfully. Vanquisher of Voldemort. Severus's lips twitched as he watched his lover from the wall. Sooner than they had expected, Kingsley reappeared with Amelia by his side, both of their wands drawn. Peace. Harry took a step forward, raising his empty hands non-threateningly. Amelia, it's good to see you again. She gave him a sharp look, and he grinned disarmingly. Though I don't believe you've met me before. Sweeping a bow, he introduced himself. My name is Harry James Potter Black, and I came from the future to deal with a little problem that got out of hand. As he said the last part, he swept out an arm to gesture at the dead bodies. As that, Amelia gaped, and Kingsley answered, it is. The leader of the Order of the Phoenix believes, however, that a forensics team should be brought in to check that it truly is Voldemort. Dumbledore? Amelia asked, pursing her lips. She was not fond of the old man, and it rankled to know that Shacklebolt answered to him. No, Kingsley replied, to her surprise. The man you see before you is our leader. It took rather unusual circumstances to put Amelia Bones off balance, but Harry could see that the woman was just that. Perhaps we should discuss it at length another time, he offered amicably. I think right now it's more important to have confirmation that this is Voldemort, and that he is dead this time. I am reasonably sure that both things are true, but official confirmation is always a good thing to have. At that, Amelia seemed to rally herself, and she immediately turned to the reassuring familiarity of the standard procedure for a crime scene. Turning to her subordinate, she ordered, Shacklebolt, organize a team of Aurors to secure the building and a forensics team, then bring them here directly. The man nodded and Amelia turned back to the strange man, but he spoke before she could. Would you prefer if I got the order out of the building, then? They've been subduing the people present, but we can leave it to the Aurors if you prefer. Amelia blinked, then straightened. This is a task for the Aurors. Please call off your vigilante subordinates. The man simply nodded, then crouched and called for a house elf. Amelia blinked at the friendly tone the man used when addressing his servant, and soon the house elf popped away to tell the Order members to return to their homes with a message thanking them for their assistance. Then the man straightened again, and cocked his head slightly, looking at her. Severus, would you rather stay or go? Amelia started in surprise when a low voice answered the man's question, head jerking to look at the man who she hadn't even noticed standing against the wall. I would stay, Severus Snape replied smoothly, his gaze fixed on her just as his companion's was. I have worked behind the scenes for this day for too long to simply trust that no one will attempt anything with the Dark Lord's body. I thought you might say that. Amelia stared as the supposed time traveler turned to smile at the Death Eater. "Did you not attend my trial at the end of the last war, Madam Bones?" came the silken voice of Hogwarts, potions professor. "I was released on Dumbledore's word that I was a spy for the Light, a testimony that he gave no other Death Eater beside myself." The man didn't smile, merely look at her with a disconcertingly level gaze, and she had to keep from fidgeting despite being older than he. Many doubted the veracity of such a statement, but I am more than prepared to confirm under veritaserum that I have, for the past 16 years, been a spy in the Dark Lord's ranks. 16 years? Amelia asked sharply. "If I am not mistaken, you joined you-know-who over 17 years ago." Severus inclined his head. "That is true. However, the Dark Lord was a skilled recruiter. He lured me in with promises of a potion's mastery, and it was not until shortly before Potter's birth that I learned of the true nature of the group I had joined. At that point I turned to Dumbledore and became a spy for the Order of the Phoenix." "I see," Amelia said, but her gaze was still sharp. "I will be happy to accept your offer to say as much under veritaserum at the next possible opportunity." To her surprise, the man simply nodded, seeming unconcerned at the subtle threat. Could it be that he's telling the truth? "I will be happy to testify under veritaserum as well," a younger voice said then, and she turned back to the speaker, "but I think right now is not a good time. Your teams should arrive at any moment." The young man smiled disarmingly, and she reluctantly nodded. She wanted answers, and she'd prefer having them right away, but it was more important to verify whether the headless corpse truly belonged to you-know-who. As if the strange young man had known of their imminent arrival, just then a number of people apparated into the hall, and Amelia immediately set them about their tasks. She felt that she would be busy for the next few days, especially so if that body really was that of you-know-who. "Wonderful," Harry said with hidden relief as the forensics team reported that the body was definitely that of Voldemort, and that he was also definitely dead. Conjuring a large wooden box, Harry deposited the bodies of Voldemort and his snake within and cast several protective charms on it, ignoring the outcries of the forensics team. "Amelia, is there a safe place this could be left overnight? I don't want to just leave it lying around where anyone can get at it. Destroying the evidence now would be a bad move, and I'm sure you don't trust me enough to let me take it with me, despite being the one who killed him in the first place. Also, I absolutely don't want the Department of Mysteries getting their hands on this," he said with a look that told her just how serious he was about that. The woman gave him a measuring look before dismissing the forensics team. "Where were you thinking of keeping it?" she asked, and he shrugged. "I was going to put it in the Chamber of Secrets. Since only Harry and I can get in there, it seems the safest place." Amelia blinked. "Ah, there are 2 Harry Potters now." "Yep," Harry grinned. "Though as I said, I'm a Black now as well, since my godfather named me as his heir in his will." The look Amelia gave him revealed just how much she wanted to ask for details, but she stayed on topic. "That seems a good place to keep it, but I will have to question you under veritaserum before I let you take it." Harry sighed and looked over at Severus. "And here I had hoped that it wouldn't be another late night." "A foolish hope to have entertained," Severus replied blandly, and Harry laughed. "I guess so. All right, Amelia, let's go have a talk somewhere. It's probably best if we get you up to date and discuss some things before moving on to the veritaserum, unless you'd prefer to get the veritaserum out of the way first. Whichever way, it's probably best if we went somewhere else. Your place or mine." He winked, and saw that she had to smother a smile at that. "Mine," she replied dryly. "I will have to side along apparate you." "Understood," Harry said, shrinking the wooden box and tucking it in his pocket before placing his hand on her shoulder, a gesture that Severus repeated on her other side. She hid it well, but Harry could tell that she was uncomfortable with their proximity and quickly apparated them away. "Ugh, I still hate side along apparition," Harry groaned as he stumbled away from Amelia. "Potters," Severus smirked. "Shut up, you," Harry replied good-naturedly as he regained his bearings. "Did Dad also have problems with side-along apparition?" "Black had the misfortune of being barfed on at the apparition test," came the smug answer, and Harry laughed despite himself. "At least I'm not that bad." "This way, gentlemen," Amelia interrupted them, and the two men exchanged grins as they followed her into one of the sitting rooms of Bones Manor. "So, Veritaserum first or explanations?" Harry asked as he threw himself into an armchair. Severus sank into another armchair far more gracefully than he. "Veritaserum," Amelia answered promptly. "I would prefer to be sure that I can trust your explanations." "I have a vial on me," Severus offered, "but no counter potion." "That's not a problem. I have both Veritaserum and the counter on hand," the head of the DMLE replied, pulling 2 vials out of a pocket. Severus merely nodded and leaned back. "Who first, then?" Harry asked cheerfully, and Amelia gave him a measuring look. "Let's have you go first, shall we?" "Sure," he replied, and opened his mouth for the 3 drops of potion. He trusted Amelia, but more than that, he trusted Severus to keep him safe while under the effects of the Veritaserum. "Very well." Amelia sat down and charmed a quill to record the questions, but was interrupted by the other man. "I would ask that you not keep a record of this. We are not criminals being questioned. That we offered to speak under Veritaserum as a gesture of goodwill, not of subordination." The potion's master's dark gaze was perfectly level, and she had to wonder whether he truly was a spy, for in that moment he certainly seemed like a Death Eater to her. "Very well," she conceded eventually, and put away the quill and parchment. "May I begin?" The man simply inclined his head, and she hid her irritation. "What is your full name?" she asked the other man, who looked to be under the effects of the potion. "Harry James Potter Black," he replied in an even tone, not quite as toneless as most wizards, but Amelia had interviewed enough to notice the faint undertone that showed that the potion was working. Age, 21. Younger than she had thought. He seemed several years older. Posts. The potion's master interrupted her before Potter Black could answer the question. "Current or past?" he asked, and her eyebrows rose. "Past posts," she asked, curious, and tried not to gape at the answer she received. "Leader of the Defense Association, leader of the Order of the Phoenix, Hogwarts headmaster," came the even answer. The first 2 she could perhaps understand, but Hogwarts headmaster at such a young age. She would have called him a liar were he not under the effects of the truth potion. What is the Defense Association? She had never heard of it before. "The DA is a group of students that I taught defense against the dark arts in my 5th year." "Ah, a club," she nodded. For a moment she had feared that there was yet another vigilante group in Britain. "Current posts. Best to make sure, after all. Leader of the Order of the Phoenix. Are you a time traveler?" "Yes." "Why did you travel back in time?" "A spell from Voldemort sent me back," came the surprising answer. "You did not intend to travel through time?" "No." "What spell was this?" "I don't know its name." "Its effect?" "To slowly liquefy one's brain." Amelia grimaced despite herself. "You were hit by that spell and thrown back in time." It sounded too fantastic to be true. "Yes." "On what day did you reappear?" "Friday the 23rd of February. Of this year." "Yes." "What have you been doing since then?" "Working towards Voldemort's death," came the smooth answer, and Amelia wondered, not for the first time, how much one could influence the answers one gives under Veritaserum. "In what ways?" "Taking charge of the Order, destroying his Horcruxes, taking out his Death Eaters, and killing him." Amelia's eyebrows rose. "Explain what you mean by taking out his Death Eaters." "Killing or incarcerating. Have you killed any of them?" Once again the potion's master intervened. "In his past or in this present?" "Have you killed any Death Eaters since returning to this time?" Amelia clarified, wondering how many the man had killed in the future if his companion had to have her clarify the question. And how much Snape knew about Potter Black's past. "Yes." "Which?" Another interruption. "You will have to clarify whether personally or through his actions as the head of the Order." "Which Death Eaters have you personally killed since returning to this time?" She couldn't hide the faint note of impatience to her tone. "Lucius Malfoy and Bellatrix Lestrange." She beeped in a breath. He had killed Lucius Malfoy. That would explain why she hadn't seen him around the Ministry. And Bellatrix Lestrange. Where was she? Lestrange Manor. Amelia grimaced. She had argued for taking a group of Aurors to the houses of the Death Eaters who had broken out of Azkaban, but Fudge hadn't allowed it. Which Death Eaters have died in this time as a direct result of your actions as leader to the Order of the Phoenix? Not, Caro, Jugson, Dolohov, Avery, Lestrange, and Lestrange. Damn it, Snape swore, and she turned to stare at him. Harry, we forgot Pettigrew. Peter Pettigrew, he's alive. Yes, Snape and Potter Black answered together. He's a Death Eater. Yes, came the single voice of Potter Black. Apparently Snape had decided that since he was the one under Veritaserum, she would only heed his answer anyway. Then Sirius Black is innocent of the crimes he was incarcerated for. Yes. Amelia covered her face with her hands. I'm going to kill whoever ed that up. Too late. Lucius is already dead, Snape said dryly, and she raised her head with a scowl. Where is he, Lucius or Black? Snape raised an eyebrow, and she nearly growled. Sirius, of course. Headquarters of the Order of the Phoenix, Potter Black replied, and she let out a long breath. He was safe. Does he need to see a mind healer? She asked then, somewhat afraid of the answer. Few knew it, but they had been engaged before he went to Azkaban. Snape sneered, yes, at the same time as Potter Black replied, maybe. What reassuring answers, she said dryly, pulling herself together again. Back to business. You killed you-know-who earlier today. Yes, there were no other casualties. His snake, Nagini. Amelia waved a hand at that. Why would she care about a snake? Earlier you mentioned whores. Why? Horcruxes, Snape said with no little amount of amusement in his tone. Soul containers. The Dark Lord created several of them, binding him to this plane, but also rendering him less than human. Amelia shuddered, forgetting all about her embarrassment and irritation at his mirth. Merlin. They have all been destroyed. Yes, thank Merlin, she said fervently, and Snape smirked. No, thank Harry. Amelia scowled at him, but did thank the young man in front of her. You're welcome, Potter Black answered, and she narrowed her eyes at him. He shouldn't be able to say that under Veritaserum, right? Do you have any other questions for him? Snape interrupted her thoughts, and she eyed him for a moment. One or two more, yes. Harry Potter Black, what are your plans for the future? To ensure lasting peace in Great Britain by cleaning out the ministry, and provide a better education for the new generation through an improved Hogwarts. In what capacity do you plan on seeing through these changes? They sounded like admirable goals, but she wasn't sure how she felt about this man as Minister of Magic. As an advisor behind the scenes, a Wizengamot member and a friend to people who can bring about positive change. Which people, for example? Minerva McGonagall as Hogwarts headmistress, Augusta Longbottom on the Hogwarts Board of Governors, Kingsley Shacklebolt as head of the DMLE, my position. And Amelia Bones as Minister of Magic. Amelia was momentarily dumbfounded. This time traveler, who was head of two old pureblood houses, leader of the Order of the Phoenix and former Hogwarts headmaster, boy who lived in defeater of you-know-who, a man who could easily attain any role he wished in their society, wanted her as Minister of Magic. Why should I accept the post of Minister of Magic? For she had no doubt that if this man were to suggest it to the public, she would be moving into the office the very next day. You are exactly what the country needs. A strong, unbiased woman, open to change but knowing the limits, a sympathetic character and yet a leader that this country desperately needs after Fudge's incompetence. A woman who doesn't care about popularity ratings and who doesn't accept bribes, but focuses only on the important goals. If you refused to run for the post, I would feel there was no other option than to become Minister of Magic myself. Why do you not want to be minister? I just want a long vacation. I have been a leading figure in the war against Voldemort since before I was even born, and once I know Britain to be in good hands and on the way to a peaceful, healthy society, I just want to see the world. Amelia could feel her face soften at the young man's words, knowing the truth of them. Harry Potter had always been in the center of everything, and she for one would not begrudge him the vacation he longed for. I suppose I'll have to seriously consider being Minister of Magic, she thought wryly. Thank you very much, Lord Potter Black, she said, deciding that she had asked about everything she needed to know for the time being. Rising and tilting Potter Black's head back, she dripped the counter potion into his mouth. Once he was lucid, she turned to the potion's master. Your turn. What is your full name? Severus Alexander Snape. Snape's voice was smooth as always, making him sound less affected by the potion than others, but that same undertone Amelia had heard in Potter Black's voice was also present in this man's voice. Age: 35. Posts: Hogwarts Potions Professor. Spy. Whose spy? She was actually surprised that he identified with it so strongly that he would name being a spy as one of his posts. I am a spy for the Order of the Phoenix, came the even reply, and Amelia nodded grudgingly. When did you become a spy? When I realized that the Dark Lord planned on targeting Lily and her family. Amelia wasn't sure whether to be surprised or not. She had been at Hogwarts when Snape began his first year, after all, and had seen how attached the little Slytherin was to the feisty Gryffindor, but it did surprise her that they had still been friends after so many years. Did you warn the Potters of the danger? They already knew, Snape replied. Who warned them, then? Dumbledore. Amelia pursed her lips. She really wasn't a fan of the old man, despite all the good he had done for their society. Do you answer to Dumbledore? As a Hogwarts professor, yes. As a spy, my loyalty is to the light, not to any particular figure. A complete and concise answer. To her surprise, she really should have worded that question more precisely. Heartened at the fact that the man had chosen to give her a full answer, for she knew that he could have just as easily replied simply with yes or no, she decided to accept his sincerity. When did you and Potter Black first meet? On Friday, February 23rd. The same day Potter Black appeared in this time. The same moment, came the surprising reply, and Amelia leaned forward, intrigued despite herself. Explain. Harry Potter Black materialized in the middle of an inner circle meeting. Amelia drew in a sharp breath, looking over to where the young man sat, looking somewhat amused and very much alive. How did you survive that? She asked, wide-eyed. Did he actually manage to fight his way through the entire inner circle to freedom? I bluffed my way out, he grinned, and she blinked. What? I let Snakeface believe that I had switched to his side after Dumbledore's death in my old timeline, but that the light had been winning the war and Snakeface sent me back in time to set things right. Actually, Potter Black grinned wryly, I still can't believe he bought it. I even managed to make him think that Malfoy was a traitor, which led to his immediate execution. He won't get Susan this time, he smiled reassuringly, and her heart nearly stopped. Susan, she whispered. Ah, sorry, Potter Black exclaimed, looking slightly panicked. It's easy to forget that I'm the only one who knows about things that happened last time. Some of her reluctance to ask must have shown on her face, for the young man grimaced. You don't want to know. No, she said slowly, I don't think I do. Clearing her throat, she turned back to the potions master. How much do you know about Potter Black? His entire life, Snape replied evenly, and she sighed. Why was every answer from this man so confusing? What do you mean by that? Harry showed me his entire life via legilimency. You know legilimency? Amelia asked the 21-year-old in surprise, and his crooked grin and nod were answer enough. Does he know yours in exchange? Yes. Amelia blinked. Just what is your relationship? Perhaps it wasn't something she needed the answer to, but she was certainly curious enough to ask. Life partners, Snape replied, and both Amelia and Potter Black inhaled sharply. Really? Potter Black asked in dawning delight, eyes locked on the taller figure. Life partners. Absolutely, came the smooth reply, and Amelia could only look on in dumbfounded silence as Potter Black launched himself at his lover, tears in his eyes despite the huge grin he wore. Ahem. Amelia cleared her throat awkwardly when it became apparent that Veritaserum didn't numb Snape's mind enough to keep him from returning Potter Black's eager key. Can you save it for later? Sorry, Amelia, Potter Black grinned, slowly extricating himself from his partner's hold. I thought he would merely answer that we're lovers, so. I do understand, Amelia smiled wryly. Even so, I must ask you to save it for later. I did have a few more questions to ask before the Veritaserum wears off. Before long the young man was back in his own chair, and Amelia was able to continue the questioning, though she didn't have many more questions to ask. What are your plans for the future? She asked despite having a pretty good idea now that she knew of the two men's relationship. I hope to travel the world with Harry and work on potions development, specifically of a potion enabling the temporary ability of Parseltongue. You don't intend to continue teaching at Hogwarts? No. To her surprise, the man added, I am a terrible teacher. Why did you apply for the post of Hogwarts professor, then? Amelia couldn't hide her irritation when the poor things she had heard from her niece were confirmed by the very person the young girl had complained about for years. I did not, came the surprising reply. Dumbledore insisted I take the post so that he could have his spy near at hand. Amelia was surprised at the note of anger that bled through despite the Veritaserum. It sounded as though there was bad blood between the Hogwarts professor and his headmaster. Do you have a grudge against Dumbledore? Yes. The answer was surprisingly cold, and Amelia's curiosity was piqued. Why? Unexpectedly, the answer didn't come from the potion's master, but rather from his younger companion. Dumbledore likes using potions and spells to influence people, the young man spat, and Amelia stared. Yes, even on me. Especially on me, Potter Black scowled. Through the use of spells, Dumbledore completely changed several people's personalities, including mine, Severus's, Hermione's, Ron's. I don't know if he has any on you, but during your time at Hogwarts he most likely had you dosed on fieldy potions just as he does all current Hogwarts students. Excepting the Slytherins, of course. Do you have proof of this? She asked weakly. She had never liked Dumbledore, but to accuse him of such crimes. Absolutely, came the unwavering answer. In fact, we even interrogated him under Veritaserum. I can show you the notes we took. We obliviated him afterwards, though, so it's no use asking him about it. I would very much like to see those records, Amelia said, her voice still somewhat faint. To think that the Hogwarts headmaster would do such things. Does he have Susan under anything? The thought that Susan might actually be a very different person hidden under a series of spells chilled her to the bone. Nothing more than the fieldy potion and a loyalty spell to Hufflepuff House, Potter Black assured her. Poppy checked her in the future and didn't find anything else in her system, as far as I know. How did you find out about the spells and potions? After Dumbledore's death some of us noticed our personalities slowly changing, and Poppy gave everyone a thorough inspection. She, too, was under a lot of spells. Amelia inhaled sharply. Did Dumbledore not know how dangerous it was to influence a Medowitch? Had she violated her Hippocratic oath because of something Dumbledore had done, she would have lost her life, and Dumbledore could have been rightly charged of murder. As it was, he could be charged with a lot of other things, and Amelia intended to see justice done. We want him to undergo a public trial to reveal to everyone what he's done, Potter Black continued, and she nodded grimly. Unfortunately, it will have to be done soon. He'll be dead within a month. Excuse me, Amelia exclaimed. He's dying. He put on a cursed ring. Potter Black snorted, and though Severus did what he could to prevent the curse from spreading, he doesn't have much longer to live. Amelia gaped at the man. All in due time, a deeper voice said, and both turned to Snape, whose dose of Veritaserum had apparently worn off. There are more important things than Dumbledore to be dealt with. Very true, Potter Black agreed. The most important thing right now is to prove to the world that Voldemort was back and is now dead for good, and get a new minister in place. The ministry needs to be cleaned of corruption, all remaining Death Eaters found and put through trials. There is much to do. Rising, the man inclined his head to Amelia with a serious look. We will take our leave now, and I will be in touch tomorrow morning. Should I come to you in the ministry? If you could invite some reporters, we can get the news out of the way first thing. From now on everything should be made as public and transparent as possible. We have nothing to hide. We are in accord, Lord Potter Black. Amelia stood and held out her hand to the young man. Please join me in my office at 10 a.m. I will be ready and waiting. See you then. The enigmatic man gripped her hand with a smile before stepping back, allowing Snape to shake her hand next. Then both men walked away side by side, silently making their way to the entrance hall and apparating out, leaving Amelia with the prospect of a long and sleepless night preparing to change Wizarding Britain. Hermione was awake when Dobby appeared, having known that this was the night that the Order would confront Voldemort ever since she had checked the map and found Harry and Severus. How strange it was to think that name, gone. Almost as soon as the diminutive elf appeared, Hermione was grabbing his hand, knowing that Dobby had come to tell her that Harry was back but wanting to see for herself. "Please take me to Harry," she said, looking at Dobby entreatingly. Master Harry was telling Dobby to get Grandji, Weasley and Mr. Harry Potter, sir. The elf told her proudly, and she grinned in relief. "Thanks, Dobby, I'm ready when you are," she said, ignoring the fact that she was in her nightgown. Who cared about clothing when the news was either about a dead Dark Lord or a foiled attempt? Thankfully, Dobby didn't think to question it, only popping her away with a, "Yes, Miss Grandji." They had barely appeared in the potions master's living room when Hermione was launching herself at Harry, being caught in a firm hug. "How did it go? Did you get him? Was anyone hurt? Oh, you aren't injured, are you?" She pushed herself away, giving him an intent one-over, but his laugh distracted her. "Never change, Hermione," he chuckled, leaning down to give her a key on the cheek while she tried not to blush. "To answer your questions, nobody was hurt, Snakeface is dead, and no other Death Eaters showed up, though there were some people in the building that first the order, then the Aurors subdued. I hope one of them was Pettigrew," Harry said darkly in an aside to Severus, and Hermione blushed at having forgotten about her professor. "Somehow we managed to forget about the rat. Considering Madame Bones now knows about him, I am reasonably certain that Black will be cleared and Pettigrew found before long," Severus said smoothly, and Hermione cocked her head uncertainly. "I don't know. If Pettigrew hides out in rat form and leaves the country, it'll be practically impossible to find him," she said, always a realist. To her surprise, the professor shook his head. "Peter Pettigrew was training to be an Auror after school," Severus said, "and the head of the DMLE keeps a small blood sample of each Auror in case he or she should be kidnapped or lost. The blood is used as a locator. As long as they retained Pettigrew's sample, it will be easy to locate him, even in rat form." "I didn't know that," Harry said, looking impressed. "I suppose there would be no reason to have kept his blood sample, but I can ask Amelia tomorrow." "You met Susan's aunt?" "Yes. Kingsley brought her in once we knew that Voldemort was dead and the house secured, and she brought a forensic team to check that it really was Snakeface. She and I will be meeting again tomorrow to speak to the press and discuss some things." Hermione smiled. "You've gotten so organized," she said fondly, reaching up to teasingly ruffle his hair. It felt surprisingly good, and she resolved to do it a lot more in the future. Somehow it was easy to relax around this Harry, when even around her friends she felt like she had to hold back a bit. Her younger friend wasn't very welcoming of touch, but it seemed that this Harry had outgrown that. "Hey, I'm older than you now," Harry whined, and Hermione couldn't help but laugh. It seemed traitorous to think it, but she preferred this Harry to the younger one. He was so much more mature, but still childish and a lot more appreciative of her presence. She had thought Harry like a brother, but Hames was so much more that. Just then Harry and Ron arrived, and Hermione bit her lip when she realized that they had taken so long because they had, unlike her, bothered to get changed. Judging by the surprised and somewhat glazed look Ron turned on her, she had aired. "Neither Severus nor I mind," a soft voice whispered in her ear, and she smiled in relief. Trust Harry to have noticed her thoughts and put her mind to ease. They only got dressed because they thought Professor Snape might be here, anyway, he added with a mischievous tone, and Hermione stifled a giggle. He was absolutely right, of course. "Professor," Harry greeted awkwardly, and Severus inclined his head in reply. Ron just mumbled something that might have approached, "Good evening." "Sorry for getting you out of bed," Hames said, stepping next to Hermione with a smile, "but I wanted to let you know that Snakeface is dead." The two boys gaped, and Hermione sighed quietly. Honestly, why weren't they expecting this? Sometimes she felt like she was the only one in their trio who bothered to think. "Can I make a new trio with Harry and Severus?" She thought irreverently, then blushed as she realized what being the third person in their group would mean. "Maybe I'll stay with Ron and Harry," she thought weakly. She didn't particularly want to be a third wheel or join the two men as more than a friend. "No, no. Hermione." "Yes," she squeaked, aware that she was blushing. Now I'm wondering what you were thinking about," Hames grinned, and she blushed harder. "Nothing," she said emphatically, but he just laughed. Okay, He grinned at her. We were just talking about how the evening went when I noticed that you weren't listening, so I wanted to ask if you wanted to get back to bed. No, she said before she even stopped to consider it. Then she realized that Harry was most likely just repeating what he had told her before, and looked over at her potions professor. But while you talk to them, maybe I could have a quick chat with Severus. She quite deliberately used the professor's first name and enjoyed the appreciative glint in the man's eye just as much as she did the reactions of her friends. Certainly, Hermione, the man replied evenly, smirking when he glanced at Ron and Harry, who looked absolutely dumbstruck. Come, let us take a seat. A drink. A glass of water would be lovely, thank you. Hermione turned so that her friends wouldn't see her grin. Severus was playing it up, and so could she. I really enjoy these chats, perhaps we should have them more often. The look her professor turned on her was definitely mischievous. I quite agree, you are a better conversationalist than most other students, including your friends. Remind me why you spend so much time with them. Severus, you shouldn't insult my friends, she chided him, sitting down with her back to said friends so that they wouldn't see how much she was enjoying this. At least wait until they've left the room, would you? Severus merely smirked, presenting her with a glass of water with a small bow. So, what did you wish to discuss? Hermione was tempted to bring up a complex magical theorem just to tease her friends further, but curiosity won out quickly. I was mostly wondering about the meeting with Madame Bones. Considering Harry clearly knows her from the future, I doubt it was a brief meeting along the lines of, "Here's a dead Dark Lord, good night." She raised her eyebrows and Severus chuckled slightly, making Hermione wonder how much of that was real mirth and how much a show for the two boys. You are correct, of course. Somehow it ended up being a 2-hour-long questioning under Veritaserum, a gesture of goodwill, Severus reassured her. She did not arrest us, and it wasn't an official session, rather an opportunity to tell her the truth in a safe setting and with a guarantee that everything we said was truth. I did not enjoy it, he admitted, but it was constructive and as such necessary. Hermione nodded in understanding. You weren't both under Veritaserum at the same time, were you? No, Severus promptly replied, leaving unspoken that he would not have agreed to taking Veritaserum had Harry been absent or under the same influence. What is Madame Bones like? Hermione asked curiously, and why did you speak with her at such length, anyway? Because of her position in the ministry. We spoke with her at such length mainly because Harry wishes for her to be the next Minister of Magic, Severus replied, and Hermione blinked. She is a highly competent woman, near impossible to bribe, and without prejudices beyond a general dislike for Death Eaters. They are the reason why she is her niece's guardian, after all. Her questions were fair and her reactions honest. I agree with Harry that the ministry will improve dramatically under her guidance. Will she accept the post? Hermione leaned forward, suddenly remembering that she wore a nightgown when Severus's gaze briefly flicked down to a spot rather lower than her neck. Blushing, she straightened hurriedly. Sorry, she said, and Severus shook his head. It is of no matter. In fact, I am gratified that you feel comfortable enough in my presence to remain in your nightclothes, and you must know that regardless of what you do, I am simply not attracted to women. Then he smirked slightly, and Hermione was sure that he was about to make some remark at her expense, but he seemed to think better of it and kept it to himself, instead returning to the original topic. Yes, Madame Bones seemed inclined to accept the post once she understood Harry's reasons for offering it to her. He told her, under Veritaserum, that should she refuse the post he would feel there was no other choice but for him to take up the post himself. Hermione nodded wryly. She knew that Harry would hate the post and the attention that came with it, but had long resigned herself to his character. He had a self-sacrificing streak a mile wide and a very strong sense of responsibility. She had no doubt that he would take up the mantle of Minister of Magic in a heartbeat if he thought he was the best person for the position. Also, there was one aspect to the evening that I think you might find interesting. Oh, Hermione asked, nearly leaning forward in curiosity but checking her movement in time, trying to ignore the amusement Severus showed openly. Yes, as Harry was the one to kill the Dark Lord, I believe there exists a possibility that he can claim all Death Eaters' vaults by right of conquest. Hermione's eyes widened and she leaned forward. After all, propriety be damned. Despite her companion's smirk, his eyes never strayed from her face, for which she was grateful. I do not believe he has realized yet that that includes my vault. Severus shook his head in mock dismay, and Hermione stifled a laugh. No, he wouldn't have, she agreed, assuming an expression of mock despair. Maybe one day he'll learn to think. Then she gave an exaggerated gasp. Or maybe that's why he spends so much time with certain people, to have them do the thinking for him. First me, then Greengrass, then you. She shook her head in mock disgust. I can't believe we're only being used for our brains. Indeed, it is a terrible feeling to know that I am being taken advantage of, Severus agreed solemnly, but laughter lurked in his eyes. There was a moment's pause. Then both of them gave in and laughed, Hermione sloshing water on the table as she set down her glass to avoid spilling it, and Severus laughing harder for the expressions on the two boys' faces. His Harry just looked delighted to see them getting along, though something in his expression suggested that he knew they were laughing at him. Severus looked back at Hermione and admitted to himself that he enjoyed her company. It seemed that their attempts to wind up her two companions was leading to something approaching a friendship. Somehow that thought made him feel content. When the Gringotts' doors opened, there was one man waiting there and attracting a fair amount of attention on the awakening street of Diagon Alley. Storekeepers and early shoppers, orers and civilians all stared as they passed the closed bank, for the man standing in front of the white marble building was one the likes of which none of them had seen in their lives. They're all staring, Harry sighed inwardly, his thoughts carefully kept from his face. It wasn't as though he hadn't expected the stares, after all. On the contrary, he had spent a long time deciding on what to wear this day. As with his first order meeting, the proper image had to be conveyed, that of a warrior, a peacekeeper, a leader, a light figure, the head of a pureblood line. Competence, status and intelligence had to be conveyed clearly. There was no room for modesty in today's outfit. The rings of both the Potter and Blackhead of family were openly displayed today, but they were the least noticeable part of his appearance. His hair had been carefully brushed but still hung wildly around his face, his green eyes focused not only on the building he was waiting in front of but also on the passers-by, the other shops and the activity in the street. Most others would have ignored the other people, but a lifetime of watching others had led Harry to always be aware of his surroundings. He wore cream-colored pants tucked into high black dragonhide boots, a ruby-red shirt under dark red robes, and a cream-colored cape slung over one shoulder. A sturdy sword was buckled to his waist, and one passerby swore that it was the sword of Gryffindor the stranger wore, startling when Harry turned his head slightly to smile at him, his very aura screaming of mystery and intrigue. Then the doors of Gringotts opened, and the stranger turned and walked purposefully into the bank, disappearing into goblin territory and leaving behind a slew of questions and rumors. I have come to claim the vaults and properties of Tom Marvolo Riddle, also known as Lord Voldemort, and those of all his followers by right of conquest. It was the first, and most likely the only time Harry would witness a dumbfounded goblin. Harry let the silence stretch, waiting to see if the goblin would ask for an explanation or simply hand over the keys. Eventually the goblin pulled himself together and used that sharp glance on Harry that he had come to expect from all goblins. "I will require proof," the goblin said, and Harry nodded. "Would you prefer an oath, a look at the dead body of Voldemort, or confirmation from an eyewitness that I did indeed kill Voldemort?" The goblin blinked, seeming surprised at the options Harry had given him. "An oath on your life would be sufficient," the goblin replied, and Harry had to keep from either rolling his eyes or laughing. "Sufficient, indeed. I, Harry James Potter Black, swear on my life that I did kill Voldemort just yesterday, with the help of Severus Snape, who took out Voldemort's last Horcrux. Better not to risk his life on a technicality, after all." A pregnant pause, then the goblin grudgingly said, "You do not appear to have died." Harry couldn't hold in his snort that time. "Indeed. So, the vaults. Gringotts will require some time to replace the locks and fashion the keys," the goblin ground out, seeming rather displeased that one man would now own all that wealth. "Inform me when the changes have been made." Harry nodded, then added, "When you replace the lock on the Snape vault, make 2 keys and ensure that the second one goes to Severus Snape. He is also to receive a key to the Potter vaults." "It will be done," the goblin acknowledged, seeming skeptical at the order. It could understand giving the Death Eater a key to his own vault, as he had apparently assisted Lord Potter Black in defeating the latest human megalomaniac, but giving him a key to the Potter vaults. Pursing its lips, the goblin returned the goblin salute the human gave him and watched the strange man leave their bank. Only as the human was leaving did Snark notice the sword resting on the man's right hip and bared his teeth in a silent snarl. Had the human truly dared to enter Gringotts with the sword of Roquefort displayed so openly? Mood thoroughly ruined, the goblin left to report to his superior, who went so far as to get the director of Gringotts involved, who, luckily for Harry, decided that a human who could defeat a Dark Lord in so little time and wasn't afraid to wear a stolen goblin artifact so openly in goblin territory was dangerous enough to avoid antagonizing him. None of the goblins would like it, but they would serve the Lord Potter Black with as much civility as they ever showed a human and do their best to stay on the man's good side. For a man who would soon have the backing of much of Wizarding Britain, the money of dozens of pureblood houses in his vaults, the power of a light lord and the ruthlessness of a goblin was an enemy they couldn't hope to defeat. Harry himself would never realize why the goblins treated him so politely from that day on, eventually chalking it up to owning the majority of old vaults in Gringotts and never considering that it might be because he was considered too dangerous to provoke. Severus however did discern the true reason behind the civility when he, too, found himself on the receiving end of goblin courtesy. He chose not to share his thoughts with Harry. Harry stifled another sigh when his arrival at the Ministry of Magic garnered the same kind of attention he had been the receiver of in Diagon Alley, just on a bigger scale. Walking directly to the visitor's desk, he smiled genially at the man behind the desk, already laying his wand on the smooth surface. "I have a 10 o'clock meeting with Amelia Bones, head of the DMLE, he said, and the balding man straightened abruptly. Of course, he said nervously, picking up the stranger's wand to be weighed. "Your name?" "Harry Potter Black." Dean Pertolete froze, staring at the stranger. The hair and eyes fit the name, but the age, the aura. His eyes flicked to the young man's forehead, where hair covered any possible scar. Then the man sighed, and Pertolete's eyes flicked back to the green ones. Reaching for his wand, Harry easily plucked it from the man's loose grasp and quietly repeated an oath he had sworn once before. "I, Harry James Potter Black, swear on my life that that is my name." With that he handed the wand back to the older man. "And I'll miss my appointment if I don't head out soon, so if you could weigh my wand and issue a badge." "Ah, yes." The man scrambled to complete those tasks as quickly as possible, unsure how this man could be who he professed to be but knowing that if he wasn't then there would have been a dead body to be taken care of. "Have a good day, Mr. Potter Black." "Thank you, Mr. Pertolete." Harry smiled, preferring not to correct the man. He was a lord twice over, after all, and ignoring the man's start as he walked away. The man did wear a name tag, after all, and Harry knew that people responded well to being called by name. Yet another thing he had learned from Hermione and her books. "Ah, Lord Potter Black," Amelia greeted as the door to her office opened, unsurprised to see Kingsley personally seeing in her guest. Then she got a proper look at the young man she had met the previous night and her jaw dropped in shock. If she had thought last night that the man looked older than he was, today that was doubly true. "I'll take that as high praise for my outfit," Harry smiled, knowing that it took a lot to impress Amelia. "And please, call me Harry, I'd rather there wasn't any formality between us." "Harry, then," Amelia acknowledged, knowing that titles would just get in the way if they ended up working together as much as he seemed to expect. "That is actually a good trick," she said as he took a seat, Kingsley closing the door to give them privacy. "You can call anyone by their first name, claiming to have known them in the future, while they are forced to use your formal title until asked to do otherwise." Harry hummed, giving her an amused look. It might be fun to call some of the stuffier members of the Wizengamot by their first name just to get a reaction, but I think it may lead to unwelcome complications. "I'd rather call the people I actually knew by name," he winked, and she couldn't help but smile. "All right, Harry, I asked several newspapers to send reporters by at 2 p.m. I would prefer to go into the interview knowing exactly what we want to say, what spin to give it, what impressions we want to give and what information about British society needs to be touched on. There are international newspapers taking part, and we certainly want to give the impression that Britain is getting its act together and improving enough to be on an international standard again. I am of course especially interested in your thoughts about the ministry, but Hogwarts, too, needs to be discussed. Some tea. Please. Harry removed a few sheets of parchment from a robe pocket. He had anticipated this and brought the notes he had made in the past few days. Let's just start with Hogwarts, since it won't take long to discuss. Sliding a sheet of parchment over to Amelia before nodding his thanks for the cup of tea she set before him, he began outlining his thoughts for improvement on the school. Hogwarts staff, alumni, and British residents in general like to profess that Hogwarts is the premier wizarding school. As you may have noticed, that is far from the truth. There are several extremely competent and talented instructors at Hogwarts, but the school in general has declined to the extent that the rest of the world considers it to be behind most other schools, and British owls count for little in the international arena. Boy, had Hermione been furious when she had realized that her education was almost useless internationally. These are thoughts that Severus, Harry, Hermione, Ron and I came up with a few days ago, including necessary classes and material, better teachers, and general changes that need to be made. I was even tempted to do away with the houses, but that's such a fundamental part of Hogwarts that such a change seems impossible. What is possible, and absolutely necessary, is a change in mentality. Slytherins aren't evil, Hufflepuffs aren't duffers, Gryffindors aren't brainless brawn, and Ravenclaws aren't antisocial nerds. It will perhaps take a lot of work, but we can begin with the new first years. Their schoolmates may say things, but at least the staff has to show impartiality and fairness, and several of the older students will be able to set a good example, starting with Harry and his Defense Association. The DA already includes students from 3 of the houses, with only Slytherin lacking representation, but it won't be hard to change that. What does need to be changed, as soon as possible, is Umbridge's power over the school. Harry's grim look convinced Amelia that this was a true issue as he continued. The best course of action would be to get her to trial. The results are sure to cast aspersions on Fudge's character and capabilities, hopefully resulting in a vote of no confidence. On what charges? Amelia leaned forward, intent on Harry's answer. This was not just her responsibility as head of the DMLE, but her responsibility as Susan's guardian. If the defense professor was a person Harry thought needed a trial, then she feared for Susan's safety. Several, but the most important is torture. Amelia's heart stopped. Torture. Umbridge uses a blood quill in her detentions. Amelia beeped in a breath. Each individual unlawful use of a blood quill is a year in Azkaban. How many detentions has she given? I don't know how many in total, Harry shrugged, but the movement was definitely not indifferent. I myself attended at least 30 detentions with her, but that was throughout the school year, so Harry hasn't lived through so many yet. I know that the Weasley twins also had enough detentions with her for their hands to continue bleeding for several days after a detention, but most others learned fairly quickly to keep their heads down. And why didn't you? Amelia asked, confused. Who wouldn't shut up if the punishment was to repeatedly cut themselves? She gave me detention for insisting that Voldemort was back, Harry replied dryly, and she grimaced. No wonder the boy hadn't stopped. When to shut up meant to admit that he was wrong, which he absolutely hadn't been. All right, that is certainly a priority, Amelia confirmed, making a note of it on a piece of parchment. The ideal outcome would also be what you said. Bring Umbridge to trial, have her shown as absolutely guilty, question Fudge's competence when he was the one who gave her so much power over Hogwarts, and call for a vote of no confidence. I would suggest that you yourself call for that vote, with quick backing from your friends. If you can get Madame Longbottom to back you on that vote, then all the neutrals will side with you. Harry's eyes suddenly widened, and Amelia shot him a curious look. I'll have to ask at Gringotts whether I'm now the head of all those pureblood lines. He exclaimed, looking a bit pale at the thought. This morning I claimed the vaults of all of Voldemort's followers as my rights of conquest, he explained, and though Amelia looked shocked she managed to set his doubts to rest. No, you may have gained their funds but not their names. Many of them will attempt to reclaim their vaults in court, but as that will mean openly admitting to being Death Eaters, it's likely to simply worsen their situation. She paused. Then, the goblins actually let you claim all that money? Oh, yes, Harry nodded. They only needed an oath that I did indeed kill Voldemort, and they should be working on changing the locks on the vaults right now. Then he grinned wryly. Severus was actually somewhat amused that it took me so long to realize that I would be assuming control of his vault as well. I told the goblins to give him a key to both his vault and the Potter vaults. It just seems like such a huge commitment when he hasn't even known me for a month yet. Amelia could see his point, and found it somewhat strange herself, but this really wasn't the time to discuss the man's relationship. He named you as his life partner under Veritaserum. I dare say it'll work out fine. Leaning forward and pointedly pushing at Harry's notes, she said, "Now then, what are you thinking of doing about the Wizengamot?" Smiling lopsidedly at Amelia's reassurance and quick return to business, Harry shuffled his papers to find the one concerning the legal body. "Shacklebolt," Amelia called out to her second-in-command while pinching the bridge of her nose. "Yes, ma'am, I'm going to catch a few winks. If I don't reappear within the next 2 hours, send me a Patronus." "Will do, ma'am. Rest up." A tired wave was the only reply he received as his superior walked to her office and closed the door, back straight and authority undiminished despite the fact that she had been working tirelessly with only pepper-up potions and the occasional nap to tide her over. Kingsley didn't know whether she even noticed the way the Aurors looked at her now. This weekend had only increased the amount of respect the department had for their head. It was Monday morning now, and Kingsley knew that the morning newspapers were due to be delivered in precisely 2.5 hours, and when that happened, Madam Bones had to be up and doing. How the woman had managed to get a firm grip on the entire Department of Magical Law Enforcement in less than 2 days was beyond Kingsley, but somehow she had managed to question every single employee under Veritaserum, asking the few questions they desperately needed to know the answers to. "Are you a Death Eater? Do you support Voldemort? Have you ever supported Voldemort? Do you, or have you ever, sympathized with his goals? What is your view on Muggleborns? What about Muggles?" Of course, she had not questioned everyone alone. All the senior Aurors, once they had passed a more vigorous set of questions, were in turn set to questioning the other members of the department. Marked Death Eaters were locked up in Ministry holding cells, Voldemort supporters put together in a room and placed under surveillance, and one-time supporters sent home with notice that they would be questioned further at a future point in time. Some of the clean Aurors were sent out to retrieve the Death Eaters the Order had placed under forced house arrest, while teams searched the houses for dark artifacts, hostages, or other Death Eaters. Considering that in just a few hours the wizarding world would find out about Snake Faces, he still couldn't even think of you-know-who by name, return and subsequent death. Kingsley was sure that today would be another busy day for his boss. Deciding to do what he could to lift some of the burden from her shoulders, Kingsley's went to organize a protective detail. She might not like it, but she would be safe. "Rise and shine," Shacklebolt's deep voice said to her from about a meter away. "Half an hour till the papers are delivered. Your protective detail is waiting for you outside your door." Amelia groaned and passed her hand across her face. As always, a cushioning charm had made her floor perfectly comfortable to sleep on, and, also as always, a nap had only exacerbated her headache. At least Shacklebolt's voice is easier on the ears than Scrimgeour's, Amelia thought cheerlessly. The biggest shock while questioning her department had been to find that the head Auror was one of Voldemort's unmarked supporters. No wonder Harry had insisted on Shacklebolt as my successor, she smiled grimly as she pulled herself up off the floor. Then the actual words of the message sank in, and Amelia groaned anew as she realized that she only had half an hour to get her act together before all hell broke loose. "Please don't let my first visitor be Fudge," she prayed as she drank down a cup of coffee. Grimacing at the strong taste, she fixed herself a second cup with plenty of cream and sugar. She definitely needed the false energy, and headed for the door. "And a protective detail," she grinned. Oh, she didn't like it, but she knew that it was necessary now, and it felt good knowing that someone else had organized it for her. She really hadn't wanted to order people to protect her, but knowing that Shacklebolt was a reliable second was reassuring. Maybe Harry was right about him, she thought as she opened the door. Perhaps he won't make a bad DMLE head after all. Meanwhile, Harry was wrestling with a dilemma that had plagued him ever since he had claimed the Death Eaters' vaults. What about their children? He was still unsure of which and how many vaults he had taken control of, but he knew that quite a few of the Death Eaters, that he had known of, at least, had children, many of them in Hogwarts or younger still. And what about any adult children? Had he somehow claimed their vaults as well, even if they weren't Death Eaters themselves? He was tempted to simply go to Gringotts and ask, but felt it would be rude to show up again when they couldn't possibly be done with the original task yet. Meanwhile, he was stuck. A good solicitor could certainly make the argument that it isn't the child's fault that the father, or mother, was a Death Eater, and that the money is rightfully theirs. Actually, Harry agreed, and he had no intention of stealing from children, so a trust fund while growing up, then returning their family vaults upon their 17th birthdays sounded like the reasonable solution. Except that some of them couldn't be trusted with the money, especially once they were adults. Malfoy, Nott and Flint were just 3 examples. But how could Harry justify giving some their family vaults back, and not others? He couldn't just give them all back and hope for the best, but not returning any of them appealed to him just as little, for he knew that more than one Death Eater had a young child. It wasn't as though all of them were purebloods, either. Some Death Eaters were surely working class, with hard-earned savings. Some Death Eaters might have also been tricked into joining, much as Severus had been, or even blackmailed into joining, and simply lay low instead of risking their necks. Harry could understand that choice, especially if they had already had a family. Could he simply take their money? I'll speak to each family individually, he decided eventually. Grabbing parchment and paper, Harry wrote a quick, but polite, letter to Gringotts asking for the names of the vaults he had received control of. He could also forward the list to Amelia. After all, they currently had no idea which people were Death Eaters and which weren't, but the goblins surely had a way to keep track of them. Actually, it would probably work out best if they simply had trials under Veritaserum as soon as possible. Using Veritaserum himself would be illegal, after all, and he did want to know the truth about their allegiance and families. But that would surely take at least a few days, and if they had no money in that time it would cause them unnecessary difficulties, but he could hardly give all Death Eaters access to their vaults back until the trials. Many would certainly take out as much money as possible and flee before they could be apprehended. How many Death Eaters are there, anyway? Harry wondered. Not even Severus knew, and as an inside spy he had tried to find out many times. With a sigh, Harry decided that the families would just have to fend for themselves somehow until their trials. But most of the Death Eaters will go to Azkaban for at least a few years, won't they? That would be a problem if their partner wasn't unmarked and capable of taking care of the family, especially so if Harry had all their finances. And what about the Malfoys? Narcissa Malfoy swore an oath when the Order helped her, but Draco certainly didn't, and I really don't want to give them the Malfoy money back. Harry thought for a moment, then decided on a course of action. Narcissa could rejoin the Black family and take Draco with her, making Harry their head of house, and as such, he would be both responsible for them and capable of overseeing their expenses. Draco could be re-educated. Both would still be members of an old pureblood line, quite a bit older than the Malfoy one, actually, and under Harry's influence. Keep your friends close, and your enemies closer, Harry smirked. He wouldn't trust Malfoy as far as he could throw him. But the other Death Eater children, the ones who would be left without parents, Harry didn't really want them in an orphanage. There were no wizarding ones, and while being forced to live among muggles would probably educate them, that was a recipe for disaster. Not all of them had family they could go to, and no wizarding family would want to foster a Death Eater's child, but putting them all together in a house with ministry keepers would also be a terrible idea. Harry paused. Then, slowly, a smile spread over his face. Late Friday night Senior Auror Kingsley Shacklebolt sidelong apparated me directly into Voldemort's hideout, Madam Bones informs us at Saturday afternoon's press conference. Waiting for me there were Harry Potter Black, Severus Snape, and the body of Lord Voldemort, beheaded and under a stasis spell. I immediately called for an Auror team to search the building and a forensics team to check the dead body, and I cannot tell you how relieved I was to receive official confirmation that the dead body was indeed that of the late Lord Voldemort, and that he was most definitely dead. In the same building was a second shock of the evening. Peter Pettigrew, very much alive and with Voldemort's brand on his arm, was hiding out among his fellow Death Eaters. While the other reporters remained frozen in shock at the blunt statements of RDMLE head, this intrepid reporter manages to get more information for our curious readers. Most importantly, who defeated you-know-who, and how? Who is Harry Potter Black? What role does Severus Snape, Hogwarts potions master, play in this situation? To this reporter's surprise, the answer comes not from Madame Bones, but from her raven-haired companion. "My name is Lord Harry James Potter Black," announces the stranger, "and I killed Voldemort with a cutting curse to the neck." Severus Snape, our spy in Voldemort's ranks, his gesture in Madame Bones' direction suggests that Snape is the DMLE's spy, apparated me into Voldemort's hideout and watched my back. This victory would not have been possible without him. But who is this mysterious lord? "I am not related to Harry Potter," the man declares upon the question, his smile suggesting hidden secrets. "I am Harry Potter." At this reporter's request for clarification, he reveals a truth too fantastical to believe. According to Lord Potter Black, he is a future version of our very own boy who lived and traveled back in time to defeat you-know-who. Lord Potter Black allowed himself to be questioned under Veritaserum. "He speaks the truth," Madame Bones assures the readers. When asked whether the Daily Prophet could have a copy of the interrogation for publication, Madame Bones informs us that the original questioning is too detailed for publication, but that the ministry certainly can forward a condensed version to the Daily Prophet for publication. Page 2. "Voldemort is dead," Lord Potter Black declares, his voice firm with conviction. "Now is the time to look to the future, for Britain to re-establish itself as an international player and ensure that this will not happen again. Britain has suffered much under recent Dark Lords, and we must educate the next generation so that we will not face a repeat of the same situation a few years on. Together, let us work towards lasting peace and prosperity. As I look to my fellow reporters, I see that I am not the only one wondering whether Minister Fudge will soon be out of a job." Main photo. Madame Amelia Bones, head of the DMLE, and Lord Harry Potter Black welcome reporters to a press conference on you-know-who's defeat. Top photo. You-know-who's corpse is documented by the Ministry Forensics. Bottom photo. M. Puller's photo of the corpse is shown at the press conference. The Great Hall on Monday morning was a study in reactions. Few knew how to react to the news the owls had brought them. You-know-who really had been back. Harry Potter hadn't lied. Harry Potter from the future had killed you-know-who. Professor Dumbledore was dying. That amazingly good-looking guy was what Harry Potter would look like in a few years. Just then the doors to the Great Hall opened and two men walked in. Few noticed, however, since they were concentrating on their newspapers and the suddenly utterly confusing figure of Harry Potter at Gryffindor table. "Luna, I loved your father's article," a laughing tenor voice called out, and the students looked to the newcomer, only to gape when it was the Lord Potter Black, walking alongside Professor Snape. "Thanks, Harry," Luna Lovegood replied, her smile surprisingly warm despite the dreamy look in her eyes. "Do you really have a German?" The students just looked on in bemusement as Potter Black grinned at her. "I'm afraid not, but I do have a lot of Kimdingers, don't I?" "That's true," Luna replied, her smile widening slightly. "They're for Professor Snape." "Absolutely." Harry grinned wider. "Oh, I've missed you." "I've missed you, too, Harry," the slight Ravenclaw replied sincerely, and Harry, who had just reached her end of Ravenclaw table, reached over the table for her hand, ignoring the surrounding students' surprise. "We have to get together for a meal and some hot chocolate soon. I'll make it the way you like it." He winked at her, and for a moment her dreamy look fell away and a luminescent clarity took its place. "Really?" she breathed, and he nodded earnestly, his smile telling her that he meant it. "I'll come by when you're free, then," Luna said, her face displaying an unrestrained happiness that no one had ever seen on her before. "I know you'll find a good time," Harry smiled, giving her hand a last squeeze before letting go and walking on towards the head table, where Severus had pulled up another chair for Harry to sit in. Harry's cheerful, "Hi, Minnie," had students and teachers alike staring. Nobody but Poppy called her that, and only the other teachers knew about the nickname. Harry meanwhile just grinned harder when Minerva's lips narrowed so much as to be barely visible, knowing that she was trying very hard not to laugh in front of the students. "Thanks, Severus," he smiled as he dropped into the seat next to his partner, reaching for some food and ignoring the whispering and staring students. "What, pray tell, are Kimdingers?" "Love," Harry replied quietly with a soft smile. He met Severus's blank gaze and explained, Luna actually does see a lot of things others don't. I don't know whether she's just more perceptive or whether there really are physical or magical things others can't see, but if you pay enough attention you'll find that the creatures she talks about are real things. Nargles, for example. Did you know that the other Ravenclaws bully Luna? Severus frowned and shook his head once. Well, she says Nargles steal things and hide them. Nargle, clearly is another word for bully. Harry paused momentarily. Though I haven't figured out yet why she says Nargles gather around mistletoe, but she might have just said that to throw me off. Anyway, he waved his fork negligently, Nargles are bullies, real, physical things. She has animals for feelings, such as Kimdingers for love, creatures for weather, such as Handvents for icy cold breezes, animals for time, such as timpling Irons that tell her when it's a good time to speak with someone, etc. She's an extremely intelligent person, but she views the way in a slightly different way from the rest of us. Suddenly Harry laughed. It drove Hermione crazy. I can imagine, Severus drawled, turning back to his food. Especially since she also does invent fantastical creatures that presumably don't exist, like the Largraxaxes, Harry chuckled. She told me about those in the future, saying that they were big toad-like creatures that she and her father hadn't discovered the abilities of yet. I just took a bit of creative liberty when Mr. Lovegood asked a few questions for the Quibbler. I don't know whether he actually believes in the creatures he writes about, but Luna grew up with it as her favorite game, unable to understand why everybody else scoffed at her for it. In Hogwarts it grew to be a sort of defense against the other students, but when I started playing along I grew to understand her much better. Harry smiled as he spooned a bit of porridge into his mouth, not noticing Severus's soft gaze on him. She is fortunate to have you as a friend, then, Severus said quietly, and Harry smiled over at him. She really will find the best time to visit. The timpling Irons will tell her when to come by, you see, Harry grinned. I do hope that you'll be there. Too, Luna could use another friend who understands her, and I make a wicked hot chocolate. What is so special about your hot chocolate? Severus raised an eyebrow skeptically, but didn't comment on the rest of the sentence, to Harry's delight. Luna taught me to add several special ingredients. Harry leaned in as though sharing a great secret, still ignoring all the students talking, yelling questions across the hall to the younger Harry, or staring at him and Severus. You'll just have to wait and find out, Harry whispered and turned back to his porridge, knowing that Severus didn't like waiting for things. Indeed, when Harry glanced up at Severus he saw that the man's eyes were narrowed in speculation. Indeed. Well, that set the cat among the pigeons, Hermione sighed as she carefully folded her daily profit. Yeah. Good luck, mate, Ron said through a mouthful of food, not seeming jealous in the least of all the attention Harry was receiving. Hermione shot him a surprised look. Had Professor Dumbledore's spells really changed him that much? Normally he would be sullen and sulking, snapping that Harry got all the attention and he nothing. But now, he seemed almost happy that it wasn't him in the limelight. Harry, however, didn't seem to notice. Thanks, Ron, the boy grumbled, trying to ignore the people pestering him. Can we just leave? This is a nightmare. Let's, Hermione immediately agreed, grabbing her bag. The kitchen will be much quieter. I can't even hear myself think here. WW. The two boys grinned simultaneously. Oh, shut it, she grinned back as they heaved themselves out of the benches. Fighting their way through the people trying to grab Harry to question him, they heaved identical sighs of relief when they reached the entrance hall. I didn't see anyone trying to pester Hames, Harry grumbled as they headed towards the kitchen, and Hermione shook her head. Of course not, she sighed slightly. Not only did he kill Voldemort and is a complete unknown, he was sitting at the head table with Professor Snape. How many students would try to pester him there? So he's Professor Snape again now, Ron asked, a scowl on his face, and Hermione rolled her eyes. He only gave me permission to call him by his first name in private, Ron. Well, this is private, innit? Is he jealous? Hermione thought in disbelief. Of Severus. Shaking her head, she replied, private with him, not private with you. Ron grumbled at that, but didn't reply, leaving Hermione to consider her thoughts. What did it mean for her if Ron was jealous? He had been a victor, after all, but he hadn't really seemed serious about her, and she didn't think she was serious about him. Though maybe the fact that the spells were off them would change things. Before he had barely seemed to think of her as a girl, but maybe now it was different. Resolving to think about it properly later, Hermione followed her two friends into the kitchen. That reminds me that Harry wanted to talk about house elves with me. To Harry's surprise, not a single student attacked him that morning. He had honestly expected at least one Slytherin to attack him over breakfast, but apparently Severus's presence had confused them sufficiently, or maybe they were living up to their house's name and waiting for a better opportunity to off him. Unless they actually acknowledged that he was most likely more powerful and experienced than them, Harry had never stopped to consider the bonuses of killing Voldemort beyond that it would save Britain. That didn't keep him from watching his back in the hallways, however, a fact that didn't escape Severus's notice. "They are hardly about to attack you in the corridors, Harry," he said in exasperation. "They're students." "Yeah," Harry grimaced, because I've always been so safe at Hogwarts. Seeing that his comment had given Severus pause, he laid a hand on the man's forearm. "I'm not really worried, I've just grown used to being aware of my surroundings." Giving Severus a sidelong look, he chuckled. "You should have seen me in Diagon Alley the other day. Everyone was watching me, but I was watching them, too, so it kind of evened out." Severus snorted. "I suppose." He didn't tell Harry to relax. The younger man had valid concerns, after all, and being on his guard was certainly for the best. "You will find your way on your own?" he asked with a small quirk of his lips as he stopped in front of the potions classroom, ignoring the students waiting there. Harry just laughed and started walking away. "I do remember the way to your quarters, yes," he called over his shoulder. Whistling a jaunty tune, he disappeared around the corner, and Severus couldn't help but smirk when his students immediately broke out into speculation about their relationship, whether Potter Black really knew the password to Snape's private quarters, and that surely they weren't more than friends at the very most. "Well," Severus barked, smirking at the way they jumped in surprise. "Get in," he drawled, opening the door and gesturing for them to enter before him. None of them met his eye as they scrambled inside the classroom. "You know Potter Black," Cho Chang hissed to a smaller Ravenclaw in the hall after breakfast. Big silver eyes looked up at her guilelessly. "No," Luna replied absently, "but he knows me." With that the petite Ravenclaw walked on to her first class of the day, leaving the older girl standing in the hallway. "It seems that the Raxperts have gotten to her," Luna mused quietly. Chong did look like she didn't know quite what to think, after all. Harry sank slowly onto Severus's couch and stared at the fireplace. "That was weird," he announced to the room. "Not the newspaper articles. Those had been wonderful. Not the students' reactions to his closeness to Severus either. No, it had been sitting in the same hall as during his student days, with all the people he had been surrounded by in those same days. Seeing the golden trio sitting at the Gryffindor table had brought a pang to his heart, surrounded by so many familiar faces, and once Harry had sat down at the head table and finally let himself look over at the Slytherin table. Harry dropped his head into his hands. Seeing Daphne sitting there and looking at his younger self with such a coldly calculating look had hurt more than he could say. "She's still under Dumbledore's spells," he reminded himself again, but it didn't help. In that moment she had looked so Slytherin. It was the first time he had seen her under the spells. Harry had never noticed Daphne during his school years, not until Dumbledore's spells wore off, the war really began, and they were thrown together as partners in a game of kill or be killed. By then she was no longer affected by the spells and held no particular feelings against Gryffindors, but the way she had looked at Harry this morning. A tearful smile found its way onto Harry's face. His Daphne had been very reserved. Quiet in public but with an inner steel and the dignity of a true pure blood. Some had considered her cold because of it. She had kept out of the political conflict until her parents had been assassinated, after which she joined the light side with an unshakable conviction that this was the direction her life had to move in. A girl with fairly plain looks, Daphne had features that had let her blend in at school, though once Harry got to see her properly, he decided that she was the most beautiful woman he knew. She was a person who had known when to give him space, when he needed her there, when to talk to others for him and, above all, how to keep their private life private. It hadn't happened in his time, but Harry had a feeling that if she were hounded by reporters wanting to know about their private life, she would find a way to answer the questions in a way that let the reporters believe that she had told them everything they wanted to know while actually revealing nothing. Their wedding day continued to be one of Harry's happiest memories despite the heart-wrenching sense of loss he felt whenever he thought of her. Sighing heavily, Harry leaned back against the backrest and looked up at the ceiling. Will it turn out differently this time? He wondered. The circumstances were very different now, after all, and she and Harry might turn out to be very different people this time around than last time. Perhaps Daphne had found that inner strength only through the loss of her parents, and maybe Harry never would have the opportunity to get to know her properly. Oh, but the temptation to play matchmaker was strong. Maybe Hermione can do it again, Harry thought with a fond smile. She had managed, after all, to get them together the last time, despite the troubles of war and terror. Surely she could do so again. Apparently she already knows. After all, sometimes Severus is really bad at keeping secrets, isn't he? With a quiet chuckle, Harry heaved himself to his feet and brushed invisible lint from his pants. There really were more important things to do than fret about a single person's love life, no matter how important it may be to him. What is this all about? Dolores Umbridge simpered as she was shown into the head of the DMLE's office. I have detentions to oversee. That was the wrong thing to say, Amelia thought as she fought down her anger. Which student was tonight's torture victim? This should not take long, madam, she said smoothly, ignoring the way the toad bristled at the omission of her titles. She was, after all, both the Hogwarts Inquisitor and Fudge's chief undersecretary, but Amelia couldn't care less. Not when the room she was being brought to was a courtroom for her own trial, after all. If you could please sit in the accused's chair, Kingsley said levelly upon reaching the courtroom, and Umbridge walked with a sniff over to the indicated chair. Mutters began in the ranks of the Wizengamot, until one of them spoke up. Now then, what is this? We thought we were to sit trial against Death Eaters, not the chief undersecretary. Lord Liechtenstein, Amelia addressed one of the purple-robed figures. This trial was requested by Lord Potter Black and approved by the temporary chief warlock, Madame Longbottom, when she heard that it affects our children. Beady eyes turned to where Harry Potter Black was sitting calmly, dressed in identical purple robes. Then let us hear what Madame Umbridge is accused of. Augusta Longbottom rapped her gavel sharply on the podium she stood behind. I call this session of the Wizengamot to order. Today's trial is for Dolores Umbridge, Chief Undersecretary to the Minister of Magic, Ministry-appointed Hogwarts Inquisitor, and Ministry-appointed Hogwarts Defense against the Dark Arts Professor. Several mutters arose at the pointed specification that the woman had been appointed by the minister to all her posts. Madam Bones, please read the charges. Amelia unfurled a parchment and read from it. Dolores Umbridge is charged with unlawful use of a blood quill, exceeding 50 counts, unlawful abuse of power, abuse of rank, abuse of trust, ad hominem abuse, child abuse, defamation, discriminatory abuse, intimidation using violence or the threat of violence to attain political goals, official misconduct, physical abuse, prejudice, racial abuse, and torture. The hall was utterly quiet as the DMLE head walked up to the podium and handed Madame Longbottom the roll of parchment. Harry was trying hard to keep a satisfied smirk off his face. He hadn't realized that Amelia could find that many charges for the toad, and Umbridge's eyes were nearly popping out of her face, they were that wide. Fudge, sitting on the defendant's bench, was so white-faced that Harry was sure he'd faint. This is absurd, Umbridge spluttered. Who called for these charges? Lord Potter Black did, Amelia supplied, casting her niece's professor a hard look. Lord Potter Black, if you would testify to your reasons for the charges. Of course, Madam Bones. Harry stood, and wondered whether he was supposed to walk down or stay where he was. When neither Amelia nor Madame Longbottom made a sign for him to move, he remained where he was. As you already know, I was once her student, and I have accused her only of acts she has committed so far in this time frame. Seeing that several people were taken aback at the thought that there could be even more charges applied to one woman, Harry helpfully supplied, in the future as I knew it, she could have also been charged with the use of an unforgivable, she cast the Crucio curse on me with the intent of torture at the end of my 5th year. Waving his hand as though it didn't matter, but knowing from the courtroom's reactions that he had just added another nail to her coffin, he said, "But that hasn't happened yet. What I have accused her of is using a blood quill on students in detentions. We had to write lines with it, and to this day I retain the scar." He held up his right hand, knowing that the scar was visible only to those closest to his seat. Most of the other charges are due to Madame Umbridge forcing her political views on her students, abusing me to get me to stop saying Voldemort was back, and openly showing her prejudice against certain Hogwarts professors and members of staff. She should never have been given a position of power over anyone, let alone over a whole school of children. Her position as Hogwarts Inquisitor gave her the power to systematically oppress the student body, and neither the teachers nor the headmaster could do anything about it. "Thank you, Lord Potter Black," Amelia said, and he seated himself again, casually positioning his hands in a way that those around him could clearly see the scar reading, "I must not tell lies. Does the accused have anything to say in defense? I have a right to legal representation." Umbridge drew herself to her full height, which was far less impressive than she had most likely hoped. "Your court representative is beside Minister Fudge on the defendant's bench," Amelia pointed out evenly. Barrister Barnes had been fully briefed on the charges and the reasons for them, and though he too wished to see this woman behind bars, he would defend her to the best of his abilities. "Do you agree to having Mr. Barnes represent you in court, or would you prefer to represent yourself?" Umbridge's face clearly expressed that she had wanted to delay the trial until she could either find someone of her choosing to represent her or flee the country, for she knew that there was no barrister good enough to get her out of this situation. "I accept Mr. Barnes as my defendant," Umbridge grudgingly assented. "Excellent. Barrister, if you would give your defense." As everyone involved had expected, while Mr. Barnes had come up with some good arguments, Umbridge's guilt was clear, and she was convicted to life in Azkaban. Not the high-security wing, but even so Harry understood Umbridge's screams as she was removed from the courtroom. Madame Longbottom called the court to order. The second point of order is a vote of no confidence for the Minister of Magic, called by Lord Potter Black. Lord Potter Black, if you would explain your reasons for the vote. "Thank you, Madame Longbottom," Harry said as he stood once more. "We have just completed the trial for Madame Umbridge, on whom the Wizengamot voted unanimously for lifelong incarceration. I would like to point out that Madame Umbridge was until just a few minutes ago the Chief Undersecretary to the Minister, as well as a Hogwarts Inquisitor and professor that the Minister himself set in place with the goal of keeping the students from aligning themselves with me or the headmaster against the Ministry. I argue that Minister Fudge knew not the specifics, but the general methods that Madame Umbridge would use, and as such not only condoned, but enabled abuse of power, abuse of rank, abuse of trust, ad hominem abuse and defamation, along with several other charges that were leveled against Madame Umbridge. I put forward that Minister Fudge himself be charged with abuse of authority, and call for a vote of no confidence. I would also argue that he is simply incompetent. I am sure we all remember his flat-out denials concerning Voldemort's return. There are other, minor charges that could be brought up against Minister Fudge should it come to a trial." As soon as Harry had sat down, a Wizengamot member called out, "What other charges could be brought up against Fudge?" "I personally would accuse him of character assassination," Harry rose, "a charge that I incidentally would also level against the editor-in-chief of the Daily Prophet." He noticed Lord Irving, the editor-in-chief of the newspaper, slowly leaning back in his seat. "Corruption and bribery, also, for I know that Minister Fudge was generously supported, shall we say, by the late Lord Malfoy." "Late," an astute member echoed, and Harry nodded. "It is not common knowledge, but Voldemort," many members flinched, "was hiding out in Malfoy Mansion." Most members looked shocked, though Harry wasn't sure why, and only one asked, "How did Lord Malfoy come to die, then?" Judging by the woman's expression, Harry felt she thought he himself had killed him. Not that she was wrong, of course, but it wasn't as though Harry would admit to it. "According to our spy, Malfoy was killed by a fellow Death Eater on Voldemort's orders when Malfoy had done something to displease him. Narcissa Malfoy managed to escape, and will soon be rejoining the Black family." He was sure that she would agree to his suggestion. There was nothing left for her under the name of Malfoy except a penniless existence, being shunned by all upstanding members of society. Returning to her house of birth would put her under him as her head of house, which in turn would guarantee a place in society and old money, even while it would give Harry the power to keep her from stepping out of line, and a chance to re-educate Draco. However, we have gone off topic, Harry smiled. So, abuse of authority, character assassination, corruption and bribery. I'm sure there are other charges, but those are the ones I can think of off the top of my head. Attempted murder may also be a possibility, as I remember last summer I was tried for underage magic, namely of casting the Patronus spell against 2 Dementors that attempted to attack me in a Muggle neighborhood. As the Dementors are under Ministry control, I would suppose that they were sent there by a high-ranking Ministry official or even the Minister himself, possibly with the express purpose of giving me the key. Harry paused, then said, "That is however pure speculation, with no evidence to back it up." "Thank you, Lord Potter," Madame Longbottom intervened, keeping the conversation from going off on another tangent. "A vote of no confidence has been requested. Please submit your vote." Glowing numbers appeared on her pulpit, changing in leaps and bounds as members anonymously cast their vote. The hall was surprisingly silent, and Augusta personally couldn't believe that Fudge hadn't said anything in his defense, but then, perhaps even he had seen the futility of protest. The vote of no confidence had been perfectly timed. After Umbridge's trial nobody was particularly happy with the minister. Suddenly the numbers flashed, and Augusta straightened. "The vote has passed. Minister Fudge has the rest of the day to clean up his affairs. An interim minister needs to be voted on. May I have your suggestions?" "Rufus Scrimgeour," one voice called out, and Amelia promptly stepped forward. "I object. Scrimgeour is an unmarked supporter of Voldemort and has been removed from his position as head Auror." Murmurs broke out among the gathering. "Augusta Longbottom," Amos Diggory put forward, but Augusta simply shook her head. "Thank you, but I must decline. I would, however, accept the post of Chief Warlock should this body deem me fit." "I motion that Madame Longbottom assume the post of Chief Warlock," Diggory said promptly, and Harry immediately seconded the motion. A brief wait, then Augusta brought down her gavel. Motion passed. "May I have other suggestions for the post of interim minister?" "Lord Potter Black," an anonymous female voice called out, and Harry looked in the general direction of the voice, feeling the attention on him. To his surprise, no one spoke out against the suggestion. "Thank you, but I believe there is someone more suitable for the post," he smiled, and another member of the Wizengamot promptly asked who he would suggest for the post. Harry looked to the front of the courtroom and saw Amelia's wry smile and brief inclination of the head. "I would suggest Amelia Bones for the position," he said. "I believe she will take part in the running for minister when the time comes around, and I fully intended to support her then. However, I don't know whether she is ready to assume the position at this point in time. Madam Bones, is your department ready for a change of head?" Amelia simply nodded. "It is, Lord Potter. Kingsley Shacklebolt is a capable leader and the department will do well in his hands." "It sounds as though this was all planned," a member said in a tone of disgruntlement, and Harry looked to him. "Of course it was," he agreed. "I didn't come back in time to defeat Voldemort only to leave an incapable man in a position of power. I would like to see someone not only I, but the rest of the world can trust as Minister of Magic. In my opinion, Madam Bones is the best person for the job. She has done a formidable job as head of the DMLE, and is notoriously incorruptible. I firmly believe that she will lead the ministry in a direction that will prevent another Dark Lord from rising and assuming control." "You speak as though the Dark Lord was in control of the ministry," the same member challenged. Harry tilted his head slightly. "Well, he hadn't taken control of it yet in this time frame, but consider the fact that Fudge was all but Malfoy's lapdog, then consider the fact that Malfoy, before his death, was Voldemort's right-hand man. Voldemort could have all but strolled into the ministry and claimed it as his own." A minute of silence descended over the room as they considered the possibility that to them now was nothing more than a theoretical situation but to Harry had been real. "I second Amelia Bones as interim minister," Diggory broke the silence, and Madame Longbottom called for the vote. "We have Madame Bones as interim minister," she announced the result of the vote. "Are there any other points of order?" Silence as everyone looked to Harry, who simply smiled and shook his head. Thus ends this session of the Wizengamot. Augusta banged the gavel a last time. Minerva was trembling. You mean to tell me that that woman was torturing my students? And nobody noticed? Why did none of you come to me? Harry winced. Well, I did, if you'll remember. It took a moment, then Minerva suddenly went pale and sank into a chair. You mean to say? Yeah. Harry smiled crookedly. Don't worry, I know you didn't know the circumstances. Minerva passed a shaky hand over her eyes. One of her students had come to her for help and she had waved him off with instructions to keep his head down without waiting to hear why he was desperate enough to come to her. Did Albus know? She asked quietly. I don't know, Harry admitted with a slight frown. He hadn't thought to include that question when they questioned the old man, but it wouldn't surprise him if Dumbledore had known all along. At any rate, she's gone now, and you'll want to announce as much to the students at dinner. You'll also need a new defense instructor, someone who'll teach the students the spells they need to know, especially the Owl and Newt students. I personally would ask Amelia for a few oars to teach the classes until the end of the school year. Right now placing your trust in the new Minister of Magic is a good show of support for Amelia and a great way to let the Ministry make reparations for their earlier mistake. After Umbridge, showing that the Ministry does have a lot of talented instructors is exactly what they need, and Hogwarts needs capable teachers in a hurry. Minerva sighed heavily, picking up her glasses and putting them back on. I'll contact her right away. She gave him a small smile, which he returned happily. Thank you, Harry. Anytime, Minnie. He leaned in and gave her a quick peck on the cheek. Even though he had never done it before, not even in the future, it somehow seemed the right thing to do, and her bemused smile was worth it. Good luck. I have to go have a little chat with Lady Malfoy. With that he left her office. She had chosen not to move into the headmaster's office until Dumbledore's death, and headed through the school, smiling at and greeting students he passed along the way. Before long he reached the edge of the school grounds and apparated to the order-safe house Narcissa Malfoy currently resided in. Lord Potter Black, the woman rose and bowed when he appeared in her living room. I thank you for your time. Of course, Lady Malfoy, we are family, after all, are we not? We are, the aristocratic woman agreed, appearing as regal as always despite the conditions she found herself in. Might I offer you some tea? Thank you. But no, Harry smiled. I came to see if you accepted my offer, for then we could move to another location and you could offer me tea in your family home. Her look was both surprised and sharp at once, a disconcerting combination, in Harry's opinion. The Black home. Yes, Harry nodded. The home you grew up in, of course, not the Black townhouse. You would be Miss Black once more, with all the privileges, responsibilities and money that come with that title. And should I choose to remain Lady Malfoy? Harry shrugged slightly. Then you would be homeless and penniless, dear cousin. The Malfoy name has nothing left but precisely that, its name. You would not return her rightful vaults and possessions to your dear cousin? Narcissa asked mildly, attempting a light touch of reproach to creep into her tone. No, Harry replied genially, smiling slightly as they looked at each other in silence. Eventually Narcissa was the one to break the silence. What of my son? She asked, and Harry could make out true motherly concern lurking behind the unconcerned facade. He, too, could accept the name of Black, and continue to live with his mother. He would be treated as a full member of the House of Black, along with the trust vault, privileges and responsibilities that the name brings with it. Narcissa's eyes narrowed slightly. What's the catch? Harry grinned, and could see that Narcissa was immediately on her guard at the simple change in expression. Two things. The first is that both of you, without complaint or protest, allow yourselves to be introduced properly to Muggle culture, until such time as I deem you capable of passing for Muggles yourself. By the curl of her lip Harry could see that specification was utterly repulsive to her. The other is this. I am concerned about the families of the other Death Eaters. She seemed surprised, and more than a little wary, and he bid her take a seat. Once they were seated he leaned forward and explained his statement. You see, while I do not approve of the Death Eater's actions or beliefs, I do not consider the child to be responsible for the parent's actions. As I mentioned in my letter, I have assumed control of all Death Eater's vaults and possessions by right of conquest, effectively leaving them and their families penniless. Once the trials begin, I have no doubt that most Death Eaters will end up in Azkaban, potentially leaving their families unable to support themselves, or leaving children without parents to take care of them. The Ministry would most likely put those children into Muggle orphanages, but I'm sure we both agree that that's a terrible solution. What are you suggesting? I want you to take care of them, Harry said bluntly. Black Manor is spacious enough for several families, and I want the children to be raised properly. I would support families who still have one or both parents and bring children without parents to the manor, hire tutors, and provide for them. My only specification for supporting the families of Death Eaters will be that they learn about the Muggle world. I find baseless prejudice rather daft. Each person is entitled to their own opinion on Muggles, but they should at least form an educated opinion of them. He paused. Do you disagree? No, Narcissa replied grudgingly, it seems a fair exchange. She was trying to find something to say to get herself out of the task of welcoming a large number of children into her home, but couldn't find any true issues with the arrangement. She was very fond of children, and thought it would be good for Draco to have more children around. I will not be capable of taking care of a large number of children on my own, she pointed out, and Harry nodded. Of course not. I would hire at least one human caretaker, and find a number of house elves to help out. I would not give you the sole responsibility for the children. In other words, not only does he not trust me alone with the children, the other, human caretaker, will most likely be a mudblood or some such. Keeping her face perfectly blank, Narcissa rose from her seat. That will be acceptable, she said. I will let Draco know of the change. After all, how difficult could it be to pass as a Muggle? They are baseless creatures, barely worthy of being called human. These catches will not be an issue, and raising the next generation will create many future connections. Let me know when he has made his decision. Harry stood up, and we can then go to Gringotts to bring you back into the family. Until then you are free to stay here. With that he disapparated, heading for Grimmauld Place to let Sirius know of the changes. Hopefully Remus would be there to mediate. That was one conversation Harry was not looking forward to. Maybe I had misjudged Sirius's character this whole time, Harry thought as Sirius embarked on a furious rant about bringing murderers into the family. I had hoped that some of it would be Dumbledore's spells, but it seems that if anything, they had been hiding this vindictive nature, unless that's a result of Azkaban and I just didn't notice it the last time around. Harry had removed the last of Dumbledore's spells before this conversation, but it hadn't seemed to make a difference. Bad enough that we have you as head of the family, now you bring Narcissa and King Malfoy into the family. All right, that's enough, Harry stood, refusing to be talked down to any longer. As your head of house, I demand that you sit down, shut up, and listen to me. Against his will, Sirius was pushed into a seat and silenced. Now then, Narcissa is perhaps just as bad as her late husband, but I don't know for sure, and the only way to know is to find out. I am not bringing her into the family and giving her free rein. She is under my command, and she will act as befits a Black. She will learn about the Muggles she reviles, as should you, and so will her son. She will watch over children not her own, with other supervision in place that I will choose, and you can be sure that at least one of the caretakers will be either a squib or a Muggleborn. Tutors will teach the children not only about magic and magical culture, but about Muggle society and other races. As long as a child is growing up under my protection, that child will learn of all sides of an issue. Narcissa will not be raising little Dark Lords. The other pureblood families that fell under my control will either learn to cast aside their prejudices or learn to live without the funds they had previously. Death Eaters who were tricked into joining Voldemort will be supported and reintegrated into society. And you will look for a mind healer as soon as you are declared innocent. You are acting frankly unstable, and at this rate you will drag the name of Black into the dirt more surely than Narcissa. Do you understand me? A sullen glare was his only reply, and Harry narrowed his eyes. Very well, Sirius Orion Black, you are confined to this house and barred from accessing the family vaults until such a time as I choose to release you. If you are called to the ministry for legal business, you are free to go there and return straight here afterwards, letting me know before you leave the house. You will not send Winky to run any errands for you without my permission, nor will you use any other house elf." Harry sighed, the tension leaving his shoulders. "I'm sorry, Sirius, but I really see no other choice. Please talk it over with Remus or Harry. If they can convince me that I made the wrong choice, then I'll release you from those commands." It was with a heavy heart that Harry turned and walked away, feeling guilty for suspecting his godfather of being mentally unstable. But really, what else could he think? In a way, Harry was glad that Remus hadn't been around after all. Albus Dumbledore sat alone in his hospital room, the Daily Prophet open on his lap. "I'm dying, and yet barely rate a third of a page," he thought numbly. Voldemort was gone, defeated by Albus's own protege, and with a simple cutting curse, if the article was to be believed, and Harry was well on his way to becoming the new Minister of Magic. Harry featured prominently on the first 3 pages of the Daily Prophet, the title page dedicated to Voldemort's defeat, the second page with a Q&A from Harry's Veritaserum session, and the third page filled with other people's opinions on the man, while Albus was relegated to the 4th page. "This isn't what I wanted." Dumbledore would have clenched his fists if he still could. He was so weak that he disgusted himself. "Look at what the Light Lord has become," he thought bitterly. "No better than my poor Gellert, locked up in Numengard without his magic. No, I still have that," he thought rebelliously, wandlessly levitating his newspaper just to prove to himself that he could. Few wizards could even cast wordless spells, but even under the effects of a dark curse Albus was capable of casting wandlessly. "I am not dead yet," he raised his head, a determined glint in his eye. "I will not be held down." Minerva took a deep breath and rose from her chair, slowly making her way around the head table to stand facing the student body, the other teachers at her back. "Might I have your attention?" she said clearly, the words traveling easily through the hall and quieting the last few students that hadn't already fallen silent when she had started walking. "This morning we received many shocking surprises, and already Wizarding Britain is different from how it was just a week ago. Now it is time for Hogwarts, too, to change, and some of you may have already noticed the first change." Murmurs ran through the hall, only a few students seeming to understand what she was alluding to. Today the Hogwarts Inquisitor in defense against the dark arts teacher, Dolores Umbridge, was brought before the full Wizengamot for a trial. Several gasps rang out, and while fewer students than she had hoped looked surprised, silence prevailed. Madame Umbridge was sentenced to life in Azkaban on the charges of abuse of power, abuse of rank, abuse of trust, ad hominem abuse, child abuse, defamation, discriminatory abuse, intimidation using violence or the threat of violence, official misconduct, physical abuse, prejudice, racial abuse, and torture. Minerva recited, the words forever burned into her mind. Closing her eyes, she spoke on. "I was not headmistress at the time, but as deputy headmistress I feel that I should have seen the things that woman was doing within the walls of Hogwarts. I should have paid more attention to the detentions my students were assigned. I should have supported you when it was my responsibility to ensure your well-being. No student under my charge should have been tortured," she forced out, her fingers interlaced so tightly before her that they were white. Opening her eyes, Minerva forced herself to look at her students, the children that were, and had been, her responsibility. "I swear to you today," she said firmly, "that it will never happen again. While I am at this school, none of my charges will suffer as you have. I cannot undo what has been done, but I hope to mend the trust that has been broken. I place myself in your hands." She inclined her torso until she was in a deep bow, face to the floor. Shocked silence engulfed the room, and Minerva closed her eyes, hoping it would be enough. There could be no repairing what had been done, but she hoped that a new start would be possible. Straightening slowly, she then looked at each table in turn, catching different students' eyes. "My door is open to all of you," she said softly, the acoustics of the room carrying the words to her students' ears. "I am now headmistress of Hogwarts, and as such will endeavor to be impartial in all things. Whether badger, snake, lion or raven, you are welcome in my office for any concern you may have. It remains to be seen whether I will continue as headmistress in the coming school year, but for now let us work together to the best of our abilities." Taking a step back, Minerva indicated the vacant defense professor's seat. "Madam Bones has agreed to lend us qualified Aurors to catch you up on your missed studies, with a separate Auror for each year level. Owl and Newt students will have the option of taking their defense against the dark arts examinations at a later date if they do not feel by the end of the school year that they have caught up on this year's studies. It will appear in tomorrow's newspaper, I am sure, but Cornelius Fudge is no longer Minister of Magic. Amelia Bones, former head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, has taken on the position of interim minister and will be in the formal running for the post." A small smile quirked at her lips at the looks some of the students turned on Miss Bones, several comments along the lines of, "Your aunt is Minister of Magic." Sounding out a long Hufflepuff table. "That is all for now," Minerva announced, "and if you have any questions, all of our doors," she indicated the teachers sitting at the head table, "are open to you." Her smile grew slightly. "However, I would ask that you wait until tomorrow, as I have not yet have time to brief the other teachers on the situation. I am sure that tomorrow we will all be far better informed, and I will ensure that notices detailing the planned changes to Hogwarts are posted on the houses' bulletin boards before the end of the week. For now," she inclined her head, "I wish you all a good night." The student body erupted into frenzied conversation as groups of students discussed the newest changes, the actions of their new headmistress, and the possible changes to Hogwarts. Minerva, however, found her eye caught by several students, all wearing grave expressions and giving her a slow nod as soon as they locked gazes. Minerva needed no further confirmation to know that these were the students tortured by Umbridge, and a single tear ran down her cheek at the number of them. How did no one notice? "All right," Harry said to Dobby. "Do you know if the house elves still answer to Dumbledore first, or do they have to obey Minerva's orders now?" Dobby bounced slightly on the spot, hands clasped behind his back. "House elves is answering to Headmistress, Master Harry," he replied in his high-pitched voice. Harry nodded pensively. He didn't want to bring Minerva in on this just yet, but, are the house elves still adding potions to the food? When he ate breakfast in the Great Hall that morning he had made sure that Dobby was in charge of his food. Severus drank a counteracting potion before each meal to avoid being affected by the potions again. "They is, Master Harry," Dobby said, twisting his ear slightly in worry. "That's what I thought," Harry muttered. He had made it back to Hogwarts in time to hear Minerva's little speech from under the invisibility cloak, and knew that now was the perfect time to start weaning the residents of Hogwarts off the fieldy potions keyed to Dumbledore. He rubbed his forehead lightly. The house elves can't just stop adding the potions to the food. "No, Master Harry," Dobby ducked his head and scuffed his foot against the floor. "Orders is orders." Harry sighed. Can anyone else override Dumbledore's orders? Since he's no longer in a position of authority at Hogwarts, could someone other than Minerva give the house elves a different order? Dobby paused, then looked up with wide eyes. "Heads of houses can, Master Harry. Maybe professors too," Dobby is not being sure. "But Professor Snape is head of house, Master Harry." Harry's eyes lit up. So Severus could tell the house elves to stop adding any potions to the food and drinks, and they would do it. Dobby hesitated. "Is best to order, Master Harry," he temporized. "Or house elves add it again when Dumbles tells to." "Got it," Harry grinned. "That's great, Dobby. Severus can speak with the house elves after the staff meeting, then." Suddenly he remembered. "Oh, and, before I forget, we really need to get you that uniform I promised you. We'll have to have it custom made, since I don't think either the Potters or the Blacks have house elf clothing in their vaults, but you and Winky, and other elves in the future, should have something proper to wear." Dobby nodded enthusiastically, eyes wide and shining. "Clothes. Proper clothes. I'm just not sure where we can go to get a house elf uniform. Do you think Madame Malkin would do it?" Dobby beamed at being asked for his opinion. Master Harry was the best master in the world. Dobby is knowing a woman who worked for old masters, making clothes for little master and being very nice when Dobby comes to pick up clothes. Mrs. is always saying that Dobby is not wearing proper clothes. Dobby nodded, pulling at his pillowcase. "Wonderful," Harry exclaimed. A children's tailor who thought that house elves should be better dressed was exactly what they needed. "We'll go to her tomorrow morning, then." Do you know at what time she opens shop? Dobby is not knowing. The house elf's ears drooped, but Dobby is always being sent at 11 mornings, Master Harry. We'll go at 11 a.m. tomorrow, then, Harry decided. Winky will come with us as well, all right. Please tell her that I am not going to give her clothes, but that she needs a uniform befitting a black elf. Okay. Yes, Master Harry. Dobby can be telling Winky that. The eager house elf squeaked, and Harry couldn't help but grin. Great. I'll see you tomorrow morning, then. Good night. Good night, Master Harry. With that the house elf popped away, most likely to inform Winky of tomorrow's errand. Hopefully she won't think she'll be getting clothes. Harry shook his head, standing up and stretching out his limbs. His knees didn't really appreciate kneeling on the stone floor, but he'd be damned if he talked to Dobby while standing at his full height. Is the house elf gone yet? A voice said dryly, and Harry was already spinning with his wand in his hand when he recognized Severus's voice. He was getting better at not reacting in the ways he had gotten used to, but sometimes even familiar, beloved voices would catch him off guard. At least this time I stopped before I hexed him, Harry thought wryly, grimacing inwardly as he remembered one night when he had awoken from a nightmare only to curse Severus when he thought he was being attacked. Yeah, Dobby's gone, Harry replied, sliding his wand back into its arm sheath. Could you go to the kitchens and order the house elves to stop adding potions to the food and drink? Dobby said that now your orders can override Dumbledore's, and I thought now would be a good time to keep him from drugging people with fieldy potions. The more others start questioning his actions, the easier it'll be to knock him down later. Very well, Severus agreed, an anticipative glint in his eye. Would you care to accompany me? Harry hesitated briefly, then shrugged. Sure, why not? Walking to Severus's side, he smiled at him, then leaned up for a key. How has your day been? He asked after breaking off the key asterisk, knowing that if he didn't they would get carried away, which would be nice, but it should wait another half hour or so. Long, Severus drawled with a grimace, and Harry laughed. Yeah, mine too, he said, linking his arm through Severus's and walking beside him to the door. How were your classes? As Medusa slid aside to let them enter the corridor, Harry slipped his arm back out from under Severus's, wanting to walk through the castle that way but knowing that now probably wasn't a good time to reveal their relationship to the world, for should a single student see them that way the rumor was sure to spread rapidly and that particular complication could wait for another time. The wry smile Severus shot him assured him that his partner understood, and they made friendly conversation as they walked the halls of Hogwarts. Harry awoke in a cold sweat, thrashing against the blankets confining him and falling onto cold stone floor. Harry, a sleepy voice said softly, and he scrambled for his wand. An enemy wouldn't call you Harry, a distant part of his mind pointed out, and Harry squinted into the darkness. Who's there? Severus Snape, the same voice replied, and Harry frowned slightly. One part of his mind was telling him that Severus was dead while another part told him that he wasn't. I'm going to cast a Lumos, all right. A short pause followed, then a softly uttered Lumos. Harry flinched against the sudden light, blinking rapidly to make out the shape of the person holding the wand. Suddenly things clicked in his mind and Harry dropped his head, placing both hands on the floor and exhaling heavily. Sorry, he whispered. It is of no matter, Severus replied evenly, and when Harry looked up he saw that the man meant it. Standing slowly, Harry lay his wand back on the bedside table. In the future he had grown used to sleeping with his wand holster on, but he had abandoned that habit when he had started sleeping with Severus, and pulled the sheets back onto the bed. With a sigh he slipped between the covers, lying down right up against Severus and breathing in the man's comforting scent as a warm arm came up to hold him. It'll get better eventually, Severus said softly, and Harry nodded against the man's neck. I know, he whispered. It was just so hard. Curling up even closer to Severus, almost as though he was trying to merge into one person, Harry slipped back into sleep. At least I never have issues falling back asleep, was his last conscious thought before he slipped into another dream that would turn into a nightmare before long. Meanwhile Severus lay awake, watching over his lover and knowing that it would be another restless night. Severus keyed the top of Harry's head softly and began the finicky process of extricating himself from the younger man's hold. The man is like an octopus, he thought in fond exasperation as he untangled his legs from Harry's. Harry stirred and blinked up at him, and Severus found a small smile for him. Sleep, he whispered and pressed a soft key to his lover's temple. As he had hoped he would, Harry immediately burrowed deeper into the blankets, and Severus slipped out of the bed unhindered. I hate teaching, he thought wearily, the animosity of the thought dulled by many years of repetition. I cannot wait until I can leave this job. Once in the bathroom he closed the door and splashed water on his face, meeting his gaze in the mirror. I look half dead, he thought mirthlessly. The dark rings under his eyes did nothing for his almost sickly pale complexion. With a sigh he grabbed a towel and dried his face. At least I don't have to go through the whole ordeal of agonizing over why Harry seems to love me, he smiled slightly. Since nobody could love me for my face. He had used to think nobody could love him, full stop, but the fact that he and Harry had shared their entire lives through legilimency had eradicated that doubt. Sometimes Severus would start questioning why Harry seemed to enjoy his company and companionship, but just as quickly he would remember the things Harry had showed him and realize there was no point in questioning it. Legilimency was, overall, an honest method, and Harry had hidden nothing when it came to him. Past slights were displayed, Severus's every imperfection acknowledged, his terrible teaching personality laid bare, but also many things were revealed that Harry had found made getting to know his former teacher worth it. And look at what it led to, Severus smiled, drawing his robe on over his teaching clothes. No, he would never question Harry's feelings. The entire student body looked up as a large number of owls flew into the great hall that breakfast, eager to know what had happened the previous day. We already know from Professor McGonagall that Umbridge is gone and Madam Bones is interim minister. Do you think there'll be anything else important? Harry asked as he watched a great tawny owl winged its way over to Hermione. Probably not. Hermione hurriedly cleared a space for the owl to land if it wanted to, but instead it dropped the newspaper right onto her plate. Ugh, she grimaced, picking up the newspaper by a corner and casting a cleaning spell on it to get the jam off it. Right, let's see what Skeeter has to say. The front page was quite clearly that reporter's work, with a huge headline reading, "No confidence for Fudge. Hogwarts Inquisitor arrested for child abuse and torture." Why does Hames let that? Ron quickly swallowed his mouthful of food at Hermione's warning look. Woman, write the articles. He should know perfectly well what a liar she is. Harry replied before Hermione could. She's effective, that's why. At Ron's puzzled look he elaborated. I mean, of course I know what a liar she is, but she hasn't lied up till now, right? She wouldn't dare. Anyhow, she knows that Hames has ways to ruin her, especially now that he has the political backing too, and he's the reason she even has all these big stories to report on. She wouldn't let that chance pass her by. Hames knows that she's well liked by most of the wizarding public, since she's considered to write the truth without mincing words, which isn't true, of course, but they don't know that, and while she's on his side she'll badmouth his opponents more effectively than he could. Right, Hermione. Absolutely, she agreed absently, already skimming over the title page article. Fudge will have a hard time getting back into anyone's good graces after this article, she snorted, and Skeeter is definitely trying to stay in Hames' good graces by publicly supporting him and Madam Bones. Unwilling to hand over her newspaper, Hermione read the article out loud. Yesterday during a Wizengamot session Lord Potter Black called for the trial of the Chief Undersecretary to the Minister of Magic, Dolores Umbridge. Sentenced to life in Azkaban, the crimes of the ministry-appointed Hogwarts Inquisitor threw up doubts about Minister Fudge's competency, and resulted in a vote of no confidence. Minister Fudge turned pale all the way up to his steadily receding hairline when his chief undersecretary and right-hand woman was charged with numerous crimes including abuse of power, child abuse, official misconduct, and torture. This reporter was shocked to hear that the woman's many crimes all led back to one post, that of ministry-appointed Hogwarts professor. While the courtroom was reeling from the implications of the charges, Lord Potter Black stood to explain his reasons for them. As you already know, I was once her student, and I have accused her of using a blood quill on students in detentions. We had to write lines with it, and to this day I retain the scar. To the courtroom's collective shock, the Lord then raised his right hand, clearly displaying the words, I must not tell lies etched into the otherwise flawless skin. According to Lord Potter Black, Umbridge chose those lines for his detentions because he insisted on telling the truth, that Lord Voldemort had returned. This was not a view shared by the minister, and Madame Umbridge defamed and ad hominem abused the young Harry Potter with the full support of Minister Fudge. Once Lord Potter Black had spoken a few choice words about the other charges, he finished by saying that she should never have been given a position of power over anyone, let alone over a whole school of children. Her position as Hogwarts Inquisitor gave her the power to systematically oppress the student body, and neither the teachers nor the headmaster could do anything about it. By this point Madame Umbridge was looking decidedly uncomfortable, fiddling nervously with the hem of her garishly pink tweed cape. In an attempt to escape justice she declared that she has a right to legal representation, no doubt hoping to delay the trial long enough to make an escape, but Madame Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, had wisely assigned a ministry barrister to present the defense. While a capable barrister, Madame Umbridge's guilt was clear for the court to see, and she was sentenced to life in Azkaban with a unanimous vote by the Wizengamot, a feat that has not been achieved in over a century. The shrew was led kicking and screaming from the courtroom, each person present heaving a sigh of relief at seeing the torturess safely away from our children. Madame Augusta Longbottom, who was soon after elected permanent chief warlock to replace Dumbledore, then announced a vote of no confidence for Minister Fudge, again called for by Lord Potter Black. We have just completed the trial for Madame Umbridge, on whom the Wizengamot voted unanimously for lifelong incarceration, Lord Potter Black stood to say. I would like to point out that Madame Umbridge was until just a few minutes ago the chief undersecretary to the minister, as well as a Hogwarts Inquisitor and professor that the minister himself set in place. I argue that Minister Fudge knew not the specifics, but the general methods that Madame Umbridge would use, and as such not only condoned, but enabled abuse of power, abuse of rank, abuse of trust, ad hominem abuse and defamation, along with several other charges that were leveled against Madame Umbridge. I put forward that Minister Fudge himself be charged with abuse of authority, incompetence, character assassination, corruption and bribery, and call for a vote of no confidence. No member of the Wizengamot dared speak up against such forceful words, although Lords Liechtenstein and Jecht appeared less than pleased, and within short order Fudge was minister no longer. This reporter couldn't help but notice that many lords previously tried as Death Eaters but released for various reasons, including claiming to be victims of the Imperious Curse, were not present. Coincidence? During my brief visit to the ministry I asked select people for their opinions on the current situation, and heard rumors that Madame Bones had taken quick action to capture as many Death Eaters as possible following you-know-who's defeat. According to my source, the head of the DMLE questioned her entire department under Veritaserum to weed out the followers of the late Dark Lord, one of which was the head Auror, Rufus Scrimgeour. Did the woman, now elected interim minister by the Wizengamot, also manage to capture Death Eaters outside her department for trial? This reporter managed to have a quick word with the new interim minister after the Wizengamot session. Several members of Voldemort's inner circle are already in ministry holding cells, the woman affirmed, a competent, no-nonsense air surrounding her. She was recommended for the post of interim minister by Lord Potter Black himself, and intends to run for minister once the elections take place. I have also been forwarded a list of marked Death Eaters by the Goblins, and the DMLE, now under the heading of Kingsley Shacklebolt, has already started to bring them in for trials. Each trial will be held individually, as Lord Potter Black has expressed an interest in sitting in on all of the trials. Why is that, you may wonder? According to Interim Minister Bones, it is because Lord Potter Black does not believe all Death Eaters to be true Death Eaters. A perfect example is Severus Snape, Madame Bones says, to this reporter's delight. Much speculation has arisen at the declaration that the potion's master was a spy for the Light. When he was a freshly graduated student, Snape was lured into joining the Death Eaters with promises of a potion's mastery. A young man from a poor background, he jumped at the chance to make his dreams come true, believing the group he was joining to be a group of Slytherin alumni. He only discovered the true motives of the Death Eaters when it was already too late, and soon after turned spy for the Light, carefully working his way through Death Eater ranks until he was a member of the Inner Circle and privy to Voldemort's most important plans. He was the one who ensured that the Potters went into hiding, a plan that had disastrous results for the Potter family but extremely beneficial results for the rest of the wizarding world. Were there other spies in the Death Eater ranks? Not that we know of, Madam Bones replies promptly, but there may well be other Death Eaters who were tricked, coerced, or even blackmailed into joining the Death Eaters. We wish to see justice carried out, and don't intend to simply toss anyone with a dark mark into Azkaban. True Death Eaters will soon find themselves locked up, but victims will be supported by both the Ministry and Lord Potter Black himself. Curious about these statements, I managed to have a quick word with Lord Potter Black. The figure he cut in the purple Wizengamot robes was no less impressive than the one he had presented at the press conference, and he greeted me by my first name when I approached him. I have the full list of Death Eaters, he told me gravely when I asked about the upcoming trials. There are names on there that I had not expected to see, names of good people who I would never have guessed were Death Eaters. I believe that they were most likely not true Death Eaters, but only a trial under Veritaserum will clear up my, and the public's, doubts. Each Death Eater will receive a fair trial, and a just sentence. The trials, and their results, will be made public, and I hope that tricked or coerced Death Eaters will be spared the stigma associated with the tattoo on their arm. The young lord also expresses concern over the Death Eaters' children. They are not to blame for their parents' mistakes, he says. Lucius Malfoy, for example, was Voldemort's right-hand man, but his son, Draco Malfoy, is not even 16 years old yet. He grew up surrounded by very specific views and has not had the chance to learn about other ones, a chance that I hope he will have in the future. His mother, Narcissa Malfoy, will be rejoining the Black family under the specification that she learn about Muggle culture, and I hope that Draco will accept the same offer. This reporter, for one, is very interested in the future developments Lord Potter Black will bring about. Can anyone doubt that he has done much to improve our society these past few days? I look forward to hearing your opinions. He's bringing Malfoy into the Black family, was Ron's disbelieving remark. Hermione was tempted to ask whether that really was the most important part of the article, but bit her tongue. It makes sense to me, Harry responded pensively, and both Ron and Hermione turned to him with surprised looks. I mean, he is right that Malfoy hasn't learned any other opinions than his father's. I mean, he's forever hiding behind his father's power, isn't he? He said defensively, and Hermione nodded encouragingly. We all know that right now he's as good as a Death Eater. He definitely would have joined Voldemort right out of Hogwarts, but who knows? Maybe Hames can change him. It's worth a try at least, no. Ron seemed unconvinced. Well, at least Hames can keep him in line as head of House Black, he muttered. I'm more interested in the implications about the Death Eaters, Hermione said, frowning slightly. I mean, even the head Auror was an unmarked Death Eater. I wonder how the goblins got a list of marked Death Eaters. Though I suppose that means we won't know who the unmarked ones are unless everyone in Britain is questioned under Veritaserum, but since that's not about to happen I guess the best we can hope for is that they stay low and don't cause any trouble. Ron seemed unconcerned, but Harry seemed to turn it over in his mind. There will definitely be resistance, Ron said as he served himself another helping of eggs, but Hames has got enough political power at the moment that they're unlikely to try anything. All the powerful political players are either Death Eaters or on Hames's side already, after all. What about the two Lords Skeeter mentioned? Hermione asked the lone pureblood in their group. Liechtenstein and Jecht. Ron shrugged and speared a sausage. No clue, but they can't be very important if we've never heard of them, Harry hummed in agreement, but appeared slightly concerned anyway. At least assassination attempts are unlikely to succeed, Hermione said pensively as she checked out the second page of the Prophet. Between Dobby, Professor Snape, and Harry's own skills, I don't think anything anyone could try would work. If anyone even makes the attempt, his reputation is pretty fearsome since he killed Voldemort. Have you two heard the stories about the amazing duel that apparently took place even though Hames said to the press that all it took was a cutting curse? Yeah, Harry grinned wryly, already very familiar with how rumors worked. The one I like best is the one where Professor Snape somehow holds off the entire inner circle while Hames battles it out with Voldemort, if only because it's funny to see the looks Professor Snape gets now, he snickered. Hermione laughed. And he always glares back. I think he really hates the attention, she grinned. I have to say, though, the story I like best is the one where it's this pissing match. The long, drawn-out verbal fight that culminates in both of them casting at the same time and Harry's simple cutting curse overpowering Voldemort's killing curse. Nah, you're both wrong, Ron said through a mouthful of bread. The best one is definitely where you know who keeps hitting Hames with killing curses and none of them work, and eventually Hames gets fed up and kills you know who with a first-year curse as a final insult. Rumors are pretty fun when they're not about me, Harry grinned. Even if technically they are. Ron nodded wisely, and Hermione hid her smile behind her newspaper. All right, Harry said cheerfully to his two house elf companions, let's go figure out the designs for the Potter and Black house elf uniforms. Dobby was bouncing around beaming, he was so excited, while Winky seemed rather torn. As far as Harry could tell, she wanted to look like a respectable house elf serving her family diligently, but also didn't want to part with her towel. Let's see if we can change that, Harry grinned. Dobby, if you would. He held out his hand to his small friend, and with a pop he found himself in a small store. A moment later a short woman walked out of the back room with a bolt of fabric over her arm. Mrs. Tinkles, Dobby exclaimed, releasing Harry's hand and bounding forward 2 steps. Dobby is bringing Master Harry to make elf clothing. The woman blinked, then a delighted smile split her face. Why Dobby, that's wonderful. It's a pleasure to meet you, Lord Potter Black, she smiled at her newest customer. I am Madam Tinkleweather, children's tailor. Do I understand correctly that you are here to dress your house elves? That's right, Harry smiled back, finding this woman instantly likable. Dobby is a Potter elf, and Winky here is a black elf. I have come so that we can discuss some uniforms for them. We is not getting clothes, we is getting respectable. Dobby cried out excitedly, and Madam Tinkleweather smiled happily at him. A fine decision, elfling, she commended, and Harry noticed how Winky stood that little bit straighter. Perhaps this will be easier than I thought. Why don't you 3 follow me into the back and we'll discuss fabrics and styles, the woman said cheerfully, flicking her wand to flip the sign in the window to read, closed. I prefer not to be disturbed when working on private commissions, she confided in them, slipping her wand back into a pocket of her apron. Come, come. They followed the madam into the back room, where rolls and rolls of fabric were stacked against the walls. There were drawers filled with ribbons, buttons and other odds and ends, a file cabinet, for my customers' measurements and orders, the tailor elaborated, a small desk along one wall covered in sketched-on papers, and one very large rectangular table in the middle of the room. All right, grab a chair, each of you. The woman dropped the bolt of fabric she had been carrying onto the wide table and retrieved some paper and pencils from under the table. You too, Winky, she ordered gently when she saw that Dobby had bounded up onto one of the chairs but the other house elf had remained standing uncertainly behind her master. Winky cast an unsure look at Harry and only clambered onto a chair when he gave her a slight nod. Right, Madam Tinkleweather said, pulling up another chair and eyeing the house elves. I'll get your elves' measurements later. I think that the first step is to decide on colors and fabrics for their uniforms. I assume that you will want them to be dressed in their house colors. That's what I was thinking, Harry agreed. The Potter colors are rather Gryffindor, deep red and pale gold. The black colors are purple and silver, and I would like the house's crest on the respective outfits. Yes, the woman narrowed her eyes slightly as she considered the house elves. The rich, dark colors will suit them well, but silver and pale gold won't go very well with their skin colors, so I would suggest we limit those to the details, such as buttons and piping. Harry had no idea what piping was but nodded anyway. Madam Tinkleweather pulled a piece of paper closer and picked up a pencil. I trust you will not mind if I take some inspiration from the Muggle world. Not at all, Harry said in surprise. In fact, I would very much appreciate it. What lines are you thinking along? Well, the woman was already sketching with deft, swift strokes. I was thinking of something along the lines of a maid outfit for Winky and a bellhop costume for Dobby. The quick glance she shot him suggested that she didn't believe he had any idea what either were. Typically, the tasks of a maid are to clean and cook and those of a bellhop to carry luggage, but it hardly matters when no pureblood knows what either is, don't you agree? Harry chuckled uncertainly. He had grown up in the Muggle world and yet never heard of a bellhop before. A maid, yes, but he had no idea what their uniform looked like. The woman shot him an amused look and continued sketching. Here, she slid the paper over to him, tapping first one drawing, then the other with the end of her pencil. A little dress for Winky, and a smart jacket and trousers for Dobby. The hat on Dobby's head is simple whim, true bellhops wear them. I think it looks rather good, wouldn't you agree? Harry turned to Dobby, who craned his neck to see. Once the house elf spied the quick sketch of himself sporting a flat round hat, his eyes grew wide. Dobby is loving it, he cried excitedly. Can Dobby be wearing such a hat, Master Harry? Harry couldn't help but laugh at the entreating look the house elf turned on him. If Madam Tinkleweather can supply us with such a hat in your size, then absolutely. Winky, what do you think of the dress? Winky leaned closer hesitantly, then froze when she caught sight of the little sketch of herself in a frilly little dress. Oh, she breathed, wide-eyed. Harry smiled over at Madam Tinkleweather, who looked approving that he had asked his house elves for their opinions. I think these are great starting ideas, he said happily. The tailor simply nodded and sketched out a few variations on collars and sleeves. Dobby, Winky, what do you think about gloves? She asked without looking up. Especially for bellhops it isn't uncommon to wear gloves, and it lends a more professional appearance, but house elves use their magic by snapping their fingers, no. As true that house elves often snap, Winky replied, to Harry's surprise, but as only a gesture, sound as just being satisfying. Dobby nodded happily, and Harry couldn't help but chuckle. Hey, if I could do magic by snapping I'd do it as well, he declared. Winky looked taken aback, but Dobby just beamed at his master. Have either of you ever tried on gloves before? The tailor asked then, and both elves shook their heads with synchronized noes. Well, I'll whip up some for you to try on once I have your measurements, and then you can decide whether you want to wear them or not, all right? The woman smiled kindly at the small people, and they looked rather excited. All right, fabrics. Madam Tinkleweather stood up and walked over to one of the walls, pushing around rolls of fabric until she found the one she was looking for. All of you come over here and feel this for me, would you? Winky, Dobby, your opinions are important, since it's the fabric you and other house elves will be wearing. How does it feel? Smooth, scratchy, too heavy, too thin? I need your opinions. And thus began the search for the right fabrics and matching colors, a look through Madam Tinkleweather's drawers for appropriate buttons and ribbons, measurements of the elves' bodies, and recommendations for a milliner and shoe crafter that would perhaps be willing to create things for a house elf. It was a very excited trio that left the tailor's store. When Harry returned to Hogwarts it was to find a message from Amelia waiting for him. The ministry must be in complete chaos right now, Harry thought in disbelief when he read that all the Death Eaters had been apprehended and placed in holding cells. Frankly, he would have combed through the ministry first, to find sympathizers and clean up the corruption, but he should have expected her methods to be different from his. Besides, questioning people under Veritaserum in such a way is probably illegal, he admitted grudgingly, if they even had enough Veritaserum for it. But hey, as long as there's enough for the Death Eater trials it's fine, right? Maybe Severus knows where the ministry gets their Veritaserum from. Are there licensed vendors, or potions masters who only brew for the ministry? With a small shake to clear his head, Harry set the parchment down again. The Death Eater trials would start the next day, and he wasn't prepared yet. Off to Gringotts, he muttered. It was time to find out just what he had gotten when he had invoked right of conquest. Severus looked up when the door to his quarters slid aside, and frowned slightly at the dazed look of his lover. What is the matter? He asked, giving the younger man a quick one-over to check for injuries. Well, Harry began, walking over to the couch and sitting down heavily, I went to Gringotts today to find out what I had received by right of conquest. Words failing him, he simply handed Severus the roll of parchment he held. I see, Severus eventually said, his voice somewhat faint. It was to be expected, no. You were aware of the Malfoys' wealth, and despite their claims to the opposite they never were the richest purebloods in Britain. Severus, no amount of foreknowledge could have prepared me for that sum of money, Harry pointed out. And I won't even get started on the items and properties. I thought I was going to get what was in their vaults, and perhaps their houses, but I claimed absolutely everything these people owned. Investments, shops, furniture, heirlooms, manors and everything in them. It's crazy. It is the way of the wizarding world, Severus said levelly, and Harry smiled wryly. Well, it's going to give me one hell of a headache. Severus blinked at that, lowering the parchment. Why the children. The innocents, Severus, Harry agreed wearily. I hadn't wanted this kind of responsibility, but now I am forced to decide what to do with the money. Whether to let them live in their own houses and give their possessions back. I even legally own their clothing, did you know that? If I wanted to, I could kick them out of their own houses without a canute or even a shirt to their names. It's insane. Nobody should have that much power over someone, he said fervently. I agree, Severus inclined his head. And yet I had thought that you had come up with a plan for this case. Harry deflated. Well, sort of. I had decided that as long as the innocents agreed to being educated about the Muggle world they would be given a trust vault and be able to continue living in their current home, and that if they refused they would have to fend for themselves. But now, if someone refuses my terms, does that mean that they'll have to leave without anything? They'll lose any job they currently hold, and you know it. They would have no choice. I'd be no better than Voldemort. Severus laid a calming hand on Harry's knee. Voldemort would never have had these thoughts, he said quietly. You are far better than him. But I'm still taking away their free will, Harry said, sounding younger than Severus had ever heard him before. No, Severus replied. Give them the choice, and tell them that should they refuse they will be able to sell their house and take any material goods within that house with them. I doubt many buyers will be interested in the houses, being Death Eater domiciles, Severus grimaced, but you have enough funds to buy them off them for a reasonable price. Whether they would ever be able to hold a job after the trials is questionable, but having enough furniture to sell should give them a fair amount of money, should they figure out how to sell it in the Muggle world. He sounded skeptical at the chances of that happening. What about the children? Harry asked, worrying his lip. If the parents decide not to take my offer, they take away that chance from the children as well, and it's they who will grow up with resentment. Harry, Severus said gently, reaching out a hand to cup his lover's cheek. That is not your worry. A parent is morally obligated to ensure their children's best possible future, whether they do so or not is not yours to decide. Worry about the children that do not have parents to support them. A small smile lit Harry's face as he leaned into Severus's cold hand. That's actually dealt with, he said. The children that don't have magical family to go to will be under Narcissa Black's care in the Black Mansion, along with several house elves and at least one Muggleborn or Squib, of course, and each will receive a trust vault in their name. Death Eater children that are already of legal age but whose vaults I received will either get the same deal as the older innocents or a vault with a slightly higher sum than the children, and a word to their employer, should they have one, that they not be fired because of the parents' mistakes. I don't know if it'll be enough, but that sounds fine, Severus soothed him promptly. If they are independent and bright, then it will not be a problem. In his experience, however, pureblood children grew up coasting on their forefathers' laurels, and rarely learned to hold a paying job. Most would accept Harry's terms, or come crawling back a year later asking to be offered the same terms again. Really? Harry bit his lip, sighing when Severus drew him into his side. Really, the man reassured him. He was interested in how things would play out, but feared that it would lead to heartache for his younger partner. Setting the parchment aside, he would worry about his lover being the richest man on earth later. He gathered Harry into a proper hug. Tomorrow would come soon enough. Meanwhile, a Hogwarts student lingered outside her head of house's door, unsure whether to ask for help or not. The trials would be public, no doubt, but it would tarnish their good name. Nobody knew her parents were Death Eaters, and she knew that they were forced into it. You don't even know that they've been discovered, she argued with herself. Maybe they weren't on the list Lord Potter Black mentioned in the Daily Prophet article. Going for help now would only ensure that they get a trial, and you know that the Ministry is likely to simply toss all Death Eaters into Azkaban. She shuddered at the thought of her parents in that horrible place and wrapped her arms around herself for comfort, though even the warm wool of her cloak couldn't keep away the chill she felt. But what will happen to us if they're gone? She bit her lip. Nobody's going to care for the Death Eater brats, nobody. Lord Potter Black may say that we're not to blame for our parents' mistakes, but those are just pretty words, any politician would have said them. Wait until the trial, another part of her brain cautioned. No need to ask someone for help and make you beholden to them when you don't even know yet whether help will be necessary. But I need to get the help before the others, she argued back. Once the trials begin, everyone will be clamoring for help, and those who don't have any other family to turn to will go to our heads of houses first. I have to ensure that I don't get there too late. The internal debate continued for several seconds longer before, squeezing her eyes shut, she reached out a quivering hand to knock on the wooden door before her. Severus and Harry were mulling over their thoughts in silence, still wrapped in an embrace when a loud knocking noise echoed through the quarters. One of my snakes needs me. Severus immediately straightened, giving Harry an apologetic key as he pushed the man upright. I'll just stay here, shall I? That would perhaps be for the best, Severus agreed wryly. Considering this morning's profit, I think we can assume that it will be one of the Death Eater children seeking counsel. Perhaps Draco seeking advice on whether to join the Black family alongside his mother. He rolled his eyes. As if the boy has a choice. A low chuckle followed him as he swept out the door, heading directly for his office. It was connected to the potions classroom, but had a separate door somewhat out of the way, upon which his students could knock should they need him. The sound would echo in his private quarters. He was rarely in his office, after all, or in the potions classroom. Rounding the corner, he stopped in surprise. Miss Greengrass. The girl turned jerkily, and it took him but a moment to realize that his student was close to tears. Her entire frame was quivering, her arms wrapped around herself and her expression as torn as he had ever witnessed on one of his snake's faces. Knowing that this was something best discussed in a private and safe location, he gestured for her to follow him, silently leading the way back to his quarters. Miss Greengrass and I require entrance, he informed Medusa lowly, hoping that the snake would echo his words and warn Harry. When the statue slid aside, however, he realized that his warning hadn't been echoed. Back already, Harry called out, leaning back to look at the entrance. I guess it wasn't Draco, then, huh? His chuckles tapered off when he caught sight of the student behind his lover. Oh, sorry, I'll just, go somewhere else then, shall I? It is up to Miss Greengrass, Severus said levelly, smirking at Harry's lack of composure. However, you could procure us a cup of tea. Sure. Harry's lips twitched as he stood, brushing off invisible lint from his pants. Severus suddenly wondered how the man felt, having both his current and previous lover in the same room. Especially when the one didn't even know him yet. Please, have a seat, Severus said to his teenage companion. Lord Potter Black will get out of our hair as soon as we have a warm drink in our hands, I assure you. Lord Potter Black, his lover's voice drifted over from the small kitchen. God, that sounds terrible coming from you. Can't you just call me Harry as usual? It may have escaped your notice, Severus said dryly, but I am currently acting in my role of head of house. Formality is expected. They heard a sigh, then the young man reappeared, a tea set levitated before him. Yeah, well, you know how I feel about formality. Harry grinned wryly at him, then looked at the silent student and shrugged. Anyhow, he carefully placed the tea set on the table. I'll just go into another room, then. Feel free to use privacy charms if you want. The other two watched the young man turn and head towards the bedroom, parchment and a book in hand. Then, Lord Potter Black, Harry froze as if struck, but for just a second before he turned smoothly. Severus doubted that Miss Greengrass had noticed, but he knew how hard it must be for Harry to hear his dead wife's voice once more. That she was using his formal title probably simply added to the hurt. Daphne hesitated, unsure how to phrase the question she needed to ask. Deciding that a former Gryffindor would surely miss her lack of subtlety, she asked quietly, "Are my parents on the list of Death Eaters?" Harry's face didn't change, but suddenly Severus had a feeling of deep sadness. They are. They're not guilty, Daphne exclaimed desperately, pushing herself to her feet and looking at him helplessly. "They're not. Daphne," Harry said in an even voice, and the use of her first name stopped the girl cold. "The ministry can't know that for sure until the day of the trial, but if it reassures you at all, I don't believe them to be true Death Eaters either. If they receive any sentence for the simple crime of carrying Voldemort's," she flinched, "brand, then it should be a minor one, and I assure you that I will personally ensure that no child is in need while their parents are incapable of caring for them." "What do you mean?" Daphne asked warily, trying to hide the apprehension she felt at being at the mercy of a man she knew nothing about. Somehow Harry knew not to step any closer. "I will be opening a sort of orphanage, if you will." At her shudder he nodded wryly. "Yes, it needs a better term, doesn't it? At any rate, it'll be a place for the children of Death Eaters who were incarcerated, either for the short term or the long one. Each child will have a trust fund at Gringotts that only they and I can access, and each child will have their Hogwarts tuition paid. Younger children will potentially have tutors, as will the older children during holidays, if they feel like studying more." He chuckled slightly, knowing that holiday tutors would appeal to Daphne, but perhaps not so much to other children. "I will be the head of the home, and Narcissa Black will be the main person in charge. There will also be a Muggleborn or Squib. I need to find one ASAP, since the trials will be starting tomorrow," he said in an aside to Severus, "and all the children will learn about Muggle culture," he continued. "No need to let old prejudices run rampant blindly. If someone decides to continue to hate Muggles even once they know all about them, then it's their own choice, but hate bred of ignorance should have no place in this society." "What about the Death Eaters who are innocent?" Daphne insisted, her demeanor far more controlled than before. "Will the ministry take our hard-earned money?" Harry could tell how incensed the thought made her, and sheepishly scratched the back of his head. "No, I'm afraid that he trailed off and shot Severus a pleading look. "He is attempting to say that he claimed the vaults and possessions of all Death Eaters by right of conquest upon Voldemort's death," Severus said dryly. "There really is no need to feel so guilty over it, Harry," he stated as he rose. "It was a sound strategy. Would you have left the Malfoys with all their wealth?" He pinned his student with a sharp gaze as she opened her mouth to protest, and she snapped it shut. "Your parents, should they go free, will be given a choice. Lose all their money and possessions, or agree to learn about the Muggle world." He gave her a moment for that to sink in, then said agreeably, "An easy choice, is it not? Learn a bit of culture, a bit of history, and you can continue to live as you had before." Harry cleared his throat slightly, and smiled sheepishly when Severus interrupted himself. "Well, not quite as before. I mean, can you imagine giving the Parkinsons back everything they had? They're nearly as rich as the Malfoys, and that's saying something. I was thinking of giving each Death Eater, once they're declared innocent or released from Azkaban, the same amount of money. Each family can choose one of their properties to live in, of which I assume almost all to choose their current home, and I would pay a monthly sum into the new vaults. The sum would be one high enough to live on, obviously, but one that encourages the person to get a paying job." "But my parents have a job," Daphne exclaimed, looking worried. "If people know that they were marked as Death Eaters, then nobody will buy anything, and we'll have no business." "Yeah," Harry grimaced, "that's the only problem I have with the trials being public. I haven't quite figured out yet how to deal with that." "Miss Greengrass, sit," Severus ordered, seeing that she was close to losing control of her temper. "Come join us, Harry," he said as he sank back into his armchair. Once they were all seated, he turned to his student. "Your parents are traders, are they not?" "Merchants." "Yes, sir," Daphne answered warily, not sure where this would go. "What do they sell?" "Mainly magical wood, thread, cloth, and other things needed to create magical items, sir," she replied promptly. "And they are good at it?" She bristled at the inquiry. "Several tailors only accept fabric from them, and Ollivander gets many of the wooden blanks for his wands from my parents," she informed her professor indignantly. "Then I would not worry," Severus brushed off her concern. "Ollivander does what he wants, anyhow, and a good word from Lord Potter Black or Minister Bones is all that will be needed to reassure other customers that there is nothing illegal or even morally wrong with purchasing items from the Greengrass business." And I assure you that unless something unexpected happens during their trials, the minister will be happy to put in a good word for them. The objective is not to hurt hard-working citizens, after all, it is to ensure peace. At her unsure look he sighed. You have my word that you and your sister, at least, will not suffer due to the upcoming trials. Thank you, Professor, she said quietly, bowing her head. Severus gave her a moment before saying briskly, now I believe it is nearly curfew, and past time for you to return to the Slytherin dorms. Do you require company? At her immediate negation he inclined his head. Then I wish you a good night. Do not forget about the essay due on Friday. No, sir. Good night. With that she left, Harry following the sight of her dirty blonde hair until she stepped out of sight. Then he sighed, meeting Severus's eyes with a wry smile. I think I'm about ready for bed, he said, getting to his feet and turning slightly towards the bedroom. Are you going to stay up a bit longer? I believe I will join you. Severus stood as well and walked over to his shorter lover. Are you all right? He asked softly, reaching out a hand to stroke Harry's hair back out of his eyes. It cannot have been easy to sit with your former wife. No, Harry smiled sadly, moving in for a hug. But that wasn't my wife. Daphne Potter Black was a very different person from the teenager you know, Severus. I do not doubt it, he replied, and yet in your timeline you began dating her not long from now. Not long in terms of time, perhaps, Harry conceded. But much longer in terms of experience. I was never able to hear her speak about her parents in present tense. I see, Severus said, and he did. Losing one's parents could profoundly change a person, especially when they were as young as Daphne Greengrass. It was entirely possible that this Daphne would never be the Daphne Harry had loved. Come, he said lowly, drawing Harry towards the bedroom. She may not love you, but I will. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.